Chapter 1 He is your father. Garbo's condition has worsened again. Has her father been found? In the imperial capital, Shen looked at her assistant anxiously. If her daughter didn't find her biological father in time, her condition would probably worsen towards leukemia, which she couldn't bear. Facing this boss who was known as the queen of the imperial capital, the secretary said nervously, "Boss Shen, we have found a man whose information matches all the others. He lives in South City and his name is Dong. Dong Qin?" Shen Junyao stood up and said, "Book a flight to Nanchang immediately. I must see him tomorrow." South City. Beautiful lady, why don't you take a ride? Walking is so tiring. Look at my car. It has a 360-degree panoramic sunroof and leather seats. It's the most comfortable car for a ride. Dong was sitting on a motorcycle and greeted a girl passing by warmly. "Ill." The girl glared at him with disdain and got into a Porsche in front. Alas, shit is hard to eat and money is hard to earn. The motorcycle taxi industry is becoming more and more difficult. Donald Sheen wiped his sweaty forehead. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. Last month, he was still the director of a financial company, a small white-collar worker with a monthly income of 5 million yuan, and had a beautiful and sexy girlfriend. For a man from a poor family, this is the peak of his life. Unfortunately, the project failed and resulted in a loss of more than 10 million yuan, so he became the scapegoat and was fired. What was even more frustrating was that his girlfriend had been hooking up with his boss behind his back, and the breakup was extremely embarrassing. If he hadn't been forced by life, his girlfriend and boss had ruined his reputation, leading to a ban in the industry. How could he have fallen to the point of driving a motorcycle taxi to pick up passengers? I am so unlucky. Which god have I offended? Dong returned to the rented house cursing. As soon as he got off the motorcycle, he noticed a Rolls-Royce parked in front of him. He couldn't help but be stunned. How can such a nice car be parked in such a crappy place? At this time, two bodyguards in black and a long-legged female secretary got out of the car and respectfully opened the back door. A gorgeous and sexy woman slowly got out of the car wearing high heels. She wore big sunglasses, had a tall figure of 1.7 meters, a standard oval face, and was about 30 years old. Her demeanor exuded a charming and beautiful demeanor that was breathtaking. "You are Dong?" She walked up to Donald Sheen, took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of proud and cold beautiful eyes, and looked him up and down. When he saw Dong's cheap jeans and flip-flops, he frowned slightly. Fortunately, this face is quite handsome, and the eyebrows are very similar to Garbo. It is true that the daughter looks like the father. That's right. Donald Sheen asked in surprise, "You're looking for me? 5 years ago, you donated sperm at the 9th hospital, right?" She said directly. "How, did you know? Who the hell are you?" Donald Sheen was shocked. He had never told anyone about this private matter. After all, it was not a glorious thing. He had just graduated that year and didn't even have the money to rent a house. He happened to receive a hospital flyer on the street, offering compensation for sperm donation. At that time, the quality of his test was good and his survival rate was extremely high, so he was paid the highest, a full $3,000. Although I don't want to admit it, you are the person I'm looking for. Please come with me. Shen Junyao sighed helplessly. "Wait, why should I follow you?" He asked cautiously, "Who are you?" Before she finished speaking, the female secretary handed him 10,000 yuan in cash. "Mr. Sheen, don't worry, we have no ill intentions. Just come with us, this is just the travel expenses." "Travel expenses?" Donald Sheen asked in astonishment. "All this 10,000 will belong to me?" "That's right." "Okay, get in the car now." Dong took the money without hesitation. The other party was a woman, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Half an hour later, they arrived at the hospital's intensive care unit. Donald Sheen followed behind, staring at Shen Junyao. He observed all the way and knew that this woman was definitely not an ordinary person. He had come into contact with many wealthy people in the financial circle, but he had never felt such a strong aura. That queen-like aura seemed to emanate from her bones and could not be faked at all. "What are you doing in the hospital? Is she going to force herself to sell her kidney to save others?" Thinking of this, Donald Sheen had a bad feeling, but seeing the two black-clad bodyguards behind him, he didn't dare to run. When I walked into the ward, the doctor had just finished the examination. "Miss Shen, your daughter's condition has stabilized, but she still needs surgery as soon as possible. She has woken up now." Please call me if there is anything else, the doctor explained. Yes, thank you, doctor. Shen Junyao nodded. Mommy, where is this? On the hospital bed, there lay a 4-year-old girl, her face pale and she spoke weakly. Shen Junyao seemed like a different person at this moment. She walked over with a look of pity and doting on her face, stroked her daughter's cheek and said, Jiabao, you have always wanted to see your father, so mommy brought him here. We will definitely be able to cure the disease this time, and you won't have to take injections or medicine in the future. Really? Where's daddy? The girl showed excitement in her eyes. She looked up and around, and finally her gaze stopped on Qin Dong. When he met her gaze, Donald Qin was shocked because he felt it was so familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Mommy, is he my dad? The girl asked excitedly. Yes, he is your father. Shen Junyao showed a beautiful smile. Boom. Donald Qin shuddered and said anxiously, Hey, this. Miss, please don't talk nonsense. I've never been married and I don't have any children. How could I be her father? I know you love your daughter, but you can't just recognize her randomly. I have seen people recognize sons randomly, but I have never seen people recognize fathers randomly. Shen Junyao stared at him and said slowly, But you are her biological father. Take a closer look, don't you think Jiabo has many similarities with you? Qin Dong was stunned for a moment, then looked at the little girl again and found that she looked very similar to him. No wonder she felt so familiar. There are so many people who look alike in the world, otherwise why would there be so many imitation shows? This doesn't prove anything, right? Besides, the first time I saw you, how could I have had a child with you? Hearing this, Shen Juanyao's face suddenly darkened, and her tone became extremely cold. Indeed, how can you be worthy of it? What do you mean? Qin Dong is dissatisfied and looks down on himself? But if I think about it carefully, she only gave me 10,000 yuan for travel expenses, how rich must she be? She is really not worthy of me. You go out first, she said coldly. The female secretary immediately asked Qin Dong to leave and went to the empty ward next door. Shen Junyao comforted her daughter before rushing over with a few strands of hair in her hand. 5 years ago, I did a test tube test in the hospital and gave birth to Jiabao. At that time, the hospital had the best resources, but I didn't expect that Jiabao would be diagnosed with a serious illness a year ago and had to undergo surgery. Otherwise, if it worsened into leukemia, she would not live for more than a few years. She stared at Donald Qin coldly and took the initiative to explain without any nonsense. Donald Qin was shocked again, because he did provide essence in the hospital for money. Wait, you suspect it's my fault? How is that possible? I'm in good health, why don't you say it's your fault? Is this what you are worried about? Shen Junyao frowned slightly. That's right, who knows whether what you said is true or not. This is Jiabao's hair. We can do a paternity test right away. Shen Junyao continued. Donald Qin hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Half an hour later, the expedited identification results came out. Qin Dong trembled all over as he looked at the line in the report. After identification, the genetic relationship between the two reached 99%, confirming that they are a parent-child relationship. At this moment, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The sudden appearance of his biological daughter was too hard for him to accept. Anything you want to say? Donald Qin recovered, raised his head and looked at the arrogant Shen Junyao, opened his mouth, and uttered a few words helplessly. What do you want me to do? Chapter 2 Wife? Jiabo has aplastic anemia and needs her parents' blood for surgery. Mine doesn't match, but yours is a high match. Shen Junyao replied, only you can save her. As for the reward, just name it. He smiled bitterly and said, you are very rich? You are so confident. What if I ask for 100 million? Can. She agreed without hesitation. Not to mention a mere 100 million, even 10 billion would not be a problem as long as it could restore her daughter's health. Ah? Donald Qin was dumbfounded. He just said it casually to prevent her from always acting superior, but he didn't expect her to agree. You really give me 100 million? Send the account to the secretary, and 50 million will be in your account immediately. She said impatiently, but you have to have the surgery as soon as possible. The doctor said Jiabao's condition cannot be delayed, otherwise she will miss the best time for surgery. How soon is as soon as possible? Tonight. Don Qin was tempted. He was just an ordinary citizen with no background or connections. He knew how difficult it was to stand out. Faced with the temptation of 100 million, who the hell could resist? I promise you, but can you let me stay with the child for a while? No problem, this is the agreement. In case both parties regret it, the money will be transferred immediately after signing. Shen Junyao nodded. After signing, Donald Sheen came to the ward alone. Dad, you're here. Garbo was very weak, but she was very excited to see him. Dad, don't you want me? When Shin Dong saw her staring at him eagerly and calling him dad all the time, he couldn't help but be moved, because this was his own flesh and blood. She has a petite and cute appearance, and has completely inherited the advantages of both him and Shen Junyao. She will definitely be a peerless beauty when she grows up. Jiabao, Dad has come to see you, how could he not want you? He collected his thoughts, walked over and said with concern. Really? Then can you hug me? Jiabao said expectantly, other children have fathers, I also want to be hugged by my father. Of course, come, let Daddy hold you. Don Qin opened his arms. Seeing this scene through the transparent glass at the door, the secretary couldn't help but say, Boss Shen, I haven't seen Jiabao so happy for a long time. Well, this year, after growing up and becoming sensible, he talked about his dad to me every day. Shen Juanyao's nose felt sore, she wiped away the tears, and continued, I thought I had the ability to give her everything and let her grow up happily. But the only thing I can't give her is fatherly love no matter how much money I spend. Evening. Before entering the operating room, Donald Sheen looked at the text message that 50 million yuan had arrived, and his mind was filled with thoughts. After being given anesthesia, he fell into a deep coma and lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, it was already noon the next day. He was lying on the hospital bed, with Shen Juanyao's secretary sitting next to him. Mr. Qin, are you awake? How do you feel? Donald Qin sat up and moved around a bit. I'm fine, just a little weak. How's the baby? The secretary smiled and said, the doctor said the operation was successful and you can be discharged after 2 days of rest. Miss is fine too and will be back in the capital to recuperate in a few days. By the way, the remaining 50 million has been transferred to you. That's good. Can I go see her? Shin Dong breathed a sigh of relief. If you feel comfortable, feel free to do so. The secretary nodded. Shin Dong got up without hesitation, put on his shoes and went out. For some reason, the first thing he cared about after waking up was not the money, but Jiabao's situation. Blood relationship is a wonderful thing. When Shin Dong confirmed that she was his own flesh and blood, he developed an inseparable feeling for her. Even if Shen Junyao didn't give him the 100 million before, Donald Qin would not watch his daughter die of a serious illness. As soon as I reached the elevator, I unexpectedly ran into 2 familiar faces coming out. Donald Qin stopped on the spot and stared at the 2 adults. They were his former boss and ex-girlfriend, Chen Jia and Zhang Xueting. Hey, Shin Dong. The 2 were also a little surprised. Seeing that he was still wearing a hospital gown, Chen Jia immediately hugged Zhang Xueting and said proudly, Donald Qin, you won't be so sick that you need to be hospitalized because of unemployment, right? You are too vulnerable to blows. A man should be able to take it and let it go. Donald Qin took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, I'm not in the mood to talk to you. Get out of the way. Zhang Xueting sneered, you're unemployed but still have such a bad temper. Luckily we broke up. Otherwise, looking at your behavior, you'd be a hopeless case and would only waste your youth. Ha ha. Chen Jie said proudly, Shin Dong, I didn't expect you to be so infatuated. You have been with Shui Ting for so long, but you have never been touched. I'm telling you in secret, her job is so good, it's really enjoyable, but it's a pity that you don't have that kind of luck. Chen Jie, I'm going to kill you. Shin Dong's eyes turned red and he grabbed Chen Jie's collar fiercely. He was really blind before and thought that Zhang Xueting didn't let him touch her because she was simple and conservative, so he chose to respect her. I didn't expect that she is such a slut behind the scenes. You idiot, are you worthy enough to touch me? Chen Jia pushed him away with disdain. Shin Dong had just finished an operation and was already weak. He took a few steps back in embarrassment and was about to fall when suddenly a pair of hands supported him from behind. What's going on? Shen Juanyao's cold voice rang in her ears. Mr. Shen, I don't know either. The secretary shook his head. Hey, Shin Dong, when did you meet this beautiful lady? When Chen Jie saw Shen Junyao, he couldn't help but be amazed. She was truly a peerless beauty, like a beauty that had walked out of a painting, so beautiful that it seemed unreal. She's my wife, what's wrong with that? Donald Chin said, do you really think I care about a bitch like Zhang Xueting? If you like her, just keep her. After all, a woman like her is not even as good as my wife. Well, wife. Shen Junyao frowned, and a chill appeared on her face. Chapter 3 Shen Junyao turns against me. Donald Chin, you're still bragging even though you're unemployed. Hearing his words, Shen Jia couldn't help but laugh and mocked, look at this beautiful lady. Everything she wears is branded. Do you think she's worthy of you? And you dare to say she's your wife? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? That's right. If I hadn't been blind, how could I have fallen in love with you? Look at your character, you'll be single for the rest of your life. Zhang Xueting sneered. Shen Junyao frowned even deeper, and said coldly, I am indeed his wife, and we have a 4-year-old daughter. If you dare to say anything bad about my man again, don't blame me for being rude. Boom. The two of them trembled slightly. They didn't expect Shen Junyao to admit it on her own initiative. After all, she wouldn't just talk nonsense about such things. She also has a child. As a woman, doesn't she care about her reputation? Donald Chin was also a little surprised and looked at her with gratitude. At least she helped protect the man's unbearable dignity. How is it possible? I've been with Donald Chin for half a year, how come I didn't know he had a child? Zhang Xueting questioned, Sister, I don't even like a loser like Donald Chin. You are so well off, it's impossible for you to like him, right? Yeah, Donald Chin, you didn't hire her to act, did you? Chen Jia calmed down, but still felt it was impossible. Do you think I'm someone who's short of money? Shen Junyao said impatiently, our daughter is upstairs. We were divorced before, and for the sake of the child, we want to remarry now. What's the problem? Yeah, what's the problem? Xin Dong said, Zhang Xueting, you didn't expect that I was married. I was just playing around with you at the beginning. Don't think I care about you, a bitch. You. Zhang Xueting was so angry that she couldn't speak. Wife, let's go and stop wasting time with these villains. After saying that, Donald Chin took the initiative to hold Shen Juanyao's hand and walked into the elevator. The secretary was stunned, thinking to herself, is this still the CEO Shen I know? This queen of the imperial capital actually admitted in front of outsiders that she is someone else's wife. Oh my god. After the elevator door closed, Shen Junyao pulled her hand out coldly and said, this is just the first time. It won't happen again. If you say I'm your wife again, you will bear the consequences yourself. Xin Dong felt the chill from her and shivered. But her little hands are so smooth and comfortable. Thank you, this is not a special case, they are my former boss and ex-girlfriend. No need to explain, I don't want to know. She interrupted expressionlessly. Donald Chin said nothing more. It was obvious that this was a difficult woman to get along with. The arrogance and coldness in her bones made it difficult to approach her. Arriving at the ward, Jiabao shouted happily, Dad, Mom. Garbo, how are you? Xin Dong walked over quickly, holding her little hand with concern. Seeing this scene, Shen Junyao frowned slightly, but finally said nothing. Dad, I'm much better. Jiabao replied, Mom said that I won't need injections or medication this time. Dad, I'm so happy. Can you take me to the playground? Of course, Dad will go with you wherever you want to go. Donald Chin rubbed her little face, and her mental state was visibly restored. It seemed that she had suffered a lot of pain before, which made people feel distressed. That's great, Mom. I want to be discharged from the hospital and go home with Dad. She looked at Shen Junyao expectantly. Jiabao, observe for a few days before going home. Shen Junyao was always patient with her daughter and said softly, if you don't want to take injections or medicine anymore, you have to listen to the doctor. That's right, Jiabao. Xin Dong followed up, only when we get our bodies in good shape can we go out and have fun. Okay, Dad, can you stay with me? I want to stay with you. She held Xin Dong's arm obediently. Of course, Daddy is right here with you. Xin Dong felt like he was melting when the little girl depended on him and acted like a spoiled child. Perhaps, this was the relationship between father and daughter. There is not much explanation. As a father, he is always willing to give his best to his children, even at the cost of his life. Shen Junyao couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Why did this guy only recognize his father and not his mother? But she didn't want to spoil her daughter's mood, so she walked out of the ward quietly. Donald, Shen and Garbo were playing small games, and the sound of father and daughter laughing could be heard from time to time. Sensing Shen Juanyao's disappointment, the secretary comforted her. Boss Shen, Garbo finally got to see her beloved father, so it's normal for her to be a little clingy. Well, I understand. It's okay. She nodded and said, the doctor said that keeping a happy mood will help recovery, so let her be. But Shen Dong surprised me a little. The secretary continued, I thought he agreed to the surgery for the money, but the first thing he did when he woke up today was not to care about whether the money had arrived, but to care about Garbo's condition. And you see, he seems to be sincere about Garbo. Shen Junyao remained silent. In fact, she was also surprised by this. After 2 days in the hospital, Shen Dong has basically recovered. He just needs to go home and eat more blood-enriching foods and there will be no problem. Garbo also recovered smoothly and stayed in hospital only 2 days longer than him. That day, Shen Dong rushed to the hospital again, but was stunned when he saw the empty ward. He then quickly ran to ask the nurse at the front desk. Mr. Chen, Miss Shen and Garbo have been discharged from the hospital. They left an hour ago. What? Donald Chen was surprised. They didn't tell me. Nurse, do you know where they went? They seem to be heading back to the capital with their accompanying doctor. They are probably at the airport right now, the nurse replied. Thanks. Donald Chen left in a hurry and rode his motorcycle all the way to the airport. What did Shen Junyao mean? Why didn't you tell him in advance? Rushing all the way to the airport, he rushed in and looked around. Mommy, it's Dad. In the VIP box, Garbo, who was in a depressed mood, suddenly saw Shen Dong through the transparent glass and excitedly slapped the glass and shouted. Shen Junyao turned around and saw him, frowned, stood up and said, Look at Garbo. After saying that, she and her secretary walked out. Donald Chen turned around and saw them. He hurried over to them and scolded them, Shen Junyao, why did you leave without telling me? Fortunately, I rushed to the hospital in time, otherwise I wouldn't have known you were gone. Is it necessary to tell you? Shen Junyao asked coldly, Who are you? Chapter 4 You don't deserve it. Donald Chen said angrily, I am Garbo's father, of course you have to tell me. Oh, you don't seem to understand the situation. She snorted, Garbo has nothing to do with you except that you are related by blood. You can't be called her father. We signed an agreement before. I paid and you cooperated with the blood transfusion. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Mr. Chen, you seem to have forgotten the agreement. Donald Chen was speechless. She glanced at Garbo, who was crying and calling for her in the box. She said with red eyes, But Garbo is my blood relative. You are wrong again. Shen Junyao said coldly, She is my child. She has only had me as her mother since she was young. She doesn't need a father, so please understand this. Otherwise, I would not have used money to negotiate with you in the first place. You. Donald Chen said anxiously, Can't you see that Garbo needs a father? You are selfish. That's because it's her first time meeting you, so she's a little dependent on you. It'll be fine once the child gets used to it. She replied, After a while, she will gradually forget about you and know that I, Shen Junyao, am her only parent. You. Donald Chen gritted his teeth and said, Shen Junyao, I can return the 100 million to you, but Garbo is my daughter, I can't lose her. I don't expect to snatch her back from you. I only have one condition, which is that I can see her anytime, and she can come to see me when she misses her dad. Shen Junyao and the secretary were a little surprised. They didn't expect that he would be willing to return the money and only recognize Garbo. I misjudged him. I thought everything he did was for the 100 million. After all, for someone like Donald Chen, he might not be able to earn that much in his lifetime. For Garbo, he was willing to give up everything. I'm sorry, but I still can't promise you. Let's just say goodbye and pretend nothing happened and go back to our own lives. Although she had a new respect for him, Shen Junyao still firmly refused because she didn't want to ruin her original life. Watching her leave indifferently, Shen Dong trembled all over. Looking at Garbo's reluctant tears through the transparent glass, his heart was broken. Stop, Shen Junyao, don't you think you are too selfish? I give you 100 million and turn you from a commoner into a rich man. Am I selfish? Shen Junyao began to get impatient with his persistence and looked at Donald Chen coldly like a queen. If you don't come to me, I can pretend that nothing happened. Donald Chen said angrily, Don't think that being rich is great. I can give you everything back. You were the one who let me know that I have a biological daughter. How could I pretend that nothing happened? Shen Junyao, I'll say it again, Jiaba needs a father. Why do you deprive her of the right to have a father? Shen Junyao trembled slightly and was suddenly speechless. Yes, what right did she have to deprive Garbo of the right to have a father? Is she really selfish? Turning to look at Garbo, who was crying bitterly, she felt a little bit reluctant because her daughter had always been her weak spot. Taking a deep breath, she looked directly at Donald Sheen and said, "You're right. She needs a father, but she doesn't need a failed father." What do you mean? Garbo is my daughter and my successor. She is destined to be extraordinary. Excuse me, but you are not worthy of being her father. She said coldly, at least not now. Boom. Donald Sheen's body shook violently. What heartbreaking words. I know you're not an ordinary person, but can you at least give me a chance? Tell me, what should I do to make you willing to let us recognize each other as father and daughter? She said meaningfully, don't say I didn't give you a chance. In 1 year, as long as you can turn the 100 million in your hand into 1 billion, I can let you recognize Jiabao. 1 billion? Yes, you don't have to agree. She nodded, but don't disturb our lives from now on. Donald Sheen's mind was turning quickly, and he suddenly had an idea. He sneered and said, okay, I agree, but I want to change the bet. Chapter 5 I'm back. What do you mean? She frowned in confusion. I only need 1.5 months, which is 45 days. Shin Dong raised his head and said, if I don't do it, I will never see you and your daughter again. But if I am lucky enough to do this, then not only will I recognize Jiabao, you will also have to be the real mother of my child and sleep with me. Do you dare? The secretary said angrily, Mr. Qin, you are flirting with Mr. Shen, how outrageous. Shen Junyao was stunned for a moment, then smiled. It was the first time that Donald Sheen saw her smile. It was like the moment when a flower blooms, so beautiful and captivating. What a stunning beauty. Shen Junyao changed the subject. Okay, it's a deal, I agree to your bet. It's a deal. I'm going to say goodbye to Garbo now. You don't want her to cry all the way. After saying that, Donald Sheen walked towards the box. The secretary said anxiously, Boss Shen, you actually agreed. Didn't you say you didn't need a man in your life? And he is clearly a toad wanting to eat swan meat and taking advantage of you. Shen Junyao raised her lips and said, haven't you investigated him? Do you think that with his ability, he can earn 1 billion in a month and a half? That seems to be true. He comes from a low-income family, has no background or connections, and is helpless. It is indeed impossible for him to achieve his goal. But what if? Nothing can happen. She said firmly, making money is easy for us, but it is as difficult as ascending to heaven for people like him. This is the cruel truth of society, and no one can break it. As soon as Qin Dong walked into the box, Jiabao ran to him crying and hugged his legs tightly. Dad, don't you want me again? Be good, Jiabao. I will be obedient. Please don't abandon me. Looking at her tearful face, Donald Sheen felt bad. He squatted down and wiped away her tears, saying softly, Girl, you are Daddy's good child. How could I not want you? Be good and listen to what you say. Go back with Mom and get well. When Dad has finished his work here, he will come find you and take you out to play. Really? She said pitifully, Dad wouldn't lie to me, would he? Dad won't lie to you. Let's make a pinky promise. Okay, pinky promise. Shin Dong watched them board the plane, and then stood outside the airport, watching the plane take off, his heart particularly determined. Because of unemployment, I have been living in a daze and like a useless person during this period. But Jiabao's appearance instantly filled him with motivation and goals. Jiabao, my lovely daughter, Dad will definitely come back to you as soon as possible, wait for me. Shen Junyao, wait for me to go to the capital and sleep with you. See if you still dare to act so high and mighty in front of me. Donald Sheen swore secretly. Of course, he knew that Shen Junyao agreed to his bet because she was sure that he would not succeed. Indeed, 1 billion is an impossible goal for him to achieve. Not to mention 1 year, even 3 years may not be enough. In that case, why not go for the big one and take an unconventional gamble? If he wins, he will take both his wife and daughter. He lost everything, since he never had it in the first place. So, over the next few days, he began his plan. A week later, he returned to his old club again, but this time, he walked in with his head held high. "Hey, Mr. Chen, why are you back? Haven't you completed the resignation procedures before? What are you doing back?" The receptionist saw him and exclaimed in surprise. It was lunchtime, and everyone was chatting about gossip after lunch. When they saw Donald Chen, they all stood up and greeted him. There were also many people who were gloating over the misfortune and couldn't help but sneer. "Donald Chen, are you unable to survive without the company? Are you coming back to beg Mr. Chen? I advise you to give up on this idea. You may not be able to come back to the company. Let me tell you one more thing. Shui Ting and Mr. Chen are together. Your previous position as director will now belong to Shui Ting. Hey, brother, your experience does make everyone feel sympathetic, but you have to look forward." Facing these people's faces, whether they really cared about him or laughed at him, Donald Chen didn't take it to heart. He just smiled and said, "Everyone, I didn't come back to find Shenjia, but to work." "Work? What do you mean?" "Shen Dong, you haven't been stimulated to the point of having a brain problem. You have been fired and there is no place for you in the company." Fang Daihua snorted coldly. The others covered their mouths and laughed. Look at him like this, is there really something wrong with his mind? At this time, Chen Jie and Zhang Shueting heard the noise and came out of the office. When they saw Qin Dong, they were stunned at first, and then they became furious. "Donald Qin, why are you still coming to the company?" Donald Qin turned to look at them and said with a half smile, "Can't I come?" "That's right, you can't come." Zhang Shueting snorted coldly, "Who do you think you are? Chen Jie has the final say in the company. Without his permission, can an outsider like you come in? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? How can an unemployed vagrant be qualified to work in our company?" "That's right, Don Qin, if you are mentally ill, go to the hospital immediately, don't embarrass yourself here." Fang Dahua and several of his colleagues followed suit and mocked Chen Jie in order to curry favor with him. "Oh, you are the biggest company?" Qin Dong asked. "If it's not me, then it's you?" Chen Jie said proudly, "For the sake of our relationship as colleagues, get out of here. Otherwise, let the security guards throw you out, and don't blame me for not giving you face." "Oh, then you try it," Qin Dong said with a smile. "Fuck, do you think I'm scaring you?" Chen Jie was so angry that he yelled and was about to call security when suddenly the group's big boss Lin Jiqian walked in from outside. "What's going on?" "Mr. Lin." Seeing him, everyone greeted him respectfully. Chen Jie was very good at flattering people. He immediately went up to him and said with a smug smile, "Boss Lin, why did you come here so suddenly? You didn't tell me in advance so that I could prepare to welcome you to inspect." Lin Jiqiang waved his hand, looked at everyone and said, "I'm not here for inspection. Since everyone is here, I'll make a formal announcement. Boss Lin, do you have any tasks for us?" Chen Jie said immediately, "Just tell us what you want us to do, and we will definitely complete it." No. Lin Jiqiang shook his head and patted Donald Qin on the shoulder and said, "I'm here to announce that from now on, this company no longer belongs to the group, but to Donald Qin." Chapter 6 I Want to Try It Too. Boom. Everyone in the audience was shocked and looked at Donald Qin in disbelief, thinking they had heard it wrong. "Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, what did you say? The company belongs to Donald Qin?" Chen Jie said in a trembling voice. "That's right. The board of directors of this company has agreed to let Don Qin acquire it, and all the formalities have been completed today. Now he is the boss of the company." Lin Jiqiang nodded and said, "As for you, all positions in the group are full. You can either stay and continue to work for Don Qin, or find another way out. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Don Qin, I wish you a prosperous business." "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Don Qin shook hands with him. Everyone was stunned, their bodies shaking violently, until Lin Jiqiang left. They gradually came to their senses and turned to look at Qin Dong, their expressions as if they had eaten shit. "Donald Qin, no, Mr. Qin, please take a seat. Boss Qin, welcome back. If you have anything to ask in the future, just tell me and I promise to do it properly. Boss Qin, have some coffee. You just became a boss, so you will definitely need a secretary in the future. Let's see what I can do." Everyone's expressions changed quickly, and they greeted Qin Dong enthusiastically. This is reality, this is human nature. Seeing everyone rushing to curry favor with Qin Dong, Shen Jie and Zhang Shueting kept trembling, their faces turned pale, and they were completely speechless. Okay, don't be nervous. I will definitely keep and reuse those who are useful to the company. Donald Sheen stood up and said loudly, but I won't keep those who try to take advantage of the situation, so everyone should be prepared. Human Resources Manager, Fei Peng, and Xingwen, come to my office immediately. After saying that, he went straight back to the largest office, which was the office used by Chen Jia. Seeing this, Chen Jia came to his senses, his mouth twitched a few times, but he couldn't speak. The entire company belonged to him, not to mention an office. It's over, it's over. Did I just call Donald Sheen a sick person? He will definitely not keep me. Those people who had just laughed at Donald Sheen in order to flatter Chen Jia could not help but become anxious. He turned to look at Chen Jia and couldn't help but feel furious. Damn it, it's all your fault, Chen Jia. If I lose my job, I'll never forgive you. Yes, you have to compensate us for our losses. They could only vent their anger on Chen Jia and Zhang Xueting. In the office, except for the HR manager, Tao Feiping and Guan Xingwen were both Qin Dong's subordinates. They were both upright people and worked diligently, and most importantly, they cared about him. Now that he is in charge, he naturally wants to keep these two core figures. After a discussion among several people, almost half of the company's employees, both executives and staff, were fired, with Chen Jia being the leader. After the discussion, Qin Dong asked them to go out and carry out the order immediately, and called Zhang Xueting in alone. Phew, it's really nice to have money. Donald Sheen leaned back in his chair, enjoying the feeling of being proud. After a while, Zhang Xueting knocked on the door and came in. Donald Sheen looked up at her and found that she was obviously nervous. Why, are you mute? Donald Sheen crossed his legs and looked at her teasingly. You should have received the personnel notice just now, right? Zhang Xueting forced a smile. Sheen, Boss Sheen, thank you for not firing me. I knew you were a sentimental person. Old love? He smiled and lit a cigarette. Isn't it great to replace my position as director during this period of time? Her heart tightened, and she hurried forward and said, Adong, I never thought of replacing you. This was all arranged by Chen Jia. In order to keep his position, he let you take the blame. I can't do anything about it. Oh, really? Donald Sheen said playfully, don't be nervous. I didn't ask you these questions. I just heard from Chen Jia that you are very good at what you do. You didn't show off your skills before, so I didn't have a chance to experience it. Now I also want to try how good you are and make Chen Jia praise you endlessly. Chapter 7 Dirty. Seeing Qin Dong smirk, Zhang Xueting shivered slightly, and then her cheeks turned red. In fact, she particularly cared about the position of director. It was Chen Jia who promised to give Qin Dong's position to her, so she returned the favor by giving herself to him. But she didn't expect that Qin Dong would suddenly change and directly take the position of boss. If she left the company, everything would have to start from scratch. How could she be willing to do that? As long as she can keep her position as director, she doesn't care who her boss is. Thinking of this, she showed a coquettish smile and walked slowly towards Qin Dong. Adong, you are so annoying. I have been with you for so long, and I have never failed to give you opportunities. It's just that you didn't seize them. How can you blame me? Looking at her flirting, Donald Sheen said with a half smile, well, it's my fault for thinking too highly of you and mistaking the lotus for a treasure. You. She dared not speak out, and continued, your chance has come now, why don't you seize it quickly? After saying this, she still had a shy expression. Donald Sheen leaned back in his chair, but I like to be passive. Hate it, I didn't realize you were so mean. She blushed and rolled her eyes, then squatted in front of Qin Dong and reached out to unbuckle his belt. Seeing her skilled appearance, Donald Sheen shook his head and smiled. Do you usually serve Chen Jia like this in the office? What, do you mean? She said dissatisfiedly. It's nothing, I'm just a germaphobe and don't like dirty things, so forget it. Qin Dong pushed her away and stood up. What did you say? Zhang Xueting's defense was broken immediately, and she angrily asked, are you kidding me? No, I just want to see your flirtatious side of trying to please others, he said jokingly. Don Qin, don't push your luck. Zhang Xueting said with red eyes, I know who you are. You don't have the money to buy the company. It must be the woman in the hospital that day, right? Aren't you also a gigolo? What qualifications do you have to criticize me? Well, you're right. Donald Sheen chuckled, but at least I'm a gigolo and I can get the position of boss. And you tried your best to please Chen Jia, but in the end you got nothing. It shows how worthless your body is. You. Zhang Xueting was incoherent and burst into tears. She covered her face and ran out quickly. Bitch. Shen Dong felt no sympathy at all. Thinking of his sincerity towards Zhang Xueting in the past, he even felt like vomiting. On that day, most of the employees, led by Chen Jia and Zhang Xueting, resigned. Maybe Chen Jia felt ashamed and didn't even dare to look at Shen Dong before leaving. However, Donald Chen was too lazy to waste time with these two villains. Now he had to focus more on his work. After all, time was limited. Thinking of the bet with Shen Junyao and the way Jiabao depended on him, he gradually calmed down. For Garbo, we must win this time. He suddenly thought of something and searched the name Shen Junyao on the internet. This woman was definitely not an ordinary person, and there might be information about her on the internet. After all, apart from knowing her name, he knew nothing else. Shen Dong wanted to know as much as possible about the child's mother. Sure enough, there was not only Shen Junyao information on the internet, but also a lot of it. Almost every social platform had her news and gossip. Shen Junyao, 30 years old, is the founder of Junyao Capital. She is involved in multiple industries, has assets of hundreds of billions, and is known as the Queen of the 100 Billionaires. In recent years, it has entered the e-commerce industry and has become the industry leader in 2 years. It has dozens of big anchors and first-line sales capabilities, and has supported hundreds of companies. Shen Dong looked at her messages and felt his scalp tingling, and he took a deep breath. Chapter 8 did it. He could see that Shen Junyao identity was not simple, but he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. At the age of 30, her assets reached 100 billion. No wonder giving him 100 million was just a joke. Even many female boxers on the internet regard her as an idol, role model, and representative of women. Because Shen Junyao once said in public that she didn't need a man and was not in favor of marriage. She was a single mother and her life could even be better without a man. These characters have won her countless fans and moved many female boxers to tears. No wonder she has such a strong aura and is always superior. She does have the capital. After reading it, Donald Chen slumped in his chair, muttering to himself, "We are both human beings, why is there such a big difference? She is only 3 years older than me, but she has a net worth of hundreds of billions." Thinking of this, he felt pressured, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Garbo had such a successful mother, but her father was. But then I thought, if I win this time, no matter how powerful she is, she will have to sleep with me and become my wife. Suddenly, he was full of motivation again. "Queen of the 100 Billionaires, I must sleep with you." In the next few days, Shen Dong asked Tao Feiping and Guan Xingwen to stop losses on all the losing projects under the company's investment, and to advance 6 months' dividends on the profitable ones in order to recover all the funds. "Boss Chen, why do you want to advance half a year's dividend? This is too risky. If we do another project within the next 6 months, we may not be able to make a profit so quickly. Wouldn't that mean we have no income for half a year?" Guan Xingwen was puzzled after hearing this. "Are you short of money? If the project funds are insufficient, we can find funding channels." "No, I want funds, not projects." Donald Chen said truthfully, "I want to do something more risky, so you must keep this matter confidential." "What do you mean? Mr. Chen, what exactly are you going to do?" Tao Feiping asked curiously. "In 1.5 months, I must earn 1 billion yuan. In such a short period of time, there is no other way except stocks." Shen Dong said solemnly, "I want to invest in Hong Kong stocks, and I will stop when I make 1 billion yuan. "What?" The two were shocked and said hurriedly, "Boss Chen, this risk is too high. If we lose, we will lose everything." "I know, but I have to do this." "You do as I say. If it succeeds, I won't treat you unfairly." Shen Dong naturally knew the risks and interrupted them. The two nodded helplessly and had to obey. In the next few days, Shen Dong has been observing the trend of Hong Kong stocks and paying attention to every stock. He wants to use his professional judgment to find an institutional stock and reap some benefits. As for why you should choose Hong Kong stocks, it is actually very simple. After all, even if the stock god Buffett comes to the share market, he will have to leave in disgrace and will not get any advantage. As everyone knows, shares are a platform specifically provided to leaks. Hong Kong stocks are flexible to operate and more suitable for him to achieve his goals. Of course, the risks are also greater, so he must be cautious. In half a month, the company recovered a total of more than 40 million yuan in funds, plus the money he had left. It was about 120 million yuan. After more than half a month of observation, he searched for information and inquired about inside information together with Tao Feiping and Guan Xingwen, and finally selected 3 stocks and invested all his money in them. That day, the 3 of them were nervously in the office, staring at the computer. Start pulling it up. Boss Qin, this one is also starting to rise. Tao Feiping and Guan Xingwen shouted excitedly. Don't worry. According to the style of the institutions, the price will go up by at least 20 points. We should sell it immediately when it reaches 18 points. Don't let the institutions take advantage of us. Donald Qin pretended to be calm, but he was actually more nervous than anyone else, and his hand holding the cigarette kept shaking. It's 10 points, Mr. Qin, this one has 10 points. Tao Feiping shouted excitedly. Hold steady. Donald Qin said in a trembling voice, they have done a thorough research on the 3 stocks in the past half month, and with the influx of funds, there must be institutional funds involved. The institution has been planning for so long, it is impossible for it to just take these 10 points. The 3 of them stared at the computer and even forgot to eat. When the market was almost closing time, Guan Xingwen jumped up. Boss Qin, it's 1600 hours, are you going to sell it? Nonsense, throw it all away, don't let the institution eat it up. Qin Dong jumped up excitedly and quickly operated on the computer to sell all his chips and exit. Ha, Mr. Qin, that's awesome. You made over 30 million today. The 2 shouted with joy, having never experienced anything so exciting before. Donald Qin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After all, there was no limit to the growth of Hong Kong stocks. If he made a mistake, there would be no recovery. Okay, the market is closed. Let's observe tomorrow's tickets, celebrate in the evening, and then continue. In this way, the playground is full of fear and trepidation, and every time the profit is made, all the funds are invested in the next stock. But maybe because he had too many bad lucks recently, luck was on his side this time. After a whole month of hard work, the 100 million finally reached 1 billion. Qin Dong knew when to quit. After taking advantage of loopholes for so long, they must have been targeted by the organization. It would be difficult for them to gain any advantage if they continued like this, and they might even fail. So, he simply closed his account, lay back in his chair and took a deep breath. I did it. Chapter 9. Your dad is here. Boss Qin, congratulations. We haven't done anything this month except watching the stock market. Fortunately, we won this time. Tao Feiping and Guan Xingwen said with a smile that this month was definitely the most exciting time in their lives. Donald Qin calmed down a little and said to the 2, you have worked hard to collect information during this period. I will transfer some money to you. Have a good rest and celebrate. In addition, the company's affairs will resume normal operations. I'm going to the imperial capital. The company depends on you. Hearing this, the 2 of them thanked him and said, thank you, Mr. Qin. How long will you be in the capital? I'm not sure yet. I'm leaving now. Call me if you need anything. Donald Qin left happily. Standing on the road, he felt extremely happy. A month ago, he was still an unemployed vagrant who barely made a living by driving a motorcycle, but now, he is a man with $1 billion in assets. The excitement didn't last long. When she thought of Shen Junyao, the queen of the imperial capital with hundreds of billions of assets, she felt the huge gap. Don't be too happy too soon. No matter what, go to the capital and sleep with her first. Donald Qin knew that as long as he captured Shen Junyao, he and Jia Bao would be able to recognize each other and the family of 3 would be reunited. At this time, a business car stopped in front of him, and Shen Jia got out with 5 or 6 strong men. Don Qin, I'm going to kill you today. During this period, Shen Jia interviewed several companies, but failed in all of them. He was doing well as a CEO, but Donald Qin made him lose everything, so he naturally couldn't swallow this humiliation. Donald Qin frowned and asked, what do you want to do? You've hurt me so badly, what do you think I'm going to do? Shen Jia gritted his teeth and said, even if you're the boss now, I'll still deal with you. Brothers, kill him. Shen Jia and the 6 sturdy men rushed forward and kicked and beat Qin Dong all over the face. One punch is no match for 4 hands. Qin Dong fought back a few times before being kicked to the ground. Blood flowed down his cheek, into his neck, and dripped into the jade pendant he was wearing. Ah! The jade pendant clearly flashed several rays of light. Qin Dong groaned in pain, and then his body seemed to be filled with strength, and he jumped up from the ground in pain. Shen Jia and others were thrown several meters away, fell to the ground in a mess, and stared at Qin Dong in disbelief. What's wrong with this guy? He was beaten like this, where does he get so much strength? Fuck, brothers, this guy won't obey. Go ahead and beat him to death. Chen Jie was furious and rushed forward again. Donald Sheen's eyes turned red, and he fought back fiercely, punching Chen Jie in the face. Bang! This punch directly knocked Chen Jie 3 meters away. He collapsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth, and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Seeing this, the strong men couldn't help but stop and stared at Qin Dong in fear. Beating someone like this with just one punch? This is too scary. How come he has become a completely different person? Are you still going up? Fuck it, hurry up and send Chen Jie to the hospital. We haven't received the money yet, so don't let him die. They looked at each other, then lifted the unconscious Chen Jie into the car and left. Donald Sheen was staggering, kneeling on one knee on the ground, covering his aching head. It was unknown how long it took before he gradually recovered and opened his eyes. What's going on? He suddenly felt something flowing inside his body, full of power. In his mind, there were several more secret books, namely Wuji Kung Fu, Wuji Swordsmanship, and Saint Dr. Alchemy. This. Qin Dong was shocked and found it hard to believe. Why did these things appear in his mind out of nowhere? Could this be the legendary inheritance technique? The method of cultivation? He looked around and went to a nearby clinic to treat his wound. Only then did he notice that the jade pendant on his chest had changed from its original bluish-white color to inky black. How could this happen? Could it be related to this jade pendant? I remember my father once said that this jade pendant was a family heirloom, passed down from generation to generation since the Han Dynasty. Wearing it would protect the ancestor's safety, so when Qin Dong was born, he always wore it and never took it off. After leaving the clinic, he quickly went home, eager to find out what was going on. He flipped through the book curiously and started practicing according to the spells. He was immersed in it unknowingly and forgot everything else. When I opened my eyes again, it was 3 days later. He raised his hands, a stream of spiritual energy flowed through his hands, and waves of warmth came from his dantian, which was very comfortable. The whole body seems to be refined and reaches an unprecedented state. It's amazing. I didn't expect that my Qin family had such a powerful ancestor who hid the inheritance in the jade pendant for future generations. Donald Qin stood up happily. With these skills, he was no longer the little character who was bullied by others. He collected his thoughts, and when he took out his cell phone to check the time, he was shocked to find it was already the 18th. It's bad. If we don't go to the capital, we will be out of time. He quickly showered, changed his clothes, and booked a flight. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he successfully boarded the flight to the imperial capital. Looking at the clouds in the sky, he couldn't help but smile. Jiabao, your dad is here. Daddy is very capable now, and has billions of dollars. Let's see if your mom still dares to say that I am a failed father. Donald Sheen was full of confidence, and he even started thinking about how Shen Junya would fulfill her promise and sleep in the same bed with him. Thinking of her perfect sexy body curves, angelic face, delicate white skin. His nose suddenly felt hot and he quickly calmed down. Chapter 10. My wife is Shen Junya. Evening. Donald Sheen came out of the imperial capital airport. Shen Junya had left him the address before, so he took a taxi directly there. Looking at the night view of the imperial capital, the streets are bustling with traffic, much more prosperous than the South City. Young man, are you working from outside the city? The driver suddenly joked, you are so young and yet you can live in Qingshan district. You must be quite capable. Master, I'm here to look for my wife and children. Donald Sheen responded with a smile, and chatted with his master all the way until they finally reached their destination. But when he rang the doorbell as expected, he found that it was an old lady who opened the door and scolded him. Only then did Qin Dong realize that he had been tricked. Shen Junya, how dare you give me a fake address? Donald Sheen was furious and walked out cursing, but this was a villa area and it was difficult to get a taxi. He called Didi for a long time, but no one even took the order. Okay, you've got it. Don't think I can't find you. Then I'll show you how I can deal with you. Donald Sheen took a deep breath and calmed down his anger. Shen Junya was considered a celebrity in the imperial capital, so it shouldn't be difficult to find her. But now I have no relatives, I'm starving, and I can't get a taxi. It's really depressing. As I was walking, I suddenly saw several cars parked in the middle of the road in front of me, and several men in black were besieging a 50-year-old man. Fight? Donald Sheen slowed down his pace and watched the excitement with his bag on his back. Bang! I saw a tall man in black, with agile movements, who jumped up and kicked the old man in the chest. The old man crashed into the car, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Grandpa, what should we do? Butler Lou was no match for them. There was also a man in his 60s and a girl in her 20s in the car. They are Tianxia's people. We are in trouble. A trace of worry appeared on Lin Tianxiong's face. If you don't want to die, ask the people in the car to hand over the things. You should know that you must get the things that Tianxia has set his eyes on. The man in black stared at Butler Lou with sharp eyes. Butler Lou's face turned pale, and suddenly a voice came from not far away. Are people in the imperial capital so rude? I can't stand seeing a few grown men bullying an old man. Hearing this, everyone looked over. The man in black frowned and saw that Donald Sheen was still carrying a bag, like a passerby. If you don't want to die, get out of here. So fierce? Donald Sheen shook his head. But I said, I can't stand the majority bullying the minority. The other party is an old man. Do you have any manners? Butler Lou looked at the young man speechlessly, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. This guy has a good heart, but he also needs to know the situation clearly. Can't he see that the other party is not an ordinary person? Does he think that the other party is a gangster? Do you really want to die? The man in black said impatiently. How can I die? I'm going to kill you now. The man in black could no longer bear it, so he rushed towards Qin Dong and punched him on the top of his head. Bang! Donald Qin tilted his body, then threw a punch, hitting him hard. Well. The man in black groaned, flew 5 meters away, vomiting blood. You. Everyone stared at Qin Dong in horror, shocked. Black Bear is a top-notch warrior, but he was seriously injured by this brat's punch? Who are you? Your strength is so terrifying. Black Bear slowly got up, stared at Qin Dong and asked. I'm just a kind person passing by. Donald Sheen waved his hand and said, besides, I use less than half of my strength. You are no match for me. Get out of here. You. Black Bear was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but this man's strength was unfathomable, and he didn't dare to act rashly now that he was seriously injured. He could only grit his teeth and lead his men away. I'll find you, kid. Before leaving, he made some harsh remarks. Uncle, are you okay? Donald Sheen didn't take it to heart and went to check on Butler Lou's injuries. Thank you, I'm fine, just slightly injured. Butler Lou said gratefully. Wow, handsome guy, you are so awesome. At this time, Lin Tianxiong and Lin Kersen got out of the car, and she stared at Qin Dong with surprise on her face. Donald Sheen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there was someone else in the car. He laughed dryly and said, thank you for the compliment. I just saw something unfair. Since there's nothing wrong, I'll leave first. After saying that, he turned and left. Hey, young man, please stay. Lin Tianxiong hurriedly called out, you saved us. I cannot thank you enough. Please leave your name. I will repay you in the future. Uncle, don't be so polite. It's just a small favor. Qin Dong replied. But with just a little effort, you have solved a difficult problem for us. Lin Tianxiong invited, my family lives in the community in front. If it's convenient for you, why don't you go back and have a quick meal before leaving? When he heard about eating, Qin Dong hesitated, because he was really hungry. He hadn't eaten a single bite during the day because he was rushing to catch a flight. Brother, just go ahead. You can't get a taxi if you walk alone. I'll take you there after you've eaten. Okay, that's troublesome. When Donald Sheen heard this, he had no reason to hesitate. So he got into the other person's car and came to the Qingshan Villa district again. Please come in, my friend. Don't be restrained. Just treat it as your own home. The car drove into a mansion. Lin Tianxiong welcomed everyone warmly, while Lin Kersen asked the servants to cook quickly and make tea for Qin Dong. Young man, what's your name? After taking his seat, Lin Tianxiong looked at him carefully and asked kindly, judging from your attire and accent, do you seem to be from out of town? Yes, sir, my name is Qin Dong. He said truthfully, it is indeed my first time in the capital. I wanted to find my wife and children, but I went to the wrong place, hee. Wife and children? Lin Kersen asked in surprise, brother, you got married at such a young age? Well, it's a long story. Anyway, the child is already 4 years old. Qin Dong laughed dryly. You're this old? You got married early. She asked curiously, but you're really good. You just punched that big fool and seriously injured him. Yes, I don't know which school your master came from. It is rare to be able to teach a young strong man like you. Lin Tianxiong followed. I inherited it from my ancestors. I have been practicing martial arts since I was a child. Qin Dong didn't know how to explain it, so he just made up an excuse. Besides, he didn't lie, as these skills were passed down from his ancestors. After a while, the servants prepared the meal and they chatted during the meal and got to know each other. Lin Tianxiong and Butler Lu looked at each other and could see that Donald Qin did not seem to be lying. This kid looked like a fool and had no sense of the underworld at all. Lin Tianxiong couldn't help but want to win over such an extraordinary and powerful person with a clean background, so he asked. Don Qin, you're here to look for your wife and children. Don't you know where they live? If it's convenient, tell me their names. Maybe I can help you find them. Donald Qin hesitated. This family could live in such a nice mansion, so they must not be ordinary people. So he replied, my wife's name is Shen Junyao. Have you heard of her? Puff. Lin Kerson suddenly spit out the wine she had just drunk, coughed violently a few times, and then glared at Donald Qin. Your wife is Shen Junyao? The Shen Junyao who is known as the queen of the imperial capital. Yes, it's her, Miss Lin, do you know her? Qin Dong asked in surprise. Chapter 11. She should be home. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Lin Kerson looked at him in disbelief. Brother, although I have met Shen Junyao a few times, I am not familiar with her. Most people in the capital know that she is a single mother. How could she be your wife? If she hadn't seen Donald Qin defeat the man in black and save them, Lin Kerson would have definitely thought he was a psychopath. Who was Shen Junyao? The queen of the imperial capital. How many rich young men could not get her love? And she has stated more than once in public that she is a single mother and has no plans to get married in her life, so how could she have a husband? How could my wife be wrong? Donald Qin replied, I am the father of the child, Miss Lin, so please take me to find her. Lin Kerson still felt it was a bit absurd and wanted to continue to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Tianxiong. No problem, Kerson, then you can take Qin Dong to find his wife and children. Yes. She had no choice but to agree. After having a good meal and a good drink, Lin Tianxiong no longer had any suspicion of Donald Qin, and he cordially asked him to stay. It's getting late, and it may be inconvenient to go look for your wife and children. Why don't you just stay overnight and let Kuxin take you there tomorrow morning? Is this appropriate? Donald Qin was afraid of bothering others. What's inappropriate, Brother Qin? Look at my house. It's so big, and there are so many rooms. Lin Kerson smiled and said, my parents don't usually live here, so you can stay here without worry. I want to chat with you for a while. Okay, then I'd rather obey than be polite. Sorry to bother you, Uncle Lin. Qin Dong said gratefully. Arriving at the guest room, Donald Qin took a shower and then sat on the balcony. Just as he was about to practice, the door rang. Brother Qin, are you asleep? He opened the door and saw Lin Kerson standing outside in a white nightgown, revealing her slender arms and collarbones, as well as a hint of cleavage at her neckline, which was very eye-catching. No, Miss Lin, is there anything else? Qin Dong asked politely. Call me Kuxin, don't be so distant. She raised the red wine in her hand. I have a bottle of good wine here, how about drinking some together? I also want to hear what happened between you and Shen Junyao. Okay. Donald Qin also wanted to learn more about Shen Junyao from her. So the two of them sat on the balcony, drinking and chatting. Brother Qin, how did you and Shen Junyao know each other? Donald Qin did not hide anything and simply explained the matter. After hearing this, Lin Kerson opened her mouth in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, so? Garbo is really your daughter? The outside world has been speculating about who Garbo's biological father is, but there has been no news for many years. I didn't expect that Shen Junyao was doing IVF in the hospital. No wonder. Kuxin, I've told you the truth. You must help me find them tomorrow. Donald Qin said solemnly, also, this matter must be kept secret. I don't want to cause any trouble to them. She recovered and nodded, don't worry, you trust me so much, how could I betray you? But you are only Garbo's biological father, and you are not married to her. Will she recognize you? Donald Sheen smiled and said, "Of course, we have an agreement, and this time I am here to fulfill my promise." "Okay, then I wish you a smooth reunion with the mother and daughter." Lynn Curson raised her glass. The two finished their drinks and talked a lot. Lynn Curson also learned more about Shen Junyao, including some of her deeds. "The more I know, the more I feel how outstanding Shen Junyao is." Shen Dong did not sleep that night. After Lynn Curson left, he started practicing. Although he now possesses a certain level of strength, he has not yet fully comprehended those spells, so he needs to figure them out as quickly as possible and improve himself. Especially when you arrive in the imperial capital where you are unfamiliar with the place, the stronger you are, the more confident you will be. When I opened my eyes again, it was already the next morning and the dazzling sun was hanging high in the sky. He felt the more abundant spiritual energy and strength in his body and raised the corners of his mouth. This should be the chi condensation stage, but unfortunately I can only practice the first two moves of the Wuji technique. At this time, Lin Curson knocked on the door and called out, "Brother Qin, are you awake? Come and have breakfast and go find your sister-in-law." "Oh, right away." When Donald Qin heard this, he quickly responded, then washed up and went out. After a hearty breakfast, Donald Qin said goodbye to Lin Tianxiong, then got into Lin Curson's car and left. More than half an hour later, Lin Curson drove to a suburban manor and explained, "I asked someone and found out that Shen Junyao didn't go to the company these days and stayed at home with the children, so they should be at home." "Well, thank you for your help." Shen Dong was looking forward to seeing his daughter soon. Chapter 12, Meeting Shen Junyao again. The car stopped outside the gate of the manor. Donald Qin got out of the car and looked around. He asked in surprise, "They live here?" "That's right, my sister-in-law is not an ordinary person." Lin Curson joked, "She spent hundreds of millions to buy this land, and then spent several hundred million to build this manor. With her financial resources, it shouldn't be a big deal." Donald Qin smiled bitterly and said, "Kuxin, thank you for sending me. Go back. Are you sure you don't want me to wait for you? What if they are not at home? There will be no taxi here." She replied, "It's okay, I can wait for them to come home." Shen Dong said, "It's enough to know that they live here." "Okay, leave me your phone number. If you need a car again, call me anytime." Lin Curson took out her cell phone and said playfully. Donald Qin smiled and the two exchanged contact information. After she left, Donald Qin pressed the doorbell. After a while, two bodyguards in black opened the door, looked at Donald Qin and asked in confusion, "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Shen Junyao." He said truthfully, "My name is Qin Dong. You can't go in. Wait for me to notify the boss." The bodyguard stopped him and replied. Donald Qin nodded helplessly and could only wait there. But from this, it can be seen that Shen Junyao is likely to be at home. About 10 minutes later, the bodyguard came back and said, "Mr. Qin, please come in." "Thanks." He was very excited and found out that he was at home. The last time they met, this woman always acted superior, while he was still an unemployed vagrant. Facing this strong woman, Donald Qin always felt unsure and even a little inferior. But now he has won the bet and has also inherited the legacy from his ancestors. He is full of confidence no matter who he faces. Therefore, no matter how luxurious the manor was, he would walk in with his head held high. "Is it just for nothing to support you? In 3 months, you can only produce this kind of performance for me? If you can't do it well, tell me and I'll replace you immediately." As soon as he walked into the mansion, he saw Shen Junyao sitting on the sofa, domineeringly scolding two middle-aged men in suits. The two were scolded so much that they dared not breathe. They whispered, "Boss Shen, please give me another chance. I promise that the performance will improve this month." "Yes, Mr. Shen, I will definitely be able to handle it and give you a satisfactory answer." Shen Junyao looked at them and said coldly, "If you bring me such a report next month, just quit. You are not worthy of being my employees. Get out." "Yes, yes." The two grown men retreated one after another, wiping their cold sweats. Shen Dong was amazed at the scene. Most people couldn't stand the aura of this woman. It was too scary. "Boss, Mr. Qin is here." The bodyguard called out. Shen Junyao drank some water and slowly turned her head. When she met Shen Dong's eyes, she was obviously stunned, and then frowned. "It really is him." She waved the bodyguard away and asked, "How did you find this place?" Donald Qin walked over and said unhappily, "How dare you ask me why you gave me a fake address and made me almost sleep on the street last night? She said expressionlessly, because I don't want to see you at all. Why, you lost 100 million and you still want to ask me for money? Don Chen, I never said I would provide you with any support. If you lose, you lose. Remember what you said before. Oh, you really look down on me from the bottom of your heart. Donald Chen stared at her beautiful and cold face and snorted, Don't worry, I remember everything clearly, so I came to see you. Where's Garbo? Chapter 13, Cheating? What do you mean? Shen Junyao frowned and asked, You earned 1 billion? Yes, I made money. Donald Chen walked slowly in front of her and looked directly into her beautiful eyes. Luckily, I won this time. There is 1 billion in the card. You can check it, or you can go to South City to confirm it. Boom! Shen Junyao trembled slightly, looking at the card in his hand in disbelief. No wonder he acted much more confident than before when they met this time. It turned out that he did it. But how is it possible? It's only been a month and a half. He is a powerless person at the bottom of society. Even if he is given 100 million, he can't earn 10 billion in such a short time. Why don't you say anything? The famous President Shen, the queen of the imperial capital, you won't break your promise, right? Donald Chen said jokingly, It won't sound good if it gets out. Seeing his smug expression, Shen Junyao came to her senses, sat down with a gloomy face, then turned on the computer and logged into the bank to check the balance on his card. When the number showed that there were really 10 billion, her face became even uglier and she stared at Donald Chen. You must have cheated. How did you do it? Take out a loan? Donald Chen smiled and said, Boss Shen, I didn't take out a loan. To tell you the truth, this is what I earned from the stock market. He roughly explained what happened, but after listening to it, Shen Junyao still found it unbelievable. I didn't expect that what the secretary said was right. Qin Dong actually won with that 1 in 10,000 probability. For a moment, the queen of the imperial capital was unusually at a loss. After all, she had never thought that Qin Dong could win, and she didn't want her original life to be disrupted. Shen Junyao, you don't really want to cheat, do you? Seeing her expression constantly changing, Donald Chen said anxiously, I tell you, it's no use playing dirty. Garbo is my daughter, and as a father, I don't think my request is excessive at all. I have already fulfilled your request, now you should also fulfill mine. Shen Junyao took a deep breath and said to him, Donald Chen, I really want to break my promise. I was really surprised that you could make 1 billion. I was not prepared at all. How about this? I'll give you 10 billion and ask you to leave our lives. This is my greatest sincerity. 10 billion is enough for you to be rich and prosperous and live the life that countless people dream of. Donald Chen was angry and said unhappily, Shen Junyao, let me tell you again, I didn't meet Garbo for money. I don't want a penny from you. I just want to be a good father to Garbo and give her the fatherly love she deserves. Is my request too much? Why are you always so selfish? I'm telling you, even if you want to go back on your word, I won't agree to it. Seeing that he was so determined, Shen Junyao said coldly, What qualifications do you have to say this? Don't forget that if it weren't for me, you would still be an unemployed vagrant. People should know how to be content. If you want everything, you will only lose everything in the end. I advise you to accept my offer, lest you regret it. Donald Chen stood up, stared at her and said in a deep voice, Are you threatening me? Yes, people should know how to be content. Garbo is also my flesh and blood. What's wrong with me recognizing my own child? If you want to take everything back, I'll give it all to you without you having to do anything, but I have to meet Garbo. Oh, and according to our previous agreement, if I win, you have to sleep with me. You are wishful thinking. Shen Junyao stood up angrily, her cheeks flushed. This guy actually wanted to take advantage of her. How despicable. Chapter 14, A fait accompli. It seems like you really want to cheat, but I did win. Donald Chen said playfully, Shen Junyao, you are Garbo's mother, the mother of my child. So I respect you. I won't argue with you because you're angry. Now I just want to see Garbo. Where is she? Shen Junyao took a deep breath and calmed down her anger, but she did lose the bet and was in the wrong, so she couldn't argue with him. She has recovered enough to go back to school, and will be able to go home in the afternoon. Oh, Garbo is 4 years old and it's time for her to go to kindergarten. Qin Dong nodded, okay, then I'll wait for her to come back home. Hey, I'm a guest after all, I should at least let her drink some water, right? Get it yourself. She went upstairs with a gloomy face. Hey, Sister Shen, you're a celebrity, Donald Sheen shouted. If you dare to break your promise, I'll tell everyone that I'm the father of the child. I don't know what your reputation will become then, so you should think carefully. How dare you? Shen Junyao turned around suddenly and glared at him fiercely, with her aura fully released, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Well, I don't dare. Donald Sheen nodded, but in order to meet Jiabao, I have no other choice. You. She was so angry that she couldn't speak and went upstairs with gritted teeth. At this moment, she did have the idea of killing Donald Sheen. But she thought that he was Jiabao's biological father after all. Would Jiabao blame her in the future? Thinking of this, she could only give up the idea. This time she made a mistake and fell flat on her face. Qin Dong was practicing all the time and couldn't sleep last night. He was bored and stayed in the living room, so he simply lay down and fell asleep. Shen Junyao went downstairs to get some water and saw him snoring. She was furious. This guy really didn't treat himself as an outsider. If you look closely, this guy is actually quite handsome. It seems that he is not as useless as he thought. If you think about it carefully, he can make so much money in a short time. It is also a skill. Shen Junyao suddenly felt that he wasn't that annoying anymore. Boss, the lady is back from school. At this time, the bodyguard brought Jiabao back from outside. As soon as she entered the house, the little girl excitedly shouted, "Mommy, I'm hungry, can we have pizza tonight?" "Baby, you're home. Were you good in school today?" Shen Junyao was always so gentle and kind in front of her daughter. She rubbed her little face and said, "You are not well now. You can't eat food outside. Mommy has asked Auntie to buy vegetables. Eat an apple first." "Okay." Garbo said, a little disappointed. "Garbo, look who I am." Qin Dong was woken up and saw Jiabao, whom he had been thinking about. He stood up happily and said, "Dad, Dad." Garbo turned around and saw him, and immediately rushed over in surprise. Donald Sheen picked her up and said with a smile, "Do you miss your dad?" "Think, Dad, why did you come just now?" She complained, "You said you would take me out to play." "Dad is here, how about we go out and play on the weekend?" "Great, we can finally go out and play," she shouted happily. Seeing this scene, Shen Junyao couldn't help but feel complicated. She could naturally see that Jiabao likes Qin Dong. Do we really want them to recognize each other as father and daughter? Putting away her thoughts, she said coldly, "Who allowed you to take Jiabao to play? She's recovered well now, why can't she go?" Donald Sheen asked, "Children should be happy. You're so busy at work, and you don't have time to play with her. That's why she needs me as her father." Shen Junyao was speechless. She was indeed busy with work and had little time to accompany her daughter. She felt guilty about this, so she put aside a lot of work during this period and accompanied her daughter to recover. "Boss Shen, I'm back from shopping. I'll cook right away." At this time, the nanny came back from outside carrying vegetables. Shen Junyao nodded slightly. "Big sister, let me do it." Qin Dong put Jiabao down and said with a smile, "I want to cook a meal for Jiabao." "Who are you?" The nanny looked at him puzzledly. "Garbo's father." "What, you are Garbo's father?" the nanny asked in surprise. Shen Junyao was speechless, but didn't know what to say. Jiabao said excitedly, "That's right, Auntie Nanny, he is my dad. I will have a dad to accompany me from now on." Then, the nanny asked Shen Junyao for instructions. "Is the food you cook edible?" she questioned. "I thought everyone was like you." Donald Sheen snorted. "Which child from a poor family doesn't he know how to cook?" As he spoke, he took the dishes into the kitchen and started working. After about an hour, he finished cooking all the dishes the nanny bought and placed them on the table in abundance. "Wow, the food Dad cooked smells so good." Garbo was very supportive and shouted happily, "Eat quickly." Donald Sheen smiled and picked up some food for her. Shen Junyao swallowed her saliva and had to admit that the dishes made by Qin Dong looked delicious and indeed appetizing. "Sister Shen, do you need me to greet you in your own home?" Seeing that she didn't move her chopsticks, Donald Sheen couldn't help but remind her. "Who are you calling big sister?" She said coldly, "If you dare to call me that again, I will get out right now." I looked up your information online. You are 3 years older than me. Is it right to call me sister?" Donald Chin explained innocently, it seems that we are not that close to each other if we call Junyao. The full name is too formal, so I think calling you sister is more appropriate. I said, don't scream. Shen Junyao gritted her teeth secretly. This idiot, doesn't he understand that a woman's age is taboo? 30 is the most sensitive age for women, and they are most afraid of being called old. What's my name then? Casual. After saying that, she picked up the chopsticks and started eating. The more she ate, the more delicious it tasted. This guy is really good at cooking. His cooking skills are no worse than those of a nanny. She even couldn't help but eat an extra bowl of rice than usual. Even so, after eating, she said mercilessly, it's dark, you should leave. Ah, Dad, you still want to go? Jabo almost cried when she heard this and looked at Qin eagerly. I won't leave. Donald Chin rubbed her little face and said, Dad came all the way here to accompany you, how could he leave? Hey, I came all the way here, at least let me stay with Jabo for a few more days. It won't be too late to move out once I find a place to live. Besides what? She frowned. Besides, Garbo can't bear to leave me. Donald Chin wanted to say that according to the bet, they had to sleep together, but seeing how she looked, he knew she would definitely not agree. In that case, why not stay and find an opportunity to make the matter a fait accompli at night? As long as I can capture her, I don't believe she can still drive me away, right? Mommy, please don't chase Dad away. I want to be with him. Garbo pleaded. Shen Junyao softened her heart and said helplessly, okay, but you can only stay for 2 days at most. No problem. Donald Chin readily agreed, thinking to himself that this was not up to you, how could I let you cheat? After having a good meal and a good drink, Donald Chin took Jaba to play on the lawn. He took the opportunity to check her body with his divine medical skills. She had indeed recovered well, but she was still a little weak after a major operation. It seems that I have to learn how to use alchemy as soon as possible so that Garbo won't get sick again. After playing tired, Jaba went back, took a shower and fell asleep soon after. Shindons came to the guest room that the nanny had prepared, sat cross-legged on the balcony, and practiced until midnight, when he slowly opened his eyes. Except for the bodyguards guarding outside, everyone in the room was asleep. He climbed up to Shinjuanyao's balcony silently, and then walked in gently. The dim and soft moonlight shone in through the window, and I could vaguely see a graceful woman lying on the Simmons mattress. The room was even filled with her faint body fragrance. Donald Chin slowly approached, and it was indeed Shinjuanyao. She was wearing a suspender nightgown, with a blanket spread out to one side, and she was breathing out the breath of a deep sleep. Staring at the pair of snow-white, slender legs, Donald Chin's heart beat faster and his nose became hot. You can't blame me, this is what we agreed on before. Donald Chin hesitated for a moment and put all his worries behind him. He now just wanted to be intimate with this gorgeous beauty. So, he climbed up gently and lay down next to Shinjuanyao. Looking at the pair of elegantly placed legs, he slowly reached out his hand. Hiss. Shindong was shocked and felt a cool and smooth feeling in his hand, which made him feel full of blood. He couldn't help but put his hand into her skirt. Chapter 15, Crazy Shinjuanyao. Shindong was so excited that he couldn't help but move his hands harder, and soon woke up Shinjuanyao. She suddenly opened her eyes, jumped up in fright, and then turned on the light. Seeing Donald Chin lying on her bed, she exploded and pointed at him angrily, Why, are you here? Looking at the angry Shinjuanyao, Shindong was a little at a loss, but after thinking about it, he said confidently, Of course. I am here to fulfill my promise. We agreed before that as long as I win, you will sleep with me. Asshole, you shameless bastard. She was so angry that she yelled and completely ignored her image as the queen of the capital. She said madly, Who gave you the courage to come to my room? You even dared to lie next to me and touch me. If it weren't for Garbo, I would have someone kill you right now. Get out of my house right now. Donald Chin reminded, Keep your voice down, aren't you afraid of waking everyone up? Shinjuanyao, this is what you promised me before, I won't give you the chance to break your promise. After saying that, Donald Chin grabbed her arm regardless of everything, pulled her into his arms, then turned over and pressed on her, his whole body hot, and he said, Shinjuanyao, don't worry, I will definitely treat you and Jabo well. What do you want to do? Shinjuanyao couldn't help but panic. She underestimated a man who was blinded by desire. Seeing the heat in Shindong's eyes, she struggled nervously and pushed him away. You bastard, let me go. Shindong, I promise you will die an ugly death. This is what we agreed on before. Why do you have the final say? Donald Chin suddenly lowered his head and covered her mouth. Ah! Shen Junyao struggled for a few times and actually bit his lips, causing them to bleed in pain. Chin Dong, calm down and listen to me. Donald Chin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and indeed calmed down a little. He looked at her nervously and asked, "What do you want to say? Do you think this is appropriate? Let's both compromise. I promise to let you recognize Jiabao, but forget about sleeping together. How about that?" She was really a little scared of Donald Chin. After all, in this situation, if he really forced himself on her. Donald Chin hesitated for a moment, looking at the beauty in front of him. He was not a beast who would forcefully bully a woman, even though Shen Junyao was very attractive at the moment. But she was Garbo's mother after all, and he didn't want to go too far. You're not going to go back on your word again, are you? No, I swear. Shen Junyao said immediately. Okay, if you dare to lie to me again, I will never be soft-hearted next time. Shen Dong reluctantly let go of her and stood up. Bang! As soon as he stood up, Shen Junyao slapped him hard on the face and said with red eyes, "I warn you, this is the last time, otherwise even if Jiabao will blame me in the future, I will kill you. Besides, Garbo doesn't want to have a father who's like a beast." You? Donald Chin didn't expect that she would turn hostile so quickly. He covered his burning cheeks and said angrily, "Don't say such harsh words. It's obviously you who can't stand losing and is cheating. I have already promised you to take a step back. Why are you blaming me now?" Shen Junyao was in the wrong, so she could only say coldly, "Get lost, get back to your room immediately. If you dare to enter this room again in the future, you will never see Jiabao again." Seeing that she was serious, Donald Chin didn't dare to provoke her any further and could only leave in disgrace. Asshole, he actually. Shen Junyao rarely lost her composure and stomped her feet madly. Thinking of being flirted with by Donald Chin, she gnashed her teeth in anger. She had never been so close to a man before. If she hadn't wanted to avoid marriage, how could she have dared to go to the hospital to get pregnant through in vitro fertilization? In order to escape a man she doesn't want to marry, she would rather remain pregnant and suffer all kinds of rumors than be alone. But now she, who had kept her chastity like a jade, had been defiled by that bastard Chin Dong. The next day, Chin Dong still didn't sleep and practiced until morning. Then he and his bodyguard sent Jiabao to school. The time spent together as father and daughter was always so happy. After personally sending her to school, Chin Dong returned to the villa. Why did you come back if you don't hurry up and find a house? Shen Junyao was wearing a professional uniform and delicate makeup, and she slowly came down from upstairs. Jiabao has recovered and gone to school, and it's time for her to go to the company. Seeing Chin Dong, she couldn't help but think of the scene last night. She didn't want to let this man live in her house for a moment. Chin Dong looked at her who was like a queen, with her powerful aura and hot body, and secretly regretted why he had agreed to her last night. If I could capture this exquisite beauty, it wouldn't be a bad idea to become a beast. Ahem, let's discuss whether I can continue to live here. You are so busy at work, I can spend more time with Jiabao. Don't worry, I will pay the rent. Shen Junyao was so angry that she laughed. She said coldly, "You'd better go out and dream. I only agreed to let you stay for 2 days. If you don't leave by then, don't blame me for going back on my word." After saying that, she walked out in her high heels. You really don't give me any face at all. Donald Chin sighed helplessly. In fact, he knew that Shen Junyao, a proud and successful woman, did not approve of him in her heart, so she was so unkind. Even if you are the queen of the imperial capital, one day I will make you look up to me. Calming down his mind, he called Lin Kurson. After all, she was the only one he knew in the capital. Brother Chin, are you looking for me? Lin Kurson was very happy to receive his call. Well, Coxin, I'd like to trouble you for help with something. Would we like to meet? Chin Dong replied. Okay, I'll go find you then. She hung up the phone cheerfully. Donald Chin packed up and waited outside the manor for more than half an hour before Lin Kurson arrived in a Ferrari. Brother Chin, how are you? Have you been reunited with your wife and children? Lin Kurson joked. We are reunited, but... He found it difficult to speak. But Shen Junyao doesn't admit that you are husband and wife, right? Lin Kurson said, that's normal. A woman like Shen Junyao won't be nice to you easily even for the sake of the child. Yeah, after all, she doesn't recognize me. He smiled bitterly, in her eyes, I'm probably just a man who has accomplished nothing. Not entirely. Lin Kurson comforted, I also heard from others that she deliberately got pregnant with someone else's child in order to escape marriage, and was willing to bear the reputation of having a child out of wedlock. The person she escaped marriage with was said to be the son of the richest man in Jiangnan. From this point of view, she doesn't value a man's power. You still have a chance. Besides, you are a great master, how can you achieve nothing? Donald Chin was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion, there is such a thing. No wonder she went to the hospital for test tubes. The son of the richest man? What's his name? Chapter 16 Something happened to Garbo? I don't know about that. After all, it's just hearsay. If you want to know, you can ask her in person. Okay. Donald Chin nodded and said, Coxin, I don't have any friends here. I would like to trouble you to help me find a house. No problem. Lin Kurson took her to find an agent and looked at many houses. Although the housing prices in the capital were expensive, with Qin Dong's current financial strength, it was more than enough to buy a house. However, he thought the procedures were too complicated, so he finally chose to rent a house, which was the most convenient way to move in with just a suitcase. Therefore, he rented a 3-bedroom apartment in a residential area closest to Shinjunyao Manor. Kuxin, thank you for your help. Can I treat you to a meal? After the house was completed, Donald Chin was very satisfied and wanted to repay Lin Kurson. Okay, I won't be polite with you. Lin Kurson said playfully. Don't worry, I still have money for dinner, you can choose any address you want. He said generously, but I still have to pick up the kids before 5 o'clock. You are really a competent father. Lin Kurson didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she admired family-oriented men like Qin Dong. So the two of them went to a high-end Western restaurant and ordered 2 steaks and a bottle of red wine. During the meal, Donald Chin asked in confusion, Coxin, I still don't know what you do? As for me, I just graduated not long ago and I don't have a job yet. She chuckled and said, I finally finished my studies, so of course I have to have fun for a few years before considering a job. You drive such a nice car before you even have a job? Is your boyfriend very rich? Qin Dong joked. She rolled her eyes and said unhappily, I'm this kind of person, you know? I don't need to rely on men. Besides, you men are not reliable at all. Just kidding. Donald Chin said with a smile, your grandfather can live in such a nice villa by himself, your family must be rich. Lin Kurson was speechless. After all, the Lin family was one of the 4 major families in the imperial capital, and his words were not short of money made the whole thing look like an understatement. Hey, Kuxin, didn't you say you were busy? Why are you having dinner alone with a man? The two were eating when suddenly an unpleasant voice was heard. Donald Chin turned his head and saw a group of young men and women slowly walking towards him. They were all dressed in bright and beautiful clothes, all wearing famous brands. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. It's because I have to have dinner with others that I don't have time to pay attention to you. Lin Kurson looked at them impatiently and said, besides, why do I need to report to you for approval? Bai Zifeng was so angry that his face turned ugly. In front of so many people, she didn't give him any face at all. Kuxin, we are all friends, we are just showing concern, why do you have to react so strongly? Another young man said, besides, young Master Bai cares so much about you. Who needs your concern? Lin Kurson said unhappily, just leave if you have nothing to do. Don't disturb us while we eat. You. Everyone was so angry that they gritted their teeth secretly, but they didn't dare to do anything to her. There are many male members in the Lin family, but there is only one daughter, Lin Kurson. Everyone in the Lin family dotes on her. Even Bai Zifeng dares not to be angry with her. Therefore, they could only transfer their anger to Donald Chin. Bai Zifeng stared at him coldly, boy, who are you? Do you know who Kuxin is? What is your purpose in approaching her? Faced with a series of questions, before Donald Chin could say anything, Lin Kurson directly scolded, Bai Zifeng, are you sick? Is it your turn to ask who he is? Get out of here now. Coxin, you just graduated and you don't understand the viciousness of human nature. Especially a loser like this who has no strength or background, he must want to use the power of the Lin family to get close to you. Shut up. Lin Kurson interrupted, even if Donald Chin has some purpose, I am willing. Is it your business? Brother Chin, they are so annoying, can you drive them away? Bai Zifeng clenched his fists. What was their relationship? Why did Lin Kurson protect him so much? Oh. Donald Sheen put down his knife and fork, stood up helplessly and said, just go away. Even if we know each other, Koxin doesn't want to bother with you. Why bother being annoying like a fly? What the hell did you say? Upon hearing this, several people were shocked. Who do you think you are? Do you know who you are talking to? How dare you point fingers in front of us? You don't know how to write the word death, right? They didn't dare to do anything to Lin Kurson, but they would not tolerate Qin Dong. They jumped out one by one and pointed at him arrogantly. The attention of the surrounding customers was also attracted and they pointed and talked. Donald Sheen frowned and said to the young man in front of him, you'd better not point at me. What? What if I point at you? Are you dissatisfied? The young man laughed in anger and pushed him hard, saying, I want to hit you, you fool. In the past, Qin Dong might have just endured it, but now he really couldn't think of any reason to let others bully him. Snap. Ah. He suddenly grabbed the young man's hand and pulled it hard. The sound of bones dislocating was heard, followed by the young man's howling. My hand. You. Bai Zifeng and others didn't expect him to be so reckless that he broke his hand directly. This guy is a ruthless character. Whoever points at me again, try it. Donald Sheen stared at them and said in a deep voice. They were pale and speechless. They no longer had the arrogance they had just now, and were completely shocked by Donald Sheen's momentum. This kind of young man is good at bullying the weak and fearing the strong on weekdays, but when he really meets someone who doesn't care about his life, he will feel scared. Mr. Bai, what should we do? Several people couldn't make up their minds and could only look at Bai Zifeng. Boy, you have guts. Bai Zifeng gritted his teeth and said, I'll remember you. Let's go. Donald Sheen smiled disdainfully and didn't take it seriously at all. They were just a bunch of clowns relying on their power. The customers around him looked at him with awe. Lin Kurson's eyes were filled with a different look as she stared at Donald Sheen, as if she suddenly felt his unique charm. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been scared by Bai Zifeng and the others, but he behaved like a man of integrity. Eat, why are you looking at me? Donald Sheen felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him. Oh, Brother Sheen, you were so handsome just now. She said playfully. Keep a low profile and don't show off. Donald Sheen waved his hands shamelessly. After eating, he took a walk around the city and bought a lot of daily necessities, and then Lin Kurson sent him back. After packing up briefly, Qin Dong saw that it was almost time and immediately went to the school to pick up Jiabao. But he didn't expect that it would be rush hour and the capital would be jammed with traffic. By the time he took a taxi to school, most of the students had left. Miscalculated. He slapped his forehead in annoyance and had to take a taxi back to the manor. Boss, I'm sorry. We failed to protect the young lady. As soon as he got home, Donald Sheen saw Shen Junyao standing in the yard. Four bodyguards with bruised faces and noses stood in front of her with their heads bowed and repeatedly admitted their mistakes. Shen Junyao frowned and said in a trembling voice, finally someone is willing to take action against Jiabao. Let's go and treat the injury first. What's wrong? Qin Dong noticed the heavy atmosphere and walked over and said, I didn't expect the capital to be so crowded. By the time I rushed to the school to pick up Jiabao, everyone had left. Chapter 17 Qin Dong is angry. Everyone looked at him. Shen Junyao held her phone and said coldly, no one will listen to your nonsense. If you can't help, don't make trouble here. Are you sick? Donald Sheen frowned and asked, what happened? Where's Jiabao? Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. Just now when we went to pick up Jiabao from school, we were robbed by a group of men in black. The bodyguard whispered, they are very powerful. We are no match for them. The boss is very anxious now and is trying to find a way to rescue Jiabao. What did you say? Donald Sheen was shocked and asked anxiously, Jiabao was taken away? The bodyguard was so guilty that he was speechless. At this time, Shen Juanyao's phone rang. When she saw the number, she was stunned for a moment, then asked in a deep voice, did you kidnap my daughter? Boss Shen is really smart. He thought of me so quickly. A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. He sneered, who made you have such a big appetite? You want everything. You have to give us some soup. What on earth do you want to do? Shen Junyao said domineeringly, Zhao Zhizhong, I warn you that you have offended the wrong person. Send my daughter home immediately, otherwise I will make you disappear in the imperial capital. Boss Shen, you are so arrogant. Zhao Zhizhong's tone changed and he said in a sinister voice, you knew I had been eyeing that piece of land in Zhoushan for a long time, but you still snatched it from me. I really can't swallow this. That's right. Your daughter is in my hands. If you want to take her home, come to Zhoushan to find me in person. If you don't see her before dark, then you can wait to collect her body. Zhao Zhizhong, how dare you? She said with red eyes. Ha, let's see if I dare or not. Don't think you are the most powerful in the imperial capital. Zhao Zhizhong sneered, oh, by the way, I can only bring 4 people for your self-defense. Otherwise, if there is one more, don't blame me for not keeping my word. After saying that, he hung up. Shen Junyao held the phone tightly, trembling slightly. Jiabo was her weak spot, and she had always carefully sent people to protect her. The bodyguards she hired were all very professional and outstanding. The purpose was to prevent Garbo from being harmed by someone with ulterior motives, but unexpectedly, its competitors took advantage of the opportunity in the end. Is there any news about Garbo? Seeing her grim expression, Donald Chin quickly stepped forward and asked. However, Shen Junyao was in no mood to talk nonsense with him. She turned to the 4 bodyguards on the other side and said, the 4 of you follow me. Yes, boss. The bodyguard immediately went to prepare the car. Donald Chin said angrily, hey, I'm asking you a question, is there any news about Jiabao? Shen Junyao turned her head and stared at him and said, I'm in a bad mood right now, you'd better not bother me. That's right, Jiabao was captured by one of my competitors. If you can't help, just stay here and don't make trouble, okay? What do you mean by causing trouble? I'm Jiabao's father. I can do anything for her. Donald Chin said angrily, you're planning to take 4 people with you? The other party said that we can only have 4 bodyguards for self-defense, otherwise he will kill us. She said impatiently, go wherever you want. After saying that, she quickly got into the car. Donald Chin couldn't sit still, so he pulled a bodyguard out of the car and got in. Hey, Mr. Chin. It's okay, let's go quickly, Jiabo must be very scared now. Qin Dong urged. Seeing his worried look, Shen Junyao calmed down a little. No matter what, he treated Jiabao sincerely. Unfortunately, as a foreigner who had just arrived in the imperial capital, what could he do there? Cause trouble? Before evening, they finally arrived at Zhoushan, a small mountain not far from the downtown area. When we got out of the car, we saw dozens of people standing in an empty wasteland in front of us. Obviously, the other party came prepared. Shen Junyao took a deep breath. She knew the situation was not optimistic, but for her daughter, she had no choice. Seeing her uneasiness, Don Chin stepped forward and whispered, don't worry, no matter what, I won't let you and your daughter get hurt. She was stunned. She didn't expect Qin Dong to say such words at this moment. But how could he, an ordinary person from a poor family, know the dangers among the powerful and wealthy? Even if he wanted to, what could he do? The biggest help you can give to us mother and daughter is if you don't cause more trouble. Don't always look down on others. Donald Chin said with a dark face, yes, you are rich and powerful, but this world does not belong to you alone. You always think that you are excellent and others are trash. Oh, others may be qualified to say this, but are you qualified? She said disdainfully, truly a frog in a well. Qin Dong was too lazy to argue with her because he saw Jiabao, who was tied to a chair. He rushed over quickly, Garbo. Dad, Mom, please save me, they are all bad guys, woo-woo. Garbo cried. Let my daughter go. Donald Chin stared at the dozens of people opposite him, filled with rage. Your daughter? A fat, big-eared middle-aged man, holding a cigar in his mouth, was Zhao Zhizhong. Shen Junyao, aren't you a single mother? When did you find a father for your child? Others say that you don't like men. It seems that you are getting older and can't bear the loneliness. Before Shen Junyao could speak, Donald Chin said in a deep voice, shut up, I am the biological father of the child. No matter who you are, let my daughter go first. Shen Junyao glanced at him. Although this guy was ignorant, he was courageous. Facing so many people, he could still act so bravely. Ha, I don't care if you are her father or not, I'm not looking for you. Zhao Zhizhong sneered, Shen Junyao, this piece of land is yours now. But it caused me to lose so much money. Let's settle this account first, and then talk about your daughter's matter. Just as Shen Junyao was about to speak, Donald Chin beat her to the punch. Didn't you understand what I said? Let my daughter go immediately. Zhao Zhizhong and Shen Junyao were both speechless. How come this guy couldn't understand what they were saying? Fuck, you're so annoying. If you don't shut up, I'll kill you first. Do you understand? Then I'll say it again. If you don't let my daughter go, I'll kill you. Do you understand? Donald Chin said, clenching his fists. Stupid, big dog, shut him up forever. Zhao Zhizhong could no longer tolerate it. A bald man walked out slowly, playing with a sharp knife in his hand. It was obvious that he was not a good person. Shen Junyao frowned. Although Donald Chin was a little impulsive, he was worried about Garbo after all. If anything goes wrong, Garbo will definitely be very sad. Thinking of this, he was about to stop him, but the big dog had already rushed towards Qin Dong with a knife in hand. Court death. Qin Dong seemed like a different person at this moment. His eyes gradually became sharp. He looked at the attacking big dog, quickly dodged his attack, and then kicked it. Bang! The big dog let out a scream and flew back nearly 10 meters, falling heavily to the ground. Its eyes were as big as copper bells. It pointed at Qin Dong and opened its mouth but couldn't say a word. Blood just kept oozing out of it. In the end, his head tilted, and his life or death was unknown. Hiss. The whole audience was in an uproar, looking at Donald Chin in disbelief. Chapter 18 I Won't Show Mercy. Big Dog. Zhao Zhizhong looked at his capable subordinate lying on the ground like a dead dog and shouted. Who would have thought that the best fighter under his command would be kicked to death by Donald Chin? You should know that before this, Dago had helped him deal with many difficult characters. But now, he was defeated by Qin Dong in one round. An old man behind Zhao Zhizhong narrowed his eyes and stared at Qin Dong in surprise. Such strong internal strength, could he be a martial arts master? Dad, you are awesome. Jiabao, who was sitting on the chair, couldn't help but scream. Seeing Qin Dong's bravery, she was no longer so scared. Everyone came to their senses and their eyes changed when they looked at Donald Chin. How could this guy have such amazing skills? Shen Junyao was slightly shocked. When she looked up Qin Dong's information before, she only knew that he was an office worker from a poor family, but she didn't find out that he had such powerful skills. Boss, he's very strong. The bodyguard beside him couldn't help but say in awe, judging from Donald Chin's attack just now, his internal strength was very strong. Yeah? Shen Junyao stared straight at Donald Chin and stopped trying to stop him. Don't be afraid, my daughter. Daddy is here. Seeing his daughter's admiring eyes, Donald Chin felt a sense of accomplishment. He pointed at Zhao Zhizhong and said, if you don't let him go, you'll be the next one. Boom! Zhao Zhizhong was so frightened that his body trembled and his expression was panic-stricken. His subordinates were also a little uneasy, and whispered, I didn't expect that Shen Junyao would have such a master by her side. Boss, what should we do? Young man, don't be so arrogant. Do you think you can turn the tide by yourself? At this time, the old man behind him walked out slowly, stared at Donald Chin and said proudly, Oh, childish, you can't touch Boss Zhao while I am here. Hearing this, Zhao Zhizhong smiled. Fortunately, he invited the second master. He immediately said with confidence, Boy, you dare to be arrogant in front of the second master. Do you know who he is? This is the famous second master of the Dragon and Tiger Society. Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? What, boss? We are in trouble. Zhao Zhizhong actually called the second master of the Dragon and Tiger Society. I am afraid that today will be a dangerous day. When the bodyguard heard this title, his face changed slightly with fear. Shen Junyao gritted her teeth. Of course, she had heard of this person. The Dragon and Tiger Society was a special existence in the imperial capital. Unlike the four major families, they were the rulers of the gray area and had thousands of people under their command. Even the four major families had to give them some face. This second master is said to be extremely powerful and one of the most powerful people in the imperial capital. I didn't expect that Zhao Zhizhong could invite him. It seems that he has made sufficient preparations. At this moment, she couldn't help feeling uneasy. But Donald Chin sneered, What second master, third master? Even if you invite all your ancestors, if they dare to touch my daughter's hair, I will kill them. You really don't know how to live or die. How dare you say such words to the second master? How presumptuous. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. The second master has practiced martial arts for decades. How can you compare with someone your age? You simply don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Let's see how he dies later. Zhao Zhizhong's men couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking at Qin Dong like an idiot. The second master shouted angrily, "Boy, with what you said, you won't survive tonight." Donald Qin snorted, "Old man, I have always respected the elderly and loved the young. Are you sure you want to go against me at your age? I advise you to go home and enjoy your old age. When it comes to my daughter's safety, I will not show any mercy." Chapter 19, Death in One Move. Court Death. The second master could no longer tolerate this. As a highly respected figure in the imperial capital, he had never been treated with such contempt. If he did not kill this arrogant unknown person, where would he put his old face in the future? He was as fast as the wind, with his hands like claws, rushing to Qin Dong and grabbing him. "If you want to die so badly, I'll help you." Donald Qin really didn't want to kill her, but if his daughter was threatened in any way, he wouldn't care. Bang! Donald Qin grabbed his wrist accurately and punched him hard in the chest. He flew back more than 10 meters, his end was even more miserable than that of a big dog. He couldn't even scream, he vomited blood and died on the spot. Everyone was horrified, and Zhao Zhizhong couldn't even stand steadily. His legs went weak and he sat on the ground, trembling. "Second master, go and see second master." A few of his men recovered and ran over, saying in a trembling voice, "Boss, the second master is dead." Hearing this, everyone looked at Don Qin again, and their scalps went numb. Where on earth did this guy come from? He was so strong that he could even kill the famous second master with one move. Donald Qin raised the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, if this can be considered a master, then wouldn't he be invincible in the world? Shen Junyao and the bodyguard were stunned watching from behind, and could no longer finish their words. "I just felt that the man in front of me became very brave and majestic, like a king." Qin Dong stepped forward quickly. What are you doing?" Zhao Zhizhong was so scared that he quickly got up and retreated involuntarily with his men, fearing that Qin Dong would attack them. Seeing this, Qin Dong smiled, went over to untie Jiabao's rope, and then picked her up. "Jiabao, are you okay? Don't be afraid, Daddy is here." "Dad, you are so awesome." "I am not afraid of bad guys at all." Garbo kissed him hard on the cheek. It was the first time that Qin Dong received recognition from a child, and he was completely moved to tears. "Well, Dad will protect you for the rest of your life. We won't be afraid of bad guys anymore." After saying that, he held Jiabao in one hand, stared at Zhao Zhizhong and said, "You should be thankful that my daughter was not hurt, otherwise you would have died a more miserable death now." Zhao Zhizhong was speechless. Donald Qin returned to Shen Junyao and said softly, "Jiabao is fine, what else do you want to do?" She calmed down, adjusted her thoughts and said, "It's good that you're okay. Let's go back." Then, Donald Qin said nervously, "Those two seem to have been beaten to death by me. Will I be in trouble?" Shen Junyao tried hard to suppress the urge to laugh and cry. This guy was not polite at all just now, but now he is afraid of getting in trouble. He looked so nervous that there was something indescribably cute about him. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. They all deserve to die." "That's good. Let's go." Donald Qin breathed a sigh of relief and carried Jiabao into the car. On the way back, the bodyguard couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Qin, you are too strong. Even the second master was defeated by you in one move. Are you a saint-level warrior?" "Saint-level warrior?" Qin Dong asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Seeing that he didn't seem to be pretending, the bodyguard explained, "Martial artists are divided into different levels of strength: earth, martial, saint, and heaven. As far as I know, the second master seems to be a master at the peak of the martial level. If you are not at the saint level, how can you crush him so easily?" "Earth, martial, saint, heaven?" Donald Qin shook his head and said, "This is the first time I've heard of this. I learned martial arts from my ancestors, so I don't know this." "All right." The bodyguards were speechless. It seems that the real masters are among the people. Shen Junyao hugged Jiabao in silence, but couldn't help but stare at him quietly out of the corner of her eye. "It seems that I really underestimated him. Should I re-evaluate this man?" After returning to the manor, Donald Qin comforted his frightened daughter, and then had someone take her back to take a bath and have a meal. Seeing Shen Junyao trying to go in, he called out, "Hey, wait a minute." Shen Junyao stopped and stared at him coldly, "I'm not saying hello." "It doesn't matter. Donald Chin said jokingly, "What matters is that you owe me an apology, or even a thank you." She looked a little strange, pretending to be confused and asked, "What do you mean?" "You were disgusted with me before, saying that I would cause trouble if I followed you." Donald Chin replied, "But if I wasn't there, even if Jiabao could come back safely, I'm afraid you would have to pay a heavy price." "So, do you have to apologize sincerely?" Shen Junyao couldn't refute, she just glanced at him and walked in expressionlessly. "I will not apologize." Donald Chin stared at her back, secretly furious. This woman was so arrogant. Didn't she just have a few bucks? She couldn't even apologize or thank him? "I will cure you of this bad habit sooner or later." At night, after dinner, Shen Junyao personally coaxed her daughter to sleep, but Jiabo was particularly energetic. She looked at her eagerly and said, "Mommy, can Dad tell me a story?" "Dad told a wonderful story last night." Shen Junyao said in dissatisfaction, "Little girl, isn't it good for your mother to accompany you? You only know how to look for your father. Do you like him or me?" "Ha, no, I like both Mommy and Daddy." Jiabao can talk, and said with a cute smile, "But I like listening to Daddy tell stories more." "I really can't do anything about you." Shen Junyao couldn't help feeling a little jealous. Ever since Donald Chin showed up, her daughter seemed to be less close to her. But she couldn't bear to refuse Jiabao, so she had no choice but to get up, just in time to see him playing with his cell phone in the living room. "Hey, Garbo asked you to tell a story." Donald Chin raised his head, stood up immediately and said happily, "No problem, go and rest quickly." She went back to her room with a gloomy face and immediately took out her phone to look for story material. "It's just telling a story, who can't do it?" Donald Chin told the story seriously, and asked Jiabao to speak well of him in front of Shen Junyao so that he could stay. After all, if Jiabao didn't let him go, Shen Junyao might consider it. The next day, Shen Junyao came to the company to deal with the accumulated documents during this period. Suddenly, the secretary knocked on the door and said with an unpleasant look, "Boss Shen, what happened? Which company has problems again?" Shen Junyao asked without even raising her head. "It's not the company's business." The secretary whispered, "Something happened to the Shen family, check the news." Shen Junyao took her phone, and on it was a news report from Jinling. "A century-old family in Jinling, a huge fire broke out last night, many people died in the fire, the cause of the accident is still under investigation, please continue to pay attention." Shen Junyao trembled slightly, her face was extremely pale, and it took her a long time to recover. She said with red eyes, "How could this happen? No, it can't be." Chapter 20: The Shen Family Tragedy. After saying that, she frantically picked up her cell phone and dialed the number at home, but all the calls were unanswered. "Why don't you answer the phone?" The secretary hurriedly said, "Mr. Shen, please calm down. I heard that no one escaped from the fire." Shen Junyao was shocked, and stood up and said, "Book a flight immediately, I want to go back." The secretary replied, "Mr. Shen, you have been away from Jinling for nearly 5 years. Do you think this fire was accidental? Otherwise, how could no one escape? If you go back now, you will definitely be targeted. Don't be anxious. It won't be too late to make a decision after we find out the truth." Hearing this, she quickly calmed down and nodded, "You are right. Hurry, send someone to Jinling to find out what happened." "Okay, I'll do it right away." After the secretary left, Shen Junyao walked to the French window, her eyes already wet. In the eyes of outsiders, she is the queen of the imperial capital and a billionaire with assets worth hundreds of billions. But no one knows that all this is just out of necessity. If that man had not fallen in love with her and the Shen family had not dared to offend him, why would she have gone through in vitro fertilization and been unable to return home for 5 years? Even parents and relatives are afraid to see each other. Wiping away the tears, she picked up the phone with a pale face and dialed the number. "Hey, Junyao, do you know about the Shen family's affairs?" A deep voice came from the other end. "Grandpa Song, you know the truth, right?" Shen Junyao said in a trembling voice, "Tell me what happened. Was it that person who did it?" "Alas, Junyao, don't investigate, and don't dream of revenge." The other party sighed, "Your grandfather and I have been comrades in arms for many years. The tragedy of the Shen family also makes me sad. But since you have already taken root in the imperial capital, live a good life, otherwise I'm afraid even you will." "Grandpa Song, is it really him?" Shen Junyao asked in a trembling voice. "Why, 5 years have passed, and he still won't let the Shen family go? Dozens of people in the Shen family died in vain?" How can I live in shame if I don't do anything? Junyao, being alive is more important than anything else. You are the only blood of the Shen family. If your grandfather is still alive, he would not want you to go back. After saying that, the phone hung up. Shen Junyao leaned against the window again, crying bitterly as she broke down emotionally. She has always behaved like an invincible strong woman and never shed tears even when she was forced to leave. But now, she suddenly received the news that the entire Shen family had been silenced. How could she control it? At the same time, Qin Dong found a secluded place near the manor to practice. In addition to the magic formulas, he also focused on comprehending the alchemy techniques of the saintly doctor. It was not until the afternoon that he opened his eyes and began to look for medicinal herbs near the hill, but unfortunately he did not find much. It seems that if I want the medicinal materials for alchemy, I have to go to the pharmacy to buy them. Thinking of this, he called Lin Kerson and asked her where there was a pharmacy. When Lin Kerson said she was free, she took him there personally. Faced with her enthusiasm, Qin Dong couldn't refuse. So the two met and went directly to Renhao Hall. Brother Qin, this is the most famous medicine shop in the imperial capital. If it doesn't have the herbs you want, other shops probably don't have them either. Renetang is a centuries-old shop. Getting out of the car, Lin Kerson introduced. Well, I hope so. Qin Dong smiled and walked into the medicine shop to check. Fortunately, the herbs he needed were there, but they were very expensive. After all, they were all precious herbs such as ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. When checking out, the total amount spent was more than 1 million. Fortunately, Shen Junyao did not take back the 1 billion he earned, so he did not feel bad about spending it. Brother Qin, why did you spend so much money on more than 1 million medicinal herbs? Although the Lin family is a wealthy family, it was the first time that Lin Kerson saw someone spend so much money on medicine, and it was just medicinal materials. You don't understand. These medicinal herbs are extremely rare and precious. If I can successfully refine the elixir, this little money will be worthless. Qin Dong introduced. You can also make pills? Lin Kerson said in disbelief, I didn't realize you know so much. Keep a low profile and don't show off. Donald Qin smiled, but he was actually unsure. After all, it was his first time trying it. Lin Kerson rolled her eyes. After the two said goodbye, Qin Dong learned from yesterday's lesson. This time he arrived at the school gate on time, and then went with his bodyguard to pick up Jiabao from school. When I returned to the manor, I just got out of the car and saw a handsome man walking out of the villa. Uncle Wang, why are you here? Jiabao screamed, and Donald Qin looked over. Jiabao, school is over. I came to see your mother. Are you feeling better? Wang Minghui stepped forward and responded with a smile. This person was the heir of the Wang family, one of the 4 great families, and was also Shen Juanyao's #1 pursuer. He has been paying attention to Shen Juanyao's every move. Whenever he finds an opportunity, he will try his best to please her, just to win the heart of this peerless beauty as soon as possible. So when he knew that Jiabo was kidnapped by Zhao Yu and Zhong yesterday, and received the news that something happened to the Shen family today, he rushed to visit and comfort them as soon as possible. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, Shen Junyao was always indifferent to him and remained polite and courteous. Oh, Uncle Wang, I'm healthy now. I don't need injections or medication anymore. Jiabo said with a smile, now that my dad accompanies me every day, Jiabo is the happiest. Huh? Dad? Wang Minghui was stunned and asked in confusion, when did you recognize your godfather? You didn't even tell Uncle. Hearing this, Donald Qin politely extended his hand and said, hello, I am not Jiabao's godfather, but her biological father, Donald Qin. What, you are his biological father? Wang Minghui said in disbelief. Yes, he is my biological father. Garbo answered quickly. This. Wang Minghui was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He then looked at Qin Dong carefully, shook hands with him and said, Wang Minghui, I wonder what you do? I have never heard of Jiabao's father before. The outside world has always believed that Jun Yao is a single mother, and suddenly a biological father appears. Is this a lie to the child? Donald Qin frowned and said unhappily, Brother Wang, do you need me to show you a paternity test? Oh, then, that's not necessary. I have something else to leave first. Wang Minghui looked at him meaningfully, then turned and left. As soon as he got in the car, he said to the bodyguard beside him, check him for me immediately, Qin Dong, I want to know all his information as soon as possible. Yes, master. After arriving home, the nanny said that Shen Junyao was in the room and no one was allowed to disturb her if she had something to do. Donald Chin was a little puzzled, but he didn't ask any more questions. But when he had dinner, he didn't see her coming down. So after coaxing Jiao to sleep, he hesitated for a moment and went over to knock on Shen Junyao's door. After a while, Shen Junyao opened the door and stared at him expressionlessly. "What's the matter? Didn't Auntie tell you not to disturb me?" Chapter 21. You think about it. Donald Chin frowned and said, "You look so ugly, and your eyes are swollen. Are you feeling unwell?" "No," she said impatiently. "If you think it's troublesome to go to the hospital, I can help you." Shin Dong said with concern, "Don't hold on when you are sick." "I'm fine." She was about to get angry, but suddenly she remembered something and stared at Donald Chin and said, "Come in." "Ah? I asked you to come in, don't you understand?" she said coldly. "That's what you said." Shin Dong thought to himself that this woman was really strange. She had warned him not to enter her room again before, but now she actually took the initiative to invite him in. Could it be that because he saved Xiaobao yesterday, her opinion of him changed and she was moved? Shen Junyao went directly to the balcony, looking at the scenery outside, holding the phone in her hand, not knowing what she was thinking. Sensing her depressed and irritable mood, Donald Chin felt something was wrong and asked softly, "What's wrong with you? If I give you the custody of Garbo, can you promise not to marry or have children in this life?" She pondered for a long time, and suddenly stared at Shin Dong and asked. Boom! Donald Chin was shocked. He didn't expect her to say this suddenly. He asked in disbelief, "Are you serious? Do you think I'm kidding? Why? Don't you love Jiabao the most? Could it be that Wang Minghui today?" Donald Chin asked, "You want to marry him, but he doesn't accept Jiabao?" Shen Junyao was furious and stomped on him angrily. "What a mess, what's in your head? How could I give up Jiabao for a man? Why are you doing this?" Donald Chin asked puzzled. "You don't need to know." She said coldly, "I can give you the custody of Garbo and make her my heir. When she comes of age, everything I own will be hers. You just need to take good care of her and I will ensure your wealth for the rest of your life, provided you don't have any other children, and that includes finding her a stepmother." The more Donald Chin listened, the more he felt something was wrong, and he asked anxiously, "Shen Junyao, do you have cancer?" Shen Junyao was so angry that she stepped on him again and gnashed her teeth and said, "Can't you hope for me to be better?" "No, it's like you're leaving a will." Donald Chin said dissatisfiedly, "How could I not think that way? If you don't explain it to me clearly, I won't agree." "I don't need to tell you." She said impatiently, "You will agree, unless your feelings for Garbo are all fake." "Bullshit, Garbo is my own flesh and blood, how can my feelings for her be fake?" "Then I'm relieved. You can go out." She waved her hand and said, "I want to be alone." Donald Chin hesitated to speak. It was obvious that something big must have happened, otherwise she would never say these words. But if she didn't say anything, Donald Chin could do nothing. "Mom, Dad, Grandpa, brother. Don't worry, Junyao will never live alone. Even if I die for this blood feud, I can't let dozens of people from the Shen family die in vain." She wiped away her tears and was exceptionally determined. The next day, Donald Chin still sent the children to school on time. Shen Junyao seemed not to want to affect Jiabao's mood and still did not show up. After sending Garbo safely to school, he returned to the manor with his bodyguards. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the room, she saw her secretary coming in and a strange girl in her early 20s who was hugging Shen Junyao and crying bitterly. "Big sister, Wu Wu, they are dead. All the people in the Shen family are dead. It's them. They did it." Hearing this, Donald Chin stopped where he was and looked at them silently. When Shen Junyao saw him, she quickly wiped away the tears from her eyes, and then said, "Lily, you are frightened. Leave the rest to my elder sister. You go upstairs and have a good rest first." After saying that, she winked at her secretary. The secretary immediately took Lily upstairs. "How have you considered what I said last night?" Shen Junyao looked at Shin Dong and said solemnly. Chapter 22, Possessed. Looking at Shen Junyao's eyes, Donald Chin was more certain about what happened. "You don't have to say such nonsense. Garbo is my daughter. Whether I have custody or not, I will be responsible for her for the rest of my life. But you are her mother. If she knew you gave up on her, she would definitely be very sad. I don't want to make Garbo sad, so can you tell me what happened that made you want to give up on her?" Shen Juanyao's eyes were a little complicated. For the first time, she felt that Qin Dong was a reliable man. No matter what happens, it's my business and has nothing to do with you. Just take good care of Jiabao. She paused and continued, you don't have to move out in a hurry. You can stay for a while. But you have to control your mouth and don't say nonsense outside. After saying that, she turned and went upstairs. Donald Qin hesitated to speak, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Although she was willing to keep him for a while, it must be that something happened, so it was convenient for him to take care of the child. But she refused to tell him anything. Maybe she still treated him as an outsider. At night, Lily came out of the room and had dinner with them. But Shen Junyao had told her so she didn't mention what happened. Donald Qin knew it was difficult to find out, so he was too lazy to ask. Just after he had finished his meal, his cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was Lin Curson, he answered, Curson, what's wrong? Brother Qin, are you free now? Lin Curson asked anxiously. Yeah, I'm free, what's up? You know medicine, don't you? Grandpa has been feeling unwell since this afternoon. We called 2 famous doctors but it was of no use. I had no choice but to think of you, she explained. Donald Qin frowned and said, Grandpa was fine, how come he suddenly fell ill? Okay, wait, I'll go over now. After hanging up the phone, he turned to Shen Junyao and said, I have to go out for a while. Can you lend me a car? What do you want so late at night? She asked expressionlessly. My friend is looking for me. Friends? She asked in confusion, you just arrived in the capital, so what friends do you have? It sounds like the person on the phone is a woman. Can't you have friends when you first arrive? Who are you looking down on? Donald Qin said unhappily, will you lend me your car? Go ask the bodyguard for the key. You don't need to ask me for permission for such a small matter. Shen Junyao said impatiently. Donald Qin left immediately. Sister, aren't you worried about your brother-in-law? Lily couldn't help but ask. Shen Junyao blushed and explained, he is not your brother-in-law. The relationship between us is not what you think. Anyway, you are not allowed to call him that. Isn't he Garbo's father? Lily was confused, but she didn't know how to explain it. Donald Qin drove to the Qingshan Villa district, and Lin Curson greeted him at the gate. Brother Qin. How is your grandfather? Qin Dong asked. He was confused and even talking nonsense, she explained. He was fine during the day, but suddenly became like this in the afternoon. Let's go check it out first. Qin Dong nodded slightly, not quite sure in his heart. Although he had been practicing the art of saint medicine in the past 2 days, he had never treated anyone after all. When I walked into the house, I saw quite a few people, all of whom were the backbone of the Lin family, including Lin Curson's parents. Lin Curson took him to the old man's room, where 2 doctors in gowns were discussing with frowns. Doctor, what happened to my dad? Lin Hongye asked anxiously. Master Lin, Mr. Lin's symptoms are really strange. We have examined him carefully and found nothing wrong, but we don't know why it is like this. The doctor explained helplessly. Another doctor said, yes, I have been practicing medicine for so many years, but this is the first time I have encountered such a situation. I really dare not draw a conclusion. Even you said so my dad is hopeless? Lin Hongye said dissatisfiedly. Uncle Lin, don't worry. The 2 doctors are right. This condition is beyond their medical scope, so they are helpless. At this time, Donald Qin couldn't help but speak. Everyone in the room looked at him. The doctor said unhappily, boy, are you speaking for us, or are you mocking our poor medical skills? Lin Hongye asked doubtfully, who are you? Lin Curson hurriedly explained, Mom, Dad, Big Brother, this is Qin Dong who saved us a few days ago. He also knows medical skills, so I asked him to come and see us. Butler Lu walked up to Lin Hongye and whispered, Master, when the Tiansha people came to chase us for things, it was him who saved us. Lin Hongye was a little surprised. Lin Curson had reported this matter to him before, but he didn't expect that this master was so young. So you are my benefactor. Did you see my father's illness? It's about right. Qin Dong looked at Lin Tianxiong, who was lying on the hospital bed in a daze, mumbling something, with a dark complexion and a faint evil spirit flowing in his body. Qin Dong didn't know whether others could see it, but he could see it clearly. Really, Mr. Qin, can you save my dad? Lin Hongye said happily. Let me try. Donald Sheen replied, the old man's illness is not serious. It seems that he touched something unclean and the evil spirit entered his body, causing him to lose consciousness. That's why the two doctors couldn't find the cause. Fortunately, it didn't take long. Otherwise, if the evil spirit stayed in the body for too long, it could lead to death or serious illness. Nonsense, it's just nonsense. After hearing this, the doctor cursed, boy, are you a doctor? Do you have a medical license? You are talking nonsense here. What do you mean by evil spirit entering the body? It's a pity you can even say that. We are all educated people, so how can we believe these nonsense of yours? The Lin family also found it a bit absurd. Who still believed in gods and ghosts these days? I'm not a doctor, and I don't have a medical license. Donald Sheen said calmly, but what does it matter if you have these? You can't see anything anyway. As for whether it's true or not, you will know soon. After saying that, he walked to the old man. In fact, this situation is not a disease at all, and it cannot be cured by conventional medical skills. As the old saying goes, it means being possessed by evil spirits. So he didn't waste any words and was too lazy to explain. He used both hands to pat Lin Tianxiong on the back. A pure yang force was input into his body, which quickly forced out the evil spirit and gradually dissolved it. After a few minutes, Lin Tianxiong's complexion gradually recovered, and then he opened his eyes. Seeing so many people in the room, he was startled at first, and then asked, what happened? Dad, are you awake? Grandfather. Lin Hongye and Lin Kersen shouted with joy. The two doctors stood there dumbfounded, looking at Donald Sheen in disbelief, speechless. Grandpa, you scared us to death. Fortunately, Brother Sheen saved you. Lin Kersen explained the whole thing, and Lin Hongye stood up and held Sheen Dong's hand and said, Mr. Sheen, you have saved my father twice. The Lin family will remember this great favor. If you ask for help in the future, the Lin family will repay you with gratitude. Chapter 23 Brother Sheen is very powerful. Uncle Lin, you're too polite. I'm your junior, so just call me by my name. Donald Sheen waved his hand. I am ashamed. I am really ashamed. The two doctors looked at each other with shame on their faces and said, I never thought that we were short-sighted and not well-trained. I hope you can forgive me if my words were offensive. Donald Sheen stood up and said, it's okay. I just said that this is not a disease. It is indeed difficult for you doctors. After saying that, he turned to Lin Tianxiong and said, Uncle, you may have touched something dirty these past 2 days, such as items of unknown origin, or you may have been to some unclean place. Lin Tianxiong was shocked, and then he remembered something. He said to everyone, go out first, and you guys can stay here. After everyone else left, only Lin Kersen, her parents, and her eldest brother Lin who were left in the room. Butler Lu helped Lin Tianxiong to slowly stand up, went to the cabinet, and took out a box. Inside was an old object with an engraved dragon symbol. A dong, I've been studying it these past 2 days. I wonder if it could be related to this. Donald Sheen was stunned for a moment. Can you let me see it? Lin Tianxiong nodded and handed it to him. Shen Dong took it and looked at it carefully. He felt a sense of evil as soon as he touched it. The dragon body engraved with the dragon talisman was lifelike, and the pair of majestic eyes even emitted a red light, as if it contained an evil power. There is indeed an evil spirit, sir. What is this and where did you get it from? I spent a lot of effort to buy this from a group of tomb robbers. Lin Tianxiong hesitated and explained, the people from Tiansha came to me that night just for this thing. If you hadn't helped, I'm afraid it would have been taken away by them. So that's how it is. Is this thing very important? It attracts others to come and grab it. Shen Dong nodded. Well, I just heard that deep in the Kunlun Glacier, there are ruins of an ancient country from a distant period, and this dragon symbol is the key to the ruins. Lin Tianxiong replied, it is rumored that there are a lot of treasures and secret books in the ruins, so it has attracted many people to rob them. Dad, why didn't you tell me that keeping such an important thing would be a blessing or a curse? Lin Hongye frowned and said, our Lin family is not short of money, so why keep it to attract people's attention? Besides, it caused you to be cursed tonight. Shut up, I'm not in this for money at my age. Lin Tianxiong said angrily, but you are right, Tiansha already knows that this thing is in my hands, I'm afraid it will be troublesome if I keep it. Donald Sheen said, Master, I can help you clear the evil spirit inside first to avoid further harm to your body. As for how to deal with it, I won't ask any more questions. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Tianxiong said gratefully. He nodded slightly. In fact, it was very simple. The spiritual energy he cultivated was extremely pure and yang, which was just enough to restrain these evil spirits. After a while, he cleaned it up and returned it to Lin Tianxiong. Seeing this scene, Lin Hu couldn't help but admire. Qin Dong, I didn't expect you to have such a skill. It's really admirable. I'm determined to make you my friend. Oh, I haven't introduced you yet. Lin Kurson said hurriedly, Brother Qin, this is my brother Lin Hu. Hello, nice to meet you. Donald Qin responded with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, when he was about to say goodbye, Lin Tianxiong suddenly remembered something. Adong, you are so proficient in medicine, can you help me out again and take care of an old friend of mine? He has been bedridden for several years and I am afraid he doesn't have much time left. Even if I can't save him, it will be my best effort. Of course, I'm always available. He agreed readily. Thank you. Let's go tomorrow. I'll go with you to take a look. Lamhu Club, after handling the second master's funeral over the past 2 days, everyone is immersed in grief. At this time, Zhao Zhizhong knelt on the ground, looking at the big guys of the Dragon Tiger Society above and tremblingly said, President Zhong, you can't blame me for this. I was just angry that Shen Junyao was bullying too much, so I asked the second master to calm the situation for me. But who could have thought that the couple were so bold that they killed the second master even though they knew he was a member of the Dragon Tiger Society? You said it was Shen Junyao's man who killed the second master? A young man in his 20s questioned domineeringly. This man was the young master of the Dragon Tiger Society, the only son of the president, Zhang Kuan. That's right. Zhao Zhizhong nodded repeatedly. Dad, my master must not die in vain. Zhang Kuan said angrily, even the 4 major families have to give some face to the Dragon Tiger Society. Shen Junyao is a businessman from outside the province. She dares to do this just because she has money. Let me handle this matter. Well, we must handle it well, otherwise people will think that the Dragon and Tiger Society is easy to bully. President Zhong said in a deep voice. The next day, Shen Junyao did not go to the company, but stayed at home with Lily and comforted her. Qin Dong did not disturb the sisters' reunion. He drove to the Lin family alone, and then left with Lin Tianxiong and Lin Kurson, grandfather and grandson. In the north district of the city, in an ancient house. This is the old house of the Duan family. Since the old man became seriously ill, he moved back to live in the old house. Although the Duan family is not a wealthy noble family, they are a martial arts family with generations practicing martial arts. Therefore, they are highly respected, and no one dares to look down on them. Uncle Lin, why are you here? Duan Yuanshang, the head of the Duan family, and his daughter went out in person to warmly welcome them. Kuxian, long time no see, why haven't you asked me out recently? Duan Yiqiao happily went over and hugged Lin Kurson. They were good friends. Yuanshang, I came here specially to see your father. How is he doing? Lin Tianxiong replied. Alas, Uncle Lin, I'm becoming less and less optimistic. I've seen all kinds of famous doctors, but it's cancer after all, and no one can do anything. Duan Yuanshang sighed. Yes, how did old Duan get this terminal illness? It's all fate. Lin Tianxiong followed up, I came here this time to ask Qin Dong if there is any way. I will just give it a try. Oh, thank you Mr. Qin for your help. Uncle Duan, you don't have to be polite. Just call me Qin Dong. Qin Dong smiled. How good can medical skills be at such a young age? Duan Yiqiao looked at Qin Dong and said. Yiqiao, brother Qin is really amazing. Lin Kurson said proudly, although he is young, he is much better than those famous doctors. Yeah? She still stared at Qin Dong with a questioning look on her face. Apart from being handsome, she didn't see anything special about this guy. Yiqiao, don't be rude. Duan Yuansheng scolded, Uncle Lin, Qin Dong, please come in quickly. With the experience of last night, Qin Dong is more confident this time. The saintly medical skills combined with the use of spiritual energy are all-encompassing and can cure all kinds of rare and difficult diseases. He has spent a lot of time studying it in the past few days and he is confident. Arriving at Mr. Duan's house, a frail old man was lying quietly on the bed. He turned his head reluctantly to look over when he heard the noise. Chapter 24, Seriously? Yuan Shang, is it Lao Lin who is here? His voice sounded weaker than his body. Dad, yes, it's Uncle Lin who's here to see you. Duan Yuansheng went up to him and said, "Old Duan, how do you feel?" Lin Tianxiang stepped forward and asked with concern. "Old Lin, it's too late. I'm going to die before you." Duan Lao said weakly, "I've practiced martial arts all my life, and my body is several times stronger than that of ordinary people. I never thought I would end up with a terminal illness and lie in bed, living a life worse than death. I don't ask for anything right now, I just hope to die soon and be free. You will have one less person to confide in and will be more lonely." Lin Tianxiang's eyes were red, and he held his hand and said, "Old Duan, we grew up together, and I can't live without you, my close brother, so you must not leave first. You have to cheer up. I'll invite a miracle doctor to take a look at you." "What miracle doctor? I have a terminal illness. Even if a god comes, it won't be of any use. I appreciate your kindness, but don't waste your time on it," he said bitterly. "Dad, everyone is here, let's take a look first." Although Duan Yuansheng didn't have much hope, he couldn't let Lin Tianxiang down. "I have seen all kinds of miracle doctors in the past 2 years, but when faced with terminal illnesses, they were all helpless without exception. In that case, I'll have to trouble you, my friend." Mr. Duan looked at Donald Chin standing beside him and gave a forced smile. Donald Chin nodded without saying anything, pulled a chair and sat down, took his pulse, closed his eyes and felt the condition inside his body. Soon, his brows furrowed, and then he withdrew his hand. "Adong, what's the situation?" Seeing his ugly face, Lin Tianxiang said worriedly. "Well, to be honest with you, Mr. Duan really doesn't have much time left. He may not even last a week." Qin Dong sighed. "What, less than a week?" Duan Yuansheng felt nervous. Duan Ichio said angrily, "Kuxin, I told you he's not good enough. But you praised him so much. If he's not good enough, then he's not good enough. You even cursed my grandfather that he won't live for more than a week. You're obviously a liar. Ichio, stop talking nonsense." Duan Yuansheng scolded, "Your grandfather's condition is not optimistic." Donald Chin looked at Duan Ichio and said unhappily, "I told you the truth because I didn't want to lie to you. Besides, I just said that under this situation, Mr. Duan won't last more than a week. I didn't mean that I can't save him." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Lin Tianxiang asked anxiously, "Adong, what do you mean? Can you cure it, Lao Duan?" "Yes and no." Qin Dong explained, "Mr. Duan is suffering from a terminal illness and there is really no cure. It is impossible for him to recover completely. But I can treat it, control the progression of the disease, improve the body and enhance resistance. In this case, it shouldn't be a problem for Elder Duan to live a few more years." Duan Yuansheng's eyes lit up, and he excitedly grabbed his arm and said, "Little brother, are you serious? Can you extend my father's life?" Lin Tianxiang followed up and said, "Although it can't be cured, it's a perfect solution. Adong, please take the trouble to save Lao Duan." But Elder Duan suddenly said, "My friend, if you keep lying on this bed, what's the point of living a few more years? It will only lead to more torture. Don't worry, Mr. Duan. I will do my best to get your body back to normal so that you can get out of bed and live like a normal person." Qin Dong replied, "But you definitely can't practice martial arts anymore. Pay attention to rest and control your mood swings." "Really?" When Mr. Duan heard this, his dead eyes began to show infinite vitality. Chapter 25. Are you jealous? How dare you kid to fool everyone? Qin Dong replied, "Give me 3 days, and I will start refining medicine as soon as I get back. Little brother, please, when my father gets better, the Duan family will reward him handsomely." Duan Yuansheng held Qin Dong's hand tightly again. He had already given up hope, but he didn't expect that Qin Dong could really give him a surprise. Duan Ichio stepped forward with some shame and said, "I'm sorry, my attitude was not good just now, and what I said was offensive. Please don't take it to heart. It's just that Grandpa has seen too many so-called miracle doctors, and I'm numb to it." Lin Kerson said proudly beside him, "So, I told you that Brother Qin is very powerful and you still don't believe me." Donald Qin smiled. He naturally wouldn't argue with a girl, let alone a beautiful girl. He waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I understand." After leaving the Duan family, Qin Dong said goodbye to Lin Tianxiang and the others and went straight home. But this time he did not return to the manor, but to the rented house, because he had to make medicine, and Qin Dong did not want to affect others. After all, the smell of the medicine was quite strong. So for the next few days, he stayed indoors and made medicine at home again and again. After experiencing 6 or 7 failures, he finally succeeded in refining the pill. After using up all the medicinal materials, he refined a total of 30 Peiyuan pills. He tried one himself, and soon after swallowing it, he felt a wave of warmth that then spread to every organ in his body. It's a pity that there is no spiritual tripod. The effect is quite different from what is recorded in the classics. Qin Dong couldn't help feeling a little regretful. For now, he could only use modern kitchen utensils to cook it, and the effect was far worse than that of the Lingding. Even with the holy fire, the medicinal effect could be exerted to 70% to 80%, but his current cultivation level was not enough to use the holy fire. But the effects of these medicines are enough to allow Elder Duan to live a few more years. Thinking of this, Donald Qin suddenly had an idea and a smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. He was a little surprised when he saw the number. It was Shen Junyao. "Hey, I haven't seen you for a few days. You won't miss me, will you?" He smiled cheekily. "Did you promise Jiabao to take her out to play on the weekend?" Shen Junyao said coldly, "I haven't seen you for a few days. Now she keeps asking where you are and she's crying because she's unhappy. Is today the weekend?" Donald Qin slapped his forehead and said, "Sorry, I was so busy that I forgot. I'll be back soon." After hanging up the phone, he quickly went out. Fortunately, the apartment was not far from the manor, and he drove there in just over 10 minutes. As soon as I walked to the door of the house, I heard Jiabao crying, "Dad is a big liar, I don't like him anymore. Garbo, Dad is back." Sheen Donald was so scared that he rushed over, wiped her tears and said, "Don't cry, Dad is back, let's go out right away." "Dad, where have you been? I thought you would never come back," she said aggrievedly. "How could that be? Dad will definitely do what he promised you." Shen Junyao rolled her eyes and said coldly, "You still have the nerve to say that. If I hadn't called you, you would have forgotten about it. Don't say things you can't do." As expected, now that you have some money, your bad nature comes out. It's fun to spend money like a drunkard outside, right? Obviously, Shen Junyao believed that he was out looking for a woman. After all, it didn't matter how much money a man had. "Don't wrongly accuse me, I'm busy with serious matters, and it's a matter of life and death." Donald Qin thought about it and said jokingly, "I'm having a good time outside, are you jealous?" Chapter 26 I'm not kidding you. Shen Junyao stared at Donald Qin with disgust and asked, "Do you think you are humorous? Don't mention such low-level jokes in front of me in the future." Donald Qin was speechless. This woman had a pretty appearance but was too unromantic. She was as cold as a robot. Lily, standing aside, couldn't help but let out a low laugh. "Big sister, you are still the same as before, sharp-tongued and merciless." Qin Dong awkwardly changed the subject and said, "Lily, it's a rare opportunity for you to come here, why don't you all accompany Jiabao to the amusement park? I see that you are in a bad mood, so let's just go there to relieve your boredom, what do you think?" Jiabao said hurriedly, "Mommy, go with Auntie. I haven't gone out to play for a long time." "Look, Jiabao has already spoken. How can you bear to refuse?" Shen Junyao glared at him fiercely. They really didn't have the heart to play. The tragic murder of dozens of members of the Shen family was like a huge stone pressing on the hearts of the two sisters. But looking at her daughter's expectant and lovely eyes, Shen Junyao finally nodded. She has decided to seek revenge at all costs, even if it means death. Perhaps the time she has to spend with her daughter has already begun the countdown. So, Donald Qin drove them directly to the amusement park and sent a message to Lin Kerson, saying that he would go to Duan's house in the evening. When they arrived at the amusement park, they were relatively early and did not have to queue. Qin Dong accompanied Jiabao to play many games and ride the roller coaster together. They had a lot of fun and enjoyed the father-daughter time. After playing tired, Donald Qin deliberately sent Lily away and asked her to take Jiabao to play on the lawn. Then he took a bottle of water and sat next to Shen Junyao, handed it to her and said, "Drink some water." Shen Junyao glanced at him expressionlessly, but still reached out to take it. "You've been worried these past 2 days. I know you must have encountered some difficulties." Qin Dong said, "With your financial resources, it's definitely not about money. I'm really curious, what could be so difficult for you? Mind telling me about it? For Garbo's sake, maybe I can help you." Shen Junyao looked at this strange yet familiar man, and her heart suddenly felt warm for no reason, but she remained cold on the surface and said, "You don't have to worry about my affairs. You just need to take good care of Jiabao, and that will be the biggest help to me." "You still won't tell me?" Donald Sheen said helplessly, "You look down on me and think I can't help you, or you think I'm an outsider? Whatever you think." She turned her head and looked away. In fact, she just didn't want to involve Qin Dong. If something happened to her, Jiabao still had a family to raise and protect her. Otherwise, she would not be at peace even when she died. Although Donald Sheen is very skilled and can easily kill the second master of the Dragon and Tiger Society, the man who destroyed the Shen family is a man that few people in the huge imperial capital dare to mess with, let alone him. Donald Sheen sighed secretly. He couldn't do anything about her and it was futile to continue asking her. "Junyao, what a coincidence, why are you here?" At this moment, a surprised voice was heard. The two looked and saw Wang Minghui walking towards them with several young men and women. In fact, the Shen family had Wang Minghui's spy, and he knew that she was accompanying Jiabao to the amusement park today, so he came specially. In order to create an encounter, he even called a few friends, which shows how much he cares about Shen Junyao. Shen Junyao frowned, but stood up and greeted him out of courtesy. "Master Wang, what a coincidence that you are also at the amusement park. It's the weekend, so I'm free and I'm out here with my friends to relax and have some fun." Wang Minghui laughed softly. "You may not know, but my family has a stake in this amusement park. I specially took out a lifetime VIP card to give to Jiabao as a token of my appreciation. I just happened to meet you, so I'll give it to you." Sitting in the chair and being ignored, Donald Sheen frowned slightly. As a man, he could sense what Wang Minghui meant to Shen Junyao and felt inexplicably unhappy. After all, Shen Junyao is the child's mother, and she is also the woman he has chosen. He was naturally unhappy that his prey was being targeted, especially since Wang Minghui seemed to be of high status, which put him under considerable pressure. However, Shen Junyao didn't seem to be interested in him and politely declined. "Thank you, Mr. Wang, but you also know that I don't have time to hang out with Jiabao. It would be a waste to give this card to me. You should leave it to someone who needs it more. Junyao, just accept it. It's just a token of your appreciation. Why be so polite?" Wang Minghui replied, "We've known each other for so long, yet you're still so distant to me. It's better to be distant." Qin Dong suddenly stood up and said, "As a mother, Junyao should naturally keep a distance from other men. But Brother Wang doesn't know the limits. You'd better take back your feelings. We don't need them. Who are you to speak like that?" Wang Minghui's companions immediately stared at Qin Dong fiercely. Wang Minghui's face also darkened. He had found some information about Qin Dong in the past few days. He was indeed Jiabao's biological father and had previously worked as a director in a small company in South City. In the eyes of their class, this identity is no different from that of a beggar on the street. That's why he couldn't understand why Shen Junyao gave birth to a child with such a waist. There must be a hidden story behind it. "Who are you? I'm not telling you this, understand?" Facing their fierce looks, Donald Sheen was disdainful. Feeling the aura he exuded, Shen Junyao was a little stunned, and even had an inexplicable sense of security. Wang Minghui said proudly, "Qin Dong, you take yourself too seriously. Since you are Jiabao's father, I will reluctantly give you some face. But if you don't appreciate the shame you've been given, that's stupid. You have to know who you're talking to. That's right, you also have to figure out your own identity." Donald Sheen said unyieldingly, "Junyao is my woman, the mother of my daughter. Put away your thoughts, that's really stupid, understand?" "You, what are you talking about?" Wang Minghui was furious. "Ha, we are all men, do we have to say it out loud?" Donald Sheen sneered, "That would be too hurtful." "Fuck, who are you?" How could the lackeys beside Wang Minghui tolerate seeing their master being provoked like this? Before he could finish his curse at Donald Sheen, he was suddenly slapped in the face by Donald Sheen. Bang! "Get away from me, it's your turn to speak." The guy was knocked to the ground by Qin Dong, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, looking very embarrassed. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Qin Dong to start a fight over a disagreement. Who is he? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of the heir of the Wang family, one of the 4 great families in the imperial capital? You are dead. I will let you know the consequences of this slap." The guy covered his face and pointed at Donald Sheen in shame and anger. "If you dare point at me again, you won't have this hand anymore." Donald Sheen said in a deep voice, "I'm not kidding you." Chapter 27 Brother-in-Law. Hiss. Several people took a deep breath and looked at the domineering Donald Sheen, feeling an inexplicable fear. How dare this loser from a small place be so presumptuous? Is it because Shen Junyao protects him? But Shen Junyao didn't express her intention to protect him. Wang Minghui couldn't hold back his expression and said gloomily, Junyao, are you just going to let this little bastard from a small place do this without knowing how to live or die? Shen Junyao recovered and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Qin Dong. Men's affairs should not be interfered with by women. If you still don't know how to advance or retreat, you can always come to me. Boom. Several people trembled slightly, and Wang Minghui's mouth twitched twice. Where does this guy get the confidence to speak so harshly to the famous Wang Xiao? Ah, okay, since you said so, let's wait and see. Wang Minghui was so angry that he laughed. Today, for the sake of Junyao and Jiabao, I won't bother with you for now, but I will remember what you said today. Let's go. After saying this, he led his men away. Donald Qin curled his lips indifferently, obviously not taking it to heart. Shen Junyao frowned and said coldly, What are you doing? Don't you think you are too impulsive? Impulsive? Donald Qin said disapprovingly, They are just a bunch of people who only know how to bully others. I think I am being very polite. Qin Dong, I solemnly remind you. The imperial capital is not South City. There are many people you cannot afford to offend. No matter how powerful you are, this society relies on power and status. She said earnestly, It's not about relying on fists. If you don't understand such a simple truth, you will suffer sooner or later. How can I trust you with Jiabao? Oh, that may just be what you think. Donald Qin said jokingly, I think when a person faces so-called power and status, fists are the most reliable thing. You? Shen Junyao was about to be pissed off by him. It was like talking to a cow, so naive and stupid. After playing with Jiabao for the whole day, Qin Dong did not get out of the car when he sent them to the manor in the evening. I have something else to go out for, you can eat first and don't have to wait for me. Lily asked in confusion, Brother-in-law, you haven't been home for several days. Are you going out again? Lily, what did you call him? Shen Junyao asked coldly. Lily realized her mistake and quickly corrected herself, Qin, brother Qin. It's okay, Lily. I'll make you change your mind sooner or later. Jiabao, Dad will be back to accompany you tomorrow. Go to bed early. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and left. Shen Juanyao's face turned pale and she said angrily, What is this guy doing outside every day? Sister, are you concerned about him? Lily asked, You heard it just now. I think Brother Qin has feelings for you. He even asked me to call him brother-in-law. Shen Junyao glared at him, It will never happen in this life. Your sister doesn't need a man, because he is the most unreliable thing. When Donald Qin arrived at the Duan family, Lin Tianxiong and Lin Kersen, grandfather and grandson, as well as everyone else in the Duan family, had been waiting for a long time. When they saw him coming, they immediately welcomed him warmly. Dong, you are finally here. There has been no news from you in the past few days. Everyone is very worried. Lin Tianxiong stepped forward and said. Donald Qin smiled bitterly and said, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, but it will take me some time to develop the medicine. Let's go in without further ado. Okay, please, Brother Qin. Duan Yuanchang and his daughter Duan Yiqiao couldn't wait to lead the way. When he came to the room and saw so many people following him, Donald Qin frowned and said, Just a few of you can come in, the others should wait outside. Well, I'll listen to you. Duan Yuanchang hurriedly asked the others to wait outside and then closed the door. Old man, sorry to have kept you waiting. Let's get started now. Qin Dong didn't waste any words. He helped the thin old Duan to sit down, then took out 2 pills and asked Duan Yiqiao to help him get some water to take them. Old Duan cooperated, and after a while he took the medicine. He clearly felt the warmth in his body. Then a force spread throughout his body, making his dead body slowly come to life, and he felt indescribably comfortable. What kind of magic medicine is this? It can actually work immediately. He was shocked. Don't worry, Mr. Duan. Let me finish acupuncture for you before we talk. Close your eyes. It may be a little painful, so bear with it for a while. Qin Dong took out a set of silver needles he had brought with him. It's okay, just come on. Mr. Duan now fully trusted him. Qin Dong nodded and began to perform acupuncture, following the Wuji acupuncture method in the sacred medical art, inserting needles into various detailed acupuncture points on the body. Well. When the needle entered his body, Duan Lao groaned in pain. When Donald Chin had completely inserted the needle, he had already started sweating from the pain. Chin Dong, what kind of acupuncture method are you using? My grandfather is in so much pain, is he okay? Duan Yiqiao asked anxiously. Shut up, don't talk if you don't understand. Chin Dong glared at her directly. The last time she came here, she questioned him in a whining manner. Why should he be polite to her now? You. Duan Yiqiao glared at him angrily, but Duan Yuansheng beside him also glared at him. Don't talk nonsense, or get out, so as not to affect Brother Chin. Dad, you. She had no choice but to shut up, but she felt very aggrieved. Her parents had never been mean to her since she was a child, and even the children of wealthy families did not dare to act rashly in front of her. Donald Chin actually told him to shut up in public, and his father helped him. He was so angry. Call. At this time, Duan Lao let out a long sigh, opened his eyes and said, It feels good, more and more good. I haven't felt so good in a long time. Little brother, you are truly a miracle doctor. I have been lying in bed for so many years, and it is only now that I know that I am still alive. Dad. Duan Yuansheng said excitedly. Chin Dong smiled faintly and said, That's good. The elixir just now is to stabilize your vitality and repair the damaged organs in your body. Combined with the acupuncture method to excrete the poisonous gas, your body will gradually get better. But it's a terminal illness after all, old man. This is all I can do. That's enough. Duan Lao said gratefully, It's already a great achievement that my old bones can live a few more years in peace. Duan Yuansheng knelt down to Chin Dong excitedly and said, Godly doctor, thank you for saving my father. The Duan family will never forget your kindness. Old Duan, you owe me a big favor again. Get well soon so that we two old bones can still drink and chat happily together. Lin Tianxiang said happily. Chin Donald was a little flattered and said, What is Master Duan doing? Please get up quickly. I can't bear it. It is my honor to save Master Duan. Seeing that his grandfather and father were so grateful to Donald Chin, Duan Yiqiao's expression improved a lot. This guy really has real skills. She is a straightforward person. Apart from having a bit of a spoiled brat temper, she is not a very cunning person. Just like last time, he immediately apologized to Donald Chin. Chapter 28 Arrogant Zhong Kuan. Chin Dong naturally would not bother with a woman like her. He waited for more than an hour until the poison was completely eliminated before he withdrew the needle. Mr. Duan, have a good meal. You will probably have the strength to get out of bed and walk around tomorrow. Try to eat more during this period, otherwise you will be too thin. Well, thank you for your hard work. Mr. Duan expressed gratitude. Duan Yuansheng directly asked people to prepare a banquet, and then said to Chin Dong, Brother Chin, if my father can get out of bed and walk, I plan to hold a grand banquet and invite guests and friends to celebrate. You and Uncle Lin must come by then. It will be a great thing for the Duan family if father can stand up again. We have to celebrate. Lin Tianxiang said with a smile, Don't worry, I will definitely come. That's right, it's been so lively for a long time. Lin Kersen followed. Duan Xinwei said, Yuansheng, why don't you thank Chin Dong quickly? Yes, I almost forgot. Duan Yuansheng took out a check from his pocket and handed it to Donald Chin, saying, Donald Chin, this is a small gift. I hope you will accept it. Donald Chin didn't even look at him, he waved his hand and said, I appreciate the kindness, but I won't accept the money. Uncle Lin has been very kind to me, and it's fate that we met. I just came to the capital and don't have many friends, so let's just consider this as fate that we have made friends. Don't worry, we will be the most loyal friends, but we can't let you work in vain, otherwise outsiders will laugh at my Duan family for being stingy. Duan Yuansheng said. Uncle Duan, if you really want to thank me, why not do me a favor? Chin Dong suddenly remembered something. Don't say a word, just say it. The Duan family will never be vague. He said straightforwardly. Okay, then I won't be polite. Chin Dong took out the remaining pills on his body. I refined dozens of pills this time, and you saw the effect just now. I want to sell it to make some money to support my family, but I don't know anyone. If you know anyone who needs it, please help me sell it. Oh, right? This pill can extend the lifespan of the sick. Ordinary people can also strengthen their bodies after taking it. It won't be a problem to be 10 years younger. Everyone was stunned. This guy was so humble that he refused to take the money and started selling pills instead. Dong, you are too modest. It is not an exaggeration to call this medicine a magic pill. I am afraid the price is not low when you say it is enough to support a family. Lin Tianxian joked, no matter how much it costs, I will buy a few first. You're joking, sir. If you want me to give it to you, just give it to you. Donald Sheen said with a smile, I just don't know how much the price is, so I'm discussing it with you guys. When leaving the Duan family, Shen Dong was in a very good mood. If he could sell this batch of pills, he would be rich enough just by selling medicine in the future, so why would he bother with financial investment? In less than half a year, his wealth might surpass Shen Junyao, making her dare to look down on him. In the next few days, apart from picking up and dropping off the children, Shen Dong spent the rest of his time practicing and improving his strength. Until I received an invitation from the Duan family to attend a banquet to celebrate Mr. Duan's recovery. This banquet was held with great ceremony, and it was said that many prominent figures in the imperial capital were invited. The Duan family is a family of warriors with many masters who have passed down their skills from generation to generation. They also have a very important position in the imperial capital and no one dares to underestimate them. Many people even feel proud to have received an invitation from the Duan family, which shows their influence. Mr. Shen, I think you must attend this Duan family banquet and take it seriously. In the living room, the secretary said to Shen Junyao solemnly, the Duan family is full of experts. If they are willing to lend you a helping hand, it will be more certain for you to take revenge in the future. Yes, you help me back up the valuable gifts and accompany me to the banquet in the evening. Shen Junyao nodded. Before, she was devoted to business and didn't like to get involved in the circle. She stayed away from struggles and just wanted to keep to herself. But now that the Shen family is in trouble, she is the only one who can rely on her for revenge. She can only integrate into this circle, make more connections, and increase the capital's strength for revenge. At this time, Donald Sheen came down from upstairs, and Shen Junyao looked up. Secretary Li is here. Why have you been working from home recently? He joked. Mr. Sheen, the company is not busy recently. The secretary responded, and then smiled to Shen Junyao and said, Mr. Shen, he is becoming more and more like the male owner of this house. Shen Junyao immediately glared at her coldly, and the secretary was so scared that she hurriedly left. What have you been doing hiding in the house lately? Are you doing anything bad at home? Shen Junyao discovered that recently, except for Jiabao's return, he almost stayed in his room and rarely showed up. Donald Sheen replied, I am being conscious so that you won't see me wandering around and chase me away. She secretly laughed. This guy was sometimes silly and funny, but she still snorted coldly on the surface. Oh, it's good to know. Keep it up. After saying that, she got up and went upstairs. At night, Donald Sheen didn't want to be too ostentatious, so he went to the banquet on time. He didn't want people to know that he was the one who sold the pills. After all, this kind of money-making business should be kept secret and low-key to avoid attracting attention. So he specifically told the Duan family not to treat him so solemnly. At the same time, Shen Junyao had already arrived at Duan's house and parked her car outside. Shen Junyao is here. I didn't expect that she would come to attend the Duan family banquet. She rarely showed up at such occasions before. I heard that something happened to the Shen family in Jinling. They may have lost their backers and want to find someone new to rely on. A group of young men were hanging out outside. Just as they were about to go in, they saw Shen Junyao getting out of the car, and couldn't help but whisper. At the same time, many people were also amazed by her dress. Especially Wang Minghui, he could hardly take his eyes off Shen Junyao, who was wearing a noble and sexy dress. That kind of temperament and charm was hard to compare even to those beautiful actresses walking on the red carpet. He was about to go over to them, but suddenly a group of people nearby walked towards them quickly. Be careful, boss. The two bodyguards behind him immediately protected Shen Junyao and the secretary behind them. Shen Junyao, I didn't expect to see you here again. In that case, let's settle the score. A young man walked out with a domineering look on his face, followed by a dozen thugs. He looked even more arrogant than Wang Minghui and the other young masters. Who are you? Shen Junyao stared at him coldly. Oh, who am I? He said domineeringly, remember, my father is the chairman of the Dragon Tiger Society, the second master who died in your hands is my master, and my name is Zhong Cohen. Where's your man? Tell him to get out here and die. Shen Juanyao's face changed slightly. Because of the troubles in the Shen family these days, she had forgotten about the trouble with the Dragon Tiger Society. They will definitely not let it go if such an important person like Yuri died at Qin Dong's hands. When Wang Minghui heard this, he hurriedly came out to show his courtesy and tried to win her favor. He stepped forward and said, "Cohen, please give me some face. Jun Yao is my good friend. Please don't embarrass her. Let's talk it out." Zhong Cohen turned to him and said, "So it's Master Wang. It's not that I don't give you face. But my master died at the hands of her man. There must be an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, how can the thousands of brothers in my Dragon Tiger Club agree to it? Besides, everyone knows that you are deeply in love with this woman, but she already has a man and children. Isn't it time for you to wake up?" Chapter 29 More arrogant than you. Wang Minghui's face looked a little ugly. After all, so many people were listening, but he didn't dare to break up with Zhong Cohen easily. "Whether there is any misunderstanding, I believe Jun Yao will not easily harm others." "There is no misunderstanding, Shen Junyao, my master was killed by your man, right?" Zhong Cohen questioned. "So what if it is, so what if it isn't?" Shen Junyao said coldly. "Oh, others say that the queen of the imperial capital, Shen Junyao, has a big shot behind her, so you can be smooth sailing in the imperial capital. Usually, they see you looking so glamorous and beautiful, so they dare not offend you." Zhong Cohen sneered, "But I am not like those losers who are afraid of you. I don't care who's behind you. If you mess with the Dragon and Tiger Society, you will definitely not end well. Now I will make you, bitch, kneel before me and confess to my master, otherwise don't blame me for taking you back. I also want to enjoy you, my peerless beauty, he." The secretary said angrily, "Zhong Cohen, don't be rude to Mr. Shen. Who do you think you are? It's your turn to speak?" Zhong Cohen pointed at her and said, "If you dare to say another word, I'll have my brothers drag you to the car and kill you first." Facing his fierce look, the secretary shuddered. The people around couldn't help but talk in low voices. Zhong Cohen is a lunatic. Shen Junyao is a person of some importance, but he actually wants to force her to kneel down and repent. He relies on the power of the Dragon and Tiger Society, and he has strong skills from practicing martial arts since he was a child. He never takes people seriously. Look at how he didn't give young Master Wang any face just now. Yes, but there is nothing we can do. He is Chairman Zhong's only son, and the Dragon Tiger Society has thousands of desperate criminals under its command. Shen Junyao has offended him, so she can only consider herself unlucky. Wang Minghui couldn't help but said, "Junyao, now that things have come to this, quickly hand over Donald Qin, or else the Dragon Tiger Society will target you." Shen Junyao glanced at him indifferently. "This is my personal matter, don't worry about it, Mr. Wang. Are you going to go against the Dragon and Tiger Society for him? The gain will not make up for the loss." Wang Minghui couldn't help but feel a little angry. She had always been a rational and wise woman. How could she be willing to offend the Dragon Tiger Society for Donald Qin? To be precise, he felt unbalanced. After all, he had put so much effort into Shen Junyao, but he still failed to gain her favor. "Master Wang, you heard me, don't be so self-indulgent. She doesn't appreciate your kindness at all." Zhong Cohen snorted coldly, "Shen Junyao, are you going to kneel or not?" Shen Junyao stared at him coldly. She was good at business, but facing the overbearing and unreasonable Zhong Cohen, she was at a disadvantage and she didn't know how to deal with it. "Who do you think you are? How dare you make my woman kneel down?" At this time, a lukewarm voice sounded, and everyone looked over curiously. Donald Qin walked out slowly. When he got off the car just now and saw so many people watching the excitement, he thought there was something exciting going on. But when he got closer, he saw that it was Zhong Cohen forcing Shen Junyao to kneel down. He was instantly furious. "Qin Dong." The secretary was surprised. Shen Junyao was even more surprised. How could he appear here? Zhong Cohen stared at Donald Qin. "You are Shen Junyao's man, and you killed my master?" "Yes, I am her man." "Who is your master?" Donald Qin walked forward with a sullen face, staring directly at Zhong Cohen, unwilling to be outdone. The secretary was stunned. How could this guy change so much? He was not like this when he was in South City. Everyone at the scene was in an uproar. Who was this guy? I've never heard of Shen Junyao having a man before. Zhong Cohen was arrogant enough, but he didn't expect Qin Donggang to appear and be even more arrogant. He bluntly said that the famous second master was a bastard. You dare to disrespect my master again." Zhong Cohen was furious and said fiercely, "My master is the second master of the Dragon Tiger Society, remember?" "Oh, it was that old man." Donald Chin suddenly realized, I advised him in advance to go home and enjoy his old age. But he insisted on fighting with me and helped the Zhao Zhizhong to hurt my daughter, so I hit him too hard. So you can't blame me, right? Hiss. There was another uproar at the scene, and many people gasped. Everyone knows that the second master of the Dragon and Tiger Society is a well-known master, yet he made it sound so light. Zhong Kuan was even more furious, and gnashed his teeth and said, just admit it. If that's the case, neither you nor Shen Junyao will survive. You're nothing? Donald Chin said disdainfully, apologize to Junyao first. How dare you let my woman kneel down to you? Do you deserve it? Crazy, too crazy. Everyone's scalps tingled as they knew Zhong Kuan was arrogant and looked down on others. But now they know what real arrogance is. The aura and tone displayed by Qin Dong seemed that the Dragon and Tiger Society was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Zhong Kuan was so angry that he laughed, pointing at him and said, apologize? Stupid, I'll show you how to write the word death now. If you dare to point at me again, I'll break both of your legs. Do you believe it? Qin Dong said coldly. Groove. Zhong Kuan couldn't bear it any longer and rushed towards him. Bang! Qin Dong turned around and kicked him directly, sending him flying. The men behind him were knocked down by his body and screamed in agony. This. Everyone was stunned, looking at the scene in disbelief. Isn't Zhong Kuan a master? Isn't he very skilled? How come he was knocked down with just one kick? You. Zhong Kuan covered his aching chest with a trace of panic in his eyes. This man was too strong. He didn't even see how he attacked just now and didn't have a chance to react at all. No wonder the master lost to him, he hurriedly shouted at the remaining men. What are you standing there for? Come on. Those people reacted and rushed towards Qin Dong at the same time. Too weak. Qin Dong didn't take them seriously at all. He just saw a figure quickly passing by, and in the blink of an eye, all of Zhong Kuan's men fell to the ground wailing. Is this still a human? Too fast. Everyone was dumbfounded again, and the secretary couldn't help but ask, Boss Shen, is Donald Chin so powerful? Shen Junyao remained silent. Indeed, he was just as strong last time. You dare to be so arrogant after sending these rubbish? Donald Chin walked towards Zhong Kuan, who was lying on the ground. Who gave you the courage? Since you don't want your legs anymore, I'll grant your wish. You, don't come over here. Seeing him approaching, Zhong Kuan raised his hands and said in fear, if you dare to touch me, my father is from the Dragon Tiger Society. Before he could finish his words, Donald Chin stepped hard on his knee. Snap! The sound of bones breaking, accompanied by Zhong Kuan's screams, was chilling to watch. This guy is so cruel, he really dares to do this. Is the Dragon and Tiger Association so unbearable in his eyes? Chapter 30 Don't want this life anymore. The corners of Wang Minghui's mouth twitched a few times. He had sent people to check Qin Dong's information before, but he was just an ordinary person, so he didn't take this love rival seriously at all. But now, he knew that he was wrong, extremely wrong, and the information must be wrong. Don't mention status to me. Bullying the people I care about is the same for everyone. Do you understand? Donald Chin looked down at him and said, kill me if you have the guts. Otherwise, if there's a next time, you won't be able to keep your life. You. Zhong Kuan was sweating profusely from the pain. He was speechless as he looked at the aggressive Qin Dong. This guy didn't play by the rules at all. Who in the imperial capital dares to treat him like this? No matter how powerful a person was in the past, as long as he revealed his identity, he would be scared and become respectful. But he actually. When Shen Junyao, who was not far away, heard this, the look in her eyes when she looked at Donald Chin obviously changed a little. I never thought that I would be wrong sometimes. It turns out that being protected by someone is such a wonderful feeling. At this time, someone from the Duan family heard the noise and came out. Duan Yuansheng saw the chaotic scene, frowned and asked in dissatisfaction, what happened? Zhong Kuan's eyes suddenly became hot, and he pointed at Qin Dong and Shen Junyao and said, Master Duan, you are here at the right time, send someone to arrest them quickly. They killed my master and broke my leg. As long as we catch them, the Dragon Tiger Society will reward us handsomely. Hearing this, everyone quieted down. I thought to myself that the drama was becoming more and more exciting. After all, Zhong Kuan's father was the leader of the Dragon and Tiger Society, and everyone had to be a little wary of him. Although this man is strong, he is an unknown figure after all, and Shen Junyao is just a businessman. Everyone seemed to have an answer as to who to turn to. For a businessman like Shen Junyao, no matter how rich she is, she can't compare to the Dragon Tiger Society, right? Duan Yuancheng was surprised to see Qin Dong and was about to say hello, but Qin Dong spoke up in advance. Master Duan, he was the first to disrespect my woman. I warned him again and again, but he went even further and wanted to get rid of me. I had no choice but to take action. I hope you can forgive me. When Shen Junyao saw Duan Yuancheng coming out, she quickly stepped forward to explain, yes, Master Duan, I was invited today to come and congratulate Mr. Duan on his good health. But as soon as I got off the car, Zhong Koan brought people to stop me and forced me to kneel down to him. So I had no choice but to disturb the Duan family's happy event. Duan Yuancheng understood what he had heard, and immediately glared at Zhong Koan fiercely, saying angrily, Mr. Zhong, I only invited the Dragon Tiger Club for your father's sake. Tonight is a rare good day for the Duan family, celebrating my father's recovery, but you are bullying the distinguished guest at the door of my house. Aren't you trying to slap my Duan family in the face? Master Duan, but they killed my master. Zhong Koan said anxiously, I want to avenge my master. That's not a reason for you to be so rude in my Duan family. Everyone who comes is a guest. Isn't it a bit too much for you to make things difficult for my guests like this? Duan Yuancheng said impatiently, I advise you to go to the hospital immediately if you are injured. Maybe your leg can be saved. You. Zhong Koan didn't expect that Duan Yuancheng didn't give him any face at all, but instead protected Shen Junyao and the others. Others were also surprised. Duan Yuancheng was willing to offend the Dragon and Tiger Society for Shen Junyao? Miss Shen, are you okay? Duan Yuancheng turned to look at Shen Junyao again and apologized enthusiastically. Chapter 31 Are you sure? Duan Yuancheng turned to look at Shen Junyao again and apologized warmly, I'm really sorry. It's an honor for the Duan family to have you here, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. It's our Duan family's fault for not taking good care of you. I hope you can forgive me. Shen Junyao was somewhat flattered. She didn't expect Duan Yuancheng to be so open-minded. Master Duan, you are too kind. I can't blame the Duan family. I ruined everyone's fun. You're welcome. The banquet hasn't started yet. Please come in. He looked at everyone and said, listen, everyone. If you come to celebrate for the Duan family tonight, you are most welcome. But if anyone dares to use this to cause trouble, don't blame me for turning my back on you. After that, he personally invited Shen Junyao into the house. Thinking of Donald Chen's instructions, he just greeted her with his eyes. Donald Chen followed him in and said, if I had known you were coming here, I would have come here together. Shen Junyao recovered and turned to him and said, I haven't told you yet, why are you here too? A friend invited me here. Donald Chen said truthfully. Friend? The secretary couldn't help but ask, are you sure? Donald Chen, do you know what kind of banquet this is? In their opinion, how long has Donald Chen arrived in the capital? How could he have known any friends? And they invited him to such an important banquet. It's obviously unreliable, and you might be fooled. Donald Chen smiled and said, secretarially, you will soon know what kind of friend he is. I will introduce him to you when I have the chance. Forget it. Shen Junyao said calmly, we don't want to meet messy people. Besides, you were too impulsive just now. The second master died in your hands. We already have a grudge with the Dragon and Tiger Society, and now you broke Zhong Koan's legs. This grudge can never be resolved. And I reminded you that although we are Jiabao's parents, we are not husband and wife. How can you say in public that I am your woman? After saying that, she glared at Donald Chen angrily. After this commotion tonight, the whole circle will probably know about it tomorrow. Originally, their relationship was innocent, but how can they explain it clearly now? Donald Chen said innocently, they first said that I am your man. In this case, do I still have to patiently explain to them? Shen Junyao was speechless and could only remind him, there are people everywhere at the scene, don't follow me, so as to avoid misunderstanding again. You're just trying to save me and solve such a big problem. Donald Chen said helplessly, is this how you repay me? Shen Junyao just rolled her eyes and quickened her pace to leave. She didn't want to cause any more trouble with Donald Chen, otherwise the outside world would definitely confirm their relationship. She came to the Duan family with generous gifts and said some polite words. The Duan family naturally responded enthusiastically, while Donald Sheen quietly found a quiet place to sit down. But even though he kept a low profile, he still attracted a lot of attention, especially the young man who had just seen him beating up Jean Cohen outside, and they whispered about his background. In the imperial capital, he broke Jean Cohen's legs without fear and killed the famous second master. She shouldn't be an ordinary person, otherwise, a beauty like Shen Junyao, who Wang Minghui had pursued for so long but failed to win, would be willing to have a child with him. Soon, the guests gradually arrived, sumptuous food and wine were served, and the banquet officially began. Donald Sheen was not polite at all. After all, he came here hungry, so he picked up the chopsticks and tasted them one by one. On the other side, Shen Junyao, for some reason, couldn't help but look at him from time to time. She didn't even realize that Qin Dong was already a special person in her heart. Chapter 32 How is it possible? At this time, surrounded by the Duan family, old Duan slowly appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was very surprised to see his spirited appearance. They knew that this banquet was to celebrate Mr. Duan's improvement in condition, but they didn't expect that he had recovered to this extent and could walk like a normal person and look so energetic. Wasn't there a rumor a while ago that Elder Duan was dying? How come he looks fine? Yes, it is said that he has invited many famous doctors but to no avail. He is suffering from a terminal illness, but he doesn't look like it. Many people have the same question in their minds. Duan Yuansheng began to speak, and the scene gradually became quiet. He first lamented about Mr. Duan's illness. He had consulted many famous doctors but to no avail. He had given up countless times, but he did not expect that with the recommendation of Uncle Lin, a miracle doctor would come to his door and he would eventually be reborn. After hearing his words, the audience started to talk a lot. Someone couldn't help but ask, Master Duan, I wonder who this miraculous doctor is that could cure Elder Duan's terminal illness. Is there really such a great doctor? Yes, this is a terminal illness. Others were curious. Mr. Duan replied personally, to be honest, my terminal illness is incurable. But the miracle doctor can let me live a few more years. His medical skills are unparalleled. Even if he can't cure this terminal illness, I will be satisfied if I can live a few more years in peace. That's what I said. How can a terminal illness be cured? But it would be great to live for a few more years, considering how seriously ill he was. Mr. Duan, which miracle doctor is this? Can you let us see him? At this time, some people began to become curious about the miracle doctor. Elder Duan shook his head and said, I'm sorry, because the miracle doctor is not available, so I can't introduce him to you. But this miracle doctor is also good at refining pills. It is because of his pills that I can get out of bed so quickly. If you really want to see the miraculous doctor, here are some of his medicines. Duan Yuansheng immediately took out the pill and showed it to everyone. Crowds of people gathered around, curious about this miracle drug that could cure terminal illnesses. Ha, that's interesting. Qin Dong was sitting down there, gnawing on a big crab with his mouth full of oil. He was very happy to see this scene, as he would be able to make some money soon. This guy is eating so deliciously. He is not afraid of embarrassing himself in such a grand occasion. Shen Junyao looked at Qin Dong again and saw a lot of debris piled in front of him, and she looked down on him. But I also think he is a little cute because he is silly. At least compared to many celebrities at the scene, he is very real. Mr. Shen, do you think the elixir is so magical? You heard from Patriarch Duan that ordinary people can even look several years younger after eating it, and their lifespan can be extended by at least 6 or 7 years. The secretary couldn't help but mutter. Looking at Elder Duan's condition, it should be true. Shen Junyao whispered, I also heard that Elder Duan was very ill before, and he saw many famous doctors but to no avail. It seems that the person who treated him this time is not an ordinary person. Well, no wonder they call him a miracle doctor. The secretary shouted again, Hey, Mr. Shen, look, they are actually rushing to buy the elixir. This medicine is so good, should we buy a few? Even if you don't have any disease or disaster, you will be several years younger after taking it. Shen Junyao was stunned for a moment. Although she had maintained herself well, she was 30 years old after all. Women at this age are actually very afraid of aging. If they find a wrinkle, they will not be able to eat for several days. So she was tempted, nodded, and walked over with her secretary. Master Duan, you can sell the pills, right? She asked directly, how much are you selling them for? I want 5. Duan Yuansheng smiled bitterly and said, Boss Shen, why didn't you come earlier? I don't have even 1, let alone 5. You saw it too. One pill costs 10 million. I didn't expect so many people to be scrambling for it. I'm really sorry. Okay, it's okay. Shen Junyao said helplessly, if you meet a miracle doctor next time, please buy me a few. My daughter is weak, maybe it will be helpful. Don't bother Patriarch Duan. If you want to find me, I will definitely get it for you, no matter how much. At this time, Donald Chin suddenly appeared from behind and said to Shen Junyao jokingly. You, what nonsense are you talking about, Qin Dong? Don't be disrespectful in front of Patriarch Duan. Shen Junyao face changed slightly, and she said anxiously, stay away from me. Impolite, why am I being impolite? Donald Chin asked in confusion, what did I say wrong? Mr. Chin, do you think buying vegetables at the market is that easy? The secretary said angrily, this is a panacea worth tens of millions. Can you get it? It's really funny. Ha, Mr. Shen missed Qin Dong. Duan Yuansheng saw that there were no outsiders around, and said directly, you don't know, in fact, this elixir was made by Qin Dong, and my father's illness was also cured by him. You, what did you say? How is this possible? Shen Junyao and the secretary were shocked and opened their mouths in disbelief. Is Donald Chin the miracle doctor? Isn't he from the financial field? He also has medical skills, even better than famous doctors? That's right, Miss Shen, aren't you married? Don't you know that Donald Chin knows medical skills? At this time, Mr. Duan and Lin Tianxiong came over with a smile and couldn't help but joked. Mr. Duan, Mr. Lin. Seeing the two respected figures in the imperial capital, Shen Junyao first greeted them respectfully, then came to her senses, but didn't know what to say. What on earth did that bastard Qin Dong say behind her back that made these two people think they were husband and wife? Just when she didn't know how to explain, Lin Kursin and Duan Yiqiao also trotted over. Brother Qin, why are you here? We've been looking for you for a long time. Lin Kursin said dissatisfiedly, hey, sister-in-law is here too. Brother Qin, I used to think you were bragging, but I didn't expect that our imperial capital queen is really your wife. Nice to meet you, sister-in-law. I'm Kuxin, a friend of Brother Qin. Forehead. Faced with Lin Kursin's enthusiastic greetings, Shen Junyao was stumped again, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. In this situation, how else can she explain it? Will it be useful? She could only force a smile and nod in response, then glared at Donald Chin fiercely. Her eyes seemed to say, just wait for me. You're good. Rumor has it that Shen Junyao is a single mother and never relies on men, but there are still so many people pursuing her. It turns out that she has been with you for a long time. Duan Yiqiao said strangely. Qin Dong noticed that Shen Junyao expression was getting uglier, and hurriedly said, okay, today we are congratulating Mr. Duan for his good health, don't talk about me anymore. Okay, Brother Qin, there are too many people here. Let's go inside and drink. Yiqiao has opened those 2 bottles of Lafite that have been collected for many years. I've been craving them for a long time. Lin Kursin invited. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'm already full. Donald Chin said unhappily. It's okay. You can drink so much, so what are you afraid of? Lin Kursin continued, sister-in-law, come with us. Shen Junyao gradually calmed down. Seeing Lin Kursin and Duan Yiqiao both surrounding Qin Dong, she didn't know why she felt strange and uncomfortable. Chapter 33 Shen Junyao's explanation. What made her even more angry was that Donald Chin completely ignored her warning, announced their news to the public, and even said that they were husband and wife. The more I thought about her, the angrier I got. How could I still be in the mood to drink with them? It was good enough that I didn't lose my temper on the spot. I'm sorry, Miss Lin, it's too late. If I don't go home, the child won't be able to sleep and will make a fuss. I have to go back first. You guys can drink slowly. After saying that, she said goodbye to Duan Yuansheng and Lin Tianxiong, and left with her secretary. But Donald Chin could vaguely sense her anger, and was so frightened that he didn't dare to stay any longer, so he also said goodbye. Adong, I haven't given you the money for the pills yet. Not in time, give it to Kuxin and ask her to pass it back to me. Donald Chin waved and chased after him. Asshole, what on earth did this asshole say outside? Why do they all call me sister-in-law? There is nothing wrong between him and me. Now I can't clear myself of this even if I jump into the Yellow River. On the way, Shen Junyao no longer cared about her image in the car and cursed angrily. The secretary beside her couldn't help but think that the dignified president Shen seemed to have changed. In the past, no matter how big the problem was, she was the calmest one. But it seemed that because of Qin Dong, she lost her composure more than once. Boss Shen, drink some water. Don't get yourself hurt by getting angry. How can I not be angry, this bastard? I really regret going to him in the first place, now I am in a dilemma. Shen Junyao took the water, and her body was shaking with her emotions, especially her collar, which was trembling. Boss Shen, it's not a bad thing. The secretary analyzed, don't forget our purpose tonight, which is to make friends with the Duan family. And Don Qin cured old Duan. From the attitude of the Duan family towards him just now, it is not difficult to see that they respect him very much. If there is such a relationship. Hearing this, Shen Junyao gradually calmed down, frowned, and fell silent. It was not until she got home that she slowly said, no, I didn't want to involve him in the first place. If something happens to us, Garbo will have no relatives in the world. I can't take this risk. The secretary seemed to want to say something but hesitated. In the end, he said nothing and left. Shen Junyao walked into the room with complicated thoughts and asked, Sister Huang, where is Jiabao? Mr. Shen, the young lady has fallen asleep, don't worry. The servant replied. That's good, you should go and rest early too. Shen Junyao nodded slightly and sat on the sofa rubbing her temples. At this time, Don Qin walked in from outside. Hey, you're in such a hurry to come back. I see you haven't eaten much. Donald Qin stepped forward with a guilty conscience. She opened her eyes, stared at Donald Qin, and said coldly, how do you explain to me about what happened tonight? What do I need to explain? Donald Qin sat opposite him. What explanation do you want? If this is your attitude, you can move out now. She stood up and said, don't accuse me of cheating. From now on, you have the right to visit Jiabo every weekend. But this family has nothing to do with you. Hey, wait, why do you chase me away? Donald Qin hurriedly grabbed her hand. Are you angry because they misunderstood our relationship? I warned you not to mention our relationship outside. She said coldly, you didn't do it, so don't blame me. Can you please be reasonable? I have no other options. Donald Qin explained helplessly, who told you to give me a fake address last time? I happened to meet Uncle Lin living in that neighborhood, and I happened to save them. Then he asked me to help treat old Duan. I mentioned our relationship at that time because I needed someone to help me find your address. Otherwise, how could I find you? He roughly explained what happened, saying that he was forced to do so. Besides, the Lin and Duan families would not spread their relationship to the outside world, so what was the big deal? After listening to this, Shen Junyao looked better, but she didn't know what to say. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Donald Qin said weakly while pinching her slippery little hand. Shen Junyao realized that her hand was held by him, and she shook it off. Who allowed you to touch me? Seeing the look that seemed to want to eat him, Donald Qin said innocently, I'm not in a hurry. Besides, it's just a touch. What's more? I've touched the key places before. What did you say? There was murderous intent in her eyes. I'm tired. I need to sleep. Donald Qin rushed upstairs. Shen Junyao took a deep breath, and her anger finally subsided. Thinking about how this guy had touched her that night, her cheeks couldn't help but feel hot. The next day, Shen Junyao was about to go to the company when she suddenly received a call and was extremely happy. Well, I'll be there today. After putting down the phone, after the joy, his face was filled with worry again. Get up, are you going to the company? At this time, Qin Dong came back after sending the child, and saw her wearing a sexy professional uniform, so he took the initiative to greet her. Shen Junyao glanced at him and stepped forward and said, I forgot to ask you last night, how come I didn't know that your medical skills and physical abilities are so great? Qin Dong, I thought I knew you, but how many things about you are there that I don't know? Donald Qin smiled. He had expected her to ask, but he didn't expect she would keep it to herself until now. It doesn't matter how long have we known each other? Let's get to know each other slowly. There are many things about me that you don't know. Who wants to understand you? She said angrily, I just want to know what kind of father the child has. Of course he is a good father. Donald Qin said confidently, all these skills of mine are passed down from my ancestors. I have been practicing them since I was a child. Shen Junyao did not doubt it, and nodded slightly, saying, you are indeed beyond my expectations. This is a good thing. Protect Jiabao well in the future. If you want, you can take her back to South City and live a good life. Also, I might be away for a while. Tell Garbo that I'm on a business trip. That's it. After saying that, she left with a serious expression. Donald Chin frowned. Was she saying goodbye? But why was she so heavy-hearted that she was even willing to let him take Jabal back to South City? What on earth had happened to her? No, I have to ask Secretary Lee to find out. Shen Junyao came to the company and handed over all the affairs to Secretary Lee. After working with her for so many years, she believed that Secretary Lee could stabilize the company until Jabal grew up. Boss Shen, are you going to Jinling now? This is a serious matter, you must be cautious. Shaoli, I received a call from Uncle Jiang. He told me that Grandpa is still alive, but he is being held somewhere else. Shen Junyao said in a trembling voice, Uncle Jiang has a deep friendship with the Shen family. He contacted me suddenly, so he definitely wouldn't lie to me. Grandpa is still alive. I must save him as soon as possible. Even if he is dead, I will save him. As long as Grandpa is alive, there is still hope for the Shen family. Seeing that she had made up her mind, the secretary said helplessly, in that case, President Shen, you can go without worry. I'll be in the company. You should be careful. Shen Junyao made a few more calls, and around 2 p.m., a group of black-clad bodyguards drove a total of 4 cars towards Jinling. Chapter 34 Blackmail. On the road, a man in his 30s exuded a tough and iron-blooded aura. Miss Shen, Mr. Song has something to tell me. The Shen family's affairs are too complicated for him to show up, so he can only send me and Tian Lang to assist you in going to Jinling. This is all he can do. You have to rely on yourself from now on. Ms. Shen. Tian Lang on the other side nodded slightly in greeting. Shen Junyao replied, I understand Mr. Song's situation. He has done enough for me and the Shen family. I am very grateful. Then we will do our best to assist you. Just tell me if you have any instructions. Jin Bao nodded. In the evening, the car entered Jinling and Shen Junyao went directly to Jiang Er's residence. Jiang Er is quite powerful in Jinling. Although he is not from a noble family, he is capable and daring, and has hundreds of loyal followers. He has also made great achievements and should not be underestimated. Miss, you are finally back. I haven't seen you for a few years. You have really changed a lot. Jiang Er saw Shen Junyao and greeted her with red eyes. 5 years ago, she was 25 years old and was the gentle and well-behaved eldest daughter of the Shen family. Now, although her appearance has not changed much, her temperament is completely different. Not only has he become more mature, but the wisdom and aura between his eyebrows are completely different. Uncle Jiang, long time no see. Is what you said on the phone true? Shen Junyao asked impatiently. Yes, let's go inside and talk. Jiang Er welcomed them into the house, had someone entertain Jin Bao, Tian Lang and the others, and then he and Shen Junyao sat down in the living room. Miss, after the incident at the Shen family, people outside said it was an accidental fire, but anyone with a discerning eye knew that something was fishy, so I have been investigating secretly until someone from the Jiangnan Meng family came a while ago, and it was Mr. Meng who wanted to get engaged to you back then. After some inquiries, it turned out to be just as I expected. That night was Mr. Shen's 80th birthday. We took advantage of the fact that all the members of the Shen family came back to celebrate the old man's birthday and captured them all in one fell swoop, silencing all of the Shen family members. Also, 2 top masters appeared that night. They were saint-level warriors from the Meng family. It is said that they captured the old man during the fire, but no one knows where he is being held. After hearing this, Shen Junyao's body trembled continuously, her eyes moistened as she said, just because I didn't marry him back then, the Meng family is going to kill dozens of people in my Shen family? Alas, miss, the Meng family is extremely powerful in Jiangnan. There are many talented people in the family, including 2 war king-level figures who command thousands of warriors. No matter what aspect, they are far behind. What does the Shen family mean to them? Shen Junyao wiped away her tears and gritted her teeth and said, we have a deep blood feud. No matter how powerful the Meng family is, I will take revenge at all costs. But now that Grandpa is alive, we must find a way to save him. You said Meng Song is in Jinling, so Grandpa may still be in Jinling. That's what I thought. Jiang Er nodded. Miss, I've sent people to look for him all over the city, but if they want to hide someone, they won't be able to find him easily. You stay here first, and we'll plan the next step when we get some news. That's all we can do for now. Shen Junyao replied, Second Uncle Jiang, I want to go to the Shen family to take a look. Then eat first and then go. You've been traveling all day, he said with concern. I can't eat that much. The Shen family lives in a manor in the southern suburbs of Jinling. Once upon a time, this place was bustling and full of laughter. But now, it has become a ruin. Shen Junyao stood in the yard, looking at the house that had been burned beyond recognition. She was already in tears and knelt on the ground. Dad, Mom, brother, second uncle, third aunt. She called out the names of her relatives one by one, and the harmonious and happy scenes of the Shen family in the past came to her mind. The thought of them being burned to death in the fire made her feel so painful that she almost felt suffocated. I'm sorry for hurting you. It is indeed you who harmed them. If you had married me back then, maybe this wouldn't be the case. With a strong alliance, the Shen family should be the most powerful family in Jinling. Unfortunately, you are too ungrateful. At this moment, a voice came from the opposite side. Everyone was startled and looked over. I saw about 30 people walking out from the opposite side, led by 2 handsome men. The one who spoke was the second son of the Meng family, Meng Song. Protect the young lady. Jiang Er yelled, and the people behind him came forward to protect Shen Junyao. Golden Leopard and Sirius came to her side just in time and looked at each other vigilantly. Shen Junyao, I haven't seen you for a few years. You have become more and more charming. No wonder you gave birth to a bastard, but I still can't forget you. Meng Song and his men stopped more than 20 meters away, staring at Shen Junyao with shining eyes. This beauty had become more mature and charming. Meng Song. Shen Junyao stood up slowly, her eyes red, staring at him coldly and said, Did you kill dozens of people from the Shen family? So what if it is, so what if it isn't? Meng Song said jokingly, Don't say that the Shen family is dead now. Even if it isn't, I still take it seriously. Do you want to seek revenge on me? Wu Hai, you are colluding with the Meng family. Is the Wu family also involved in the Shen family's affairs? Jiang Er stared at another man next to Meng Song. This man was named Wu Hai, the heir of the Wu family in Jinling. Wu Hai's face changed slightly, and he didn't know how to respond. Meng Song sneered and said, What a joke. Why do we need the Wu family's help to deal with the Shen family? So you admit it? Shen Junyao gritted her teeth. Ha, so what if you admit it? Meng Song sneered, To be honest, we have been waiting for a long time. I deliberately let the news that Mr. Shen was not dead spread, just to let you come back. You really didn't disappoint me. Even though you've been away from home for so many years, you still came back after hearing the news. Asshole, so is my grandfather alive or dead? Shen Junyao became anxious when she heard this. I didn't lie to you. Mr. Shen is indeed still alive. Meng Song replied, Shouldn't you thank me for not killing you? Shen Junyao, you only have this relative now. I know you really want to save him. It's actually very simple. As long as you marry me, I can reunite you and your grandchildren. Jiang Er angrily said, Bullshit, Meng Lao Er, you are dreaming. The eldest lady is already a mother, how can she marry you again? It's just a bastard, I don't mind. Meng Song sneered, Or, it would be nice to be my lover. Shen Junyao, I won't force you. But if you still want to see the old man, otherwise you will never see him in this life. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. If you've made up your mind, come with me now. I won't wait any longer. Miss, don't be fooled. He is clearly blackmailing you. Jiang Er reminded. I know he is threatening me, but what can I do? Shen Junyao said bitterly, Before I came back, I was prepared to die. I am not afraid of death, let alone these requests. Thinking of this, she said loudly, I will go with you, but I must see my grandfather first. Hee, don't worry. Come back to Jinling Hotel with me. I'll take good care of me at night. I promise you'll be able to see the old man when you wake up tomorrow. Meng Song said with satisfaction, Let's go. Chapter 35 Qin Dong arrives. Meng Song looked like he had Shen Junyao in his grasp, and he left right after he finished speaking, not afraid that she would go back on her word. As long as Mr. Shen is in his hands, Shen Junyao will definitely be obedient. After all, the Shen family only has this old man now. Sure enough, Shen Junyao struggled for a moment, gritted her teeth and followed. Ms. Shen. Jiang Er and Tian Lang wanted to stop her. After all, Meng Song's purpose was obvious, which was to threaten him with Mr. Shen. It's okay. You wait for my news. For the dozens of people who died tragically for Grandpa and the Shen family, sacrificing me is nothing. After Shen Junyao finished speaking to them, she followed Meng Song and got into his car. Let's go back to the hotel. When Meng Song saw her get in the car, he crossed his legs proudly, his eyes staring at her, unable to hide his desire. Junyao, I have never figured it out these years. Although I am not the heir of the Meng family, my status is below that of my eldest brother. As the son of the head of the family, it is not wrong for you to marry me. But why did you run away from the marriage and even get pregnant with someone else's bastard? What are you dissatisfied with me for? Shen Junyao looked at him and said coldly, my child is not a bastard. Even if the Meng family is powerful, they just don't like him. There is no reason. Ha, Miss Shen is still willful, but the price is a bit higher. Meng Song slowly walked to her side and hugged her fiercely. It's a pity, didn't you come to me obediently in the end? Where on earth is my grandpa? Although Shen Junyao was disgusted, she did not resist. Don't worry, behave well tonight and I promise you'll see him tomorrow morning. Meng Songxie said with a smile. The Shen family, Jiang Er, and others watched Meng Song's car drive away, sighed helplessly, and had to leave. Before anyone got into the car, there was a sudden roar, and a black Audi drove over quickly and stopped in front of everyone. In the car, a handsome young man quickly got out, looked around at everyone, and slowly said, where is Shen Junyao? You are? I am her man. The visitor was Qin Dong. After some persuasion from Secretary Li, he finally forced her to tell the truth. Shen Junyao came back to avenge the Shen family and find her grandfather who might still be alive. Only then did he know that such a big thing had happened to the Shen family, and he also understood why Shen Junyao refused to tell him. But Donald Qin would never let anything happen to Shen Junyao, otherwise Jiabo would probably blame him for the rest of her life, so he drove to Jinling alone without any hesitation. What, you are her man? Jiang Er frowned. Yes, I am her daughter's father. Donald Qin said anxiously, tell me quickly, where is Shen Junyao now? Is she going to seek revenge? Everyone was skeptical, but seeing that he genuinely cared about them, they knew that at least they were not an enemy. Jiang Er then recounted the incident, and after listening to Donald Qin, he angrily said, knowing that the bastard surnamed Meng had bad intentions, did you just watch Junyao go with him? Jiang Er lowered his head and said, alas, we don't want to, but the young lady has made up her mind, and there is nothing we can do. Do you know where they are going? It looks like the Jinling Hotel. Boy, don't be impulsive. It's the largest hotel in Jinling, owned by the Wu family. Jiang Er reminded, Meng Song lives there, so he must be safe. If you barge in to look for the young lady, you'll be in danger. Even if it's hell, I will bring her back. Donald Qin's anger reached its peak. He got into the car and drove away. How could he agree to this woman whom he hadn't even touched being taken to a hotel? He drove all the way and finally arrived at Jinling Hotel using the navigation system. Donald Qin strode in and shouted angrily, who is Meng Song? Get out here. This shout startled everyone in the hotel lobby and they all looked towards him. Several security guards not far away, all from the Wu family, heard Donald Qin being so arrogant and walked over and said, boy, who are you to dare to be so presumptuous? Do you know where this place is? Donald Qin looked at them with a sullen face, is Meng Song here? Who do you think you are? How dare you address Master Meng by his name? A sturdy man said angrily, you are such a fool, I will beat you to death and throw you out. After saying that, several people rushed towards Donald Qin at the same time. He was alone and the others ignored him. Bang bang. However, after just one encounter, Qin Dong knocked several people to the ground with a set of punches and kicks. They couldn't even scream and lay on the ground, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. Hiss. Who is this guy? He's too strong, isn't he? He is definitely not an ordinary person, otherwise how dare he come to Jinling Hotel to cause trouble? The guests around looked at Qin Dong with fear and stayed away from him. Wu Hai rushed down from upstairs, his face changed slightly, and he immediately ordered, go upstairs and report to Master Meng immediately. After that, he led a dozen of his men and walked towards Donald Qin majestically, shouting angrily, who is this blind thing that dares to come to my Wu family's property to shout and beat my people? Wu family? What Wu family? Donald Qin stared at him and said, I want to find young Master Meng and Shen Junyao. Ask them to come out immediately, otherwise I will smash this hotel. Looking for Shen Junyao? Wu Hai sneered, so you are another crazy admirer of Shen Junyao. I might as well tell you that she is probably having a passionate affair with Meng Xiao right now. Boy, since you dare to act so recklessly here, why don't you just leave your life behind? I don't want to waste time. I'll give you 10 seconds. Get Meng Song down immediately, otherwise you will die. Qin Dong held his head high, exuding a sense of dominance. How ridiculous. You are an idiot who doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Wu Hai said proudly, you are so reckless in my territory. Come on. Call out. He was about to give an order, but Donald Qin was no longer in the mood to listen to his nonsense. He took out the small knife he carried with him and swung it over, hitting him directly between the eyebrows. In front of everyone's eyes, Wu Hai fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, dead. The heir of the Jinling Wu family died in his own hotel. All the guests were stunned and looked at the scene in disbelief. Master, master. Wu Hai's men were horrified and looked at Wu Hai in disbelief. After seeing him die, they stared at Qin Dong with fear in their eyes. You killed my master. If Meng Song doesn't get out, someone related to this hotel will die every minute. Donald Qin shouted loudly, shocking everyone. The guests were afraid of being implicated and quickly moved away. Where on earth did this madman come from? He is so arrogant that he kills people just because of a disagreement. He even dares to kill young Master Wu, not to mention others. The farther away from this lunatic the better. Quick, hurry up and urge Master Meng. Chapter 36. I'm here, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Meng Song was in the room at this time. The night was long. He knew that Shen Junyao would not run away, so he took a bath on purpose and planned to enjoy this exquisite beauty. After all, he had been thinking about this night for 5 years. Just as I came out of the bathroom, the door of the room rang urgently. Mr. Meng, something happened, come out and take a look. Meng Song was furious and immediately opened the door and kicked his men hard. Didn't I tell you that no one is allowed to disturb you tonight? The subordinate fell to the ground and said innocently, Mr. Meng, I don't want to disturb you. But there is a man outside, looking for you and Shen Junyao, and he also killed my young master. What did you say? Wu Hai is dead? Meng Song was shocked. Yes, he also said that if you don't show up, he will kill one person a minute until he kills them all. The subordinate said in panic. Looking for death. Meng Song shouted angrily, Old Mu, follow me down to see who is so blind and dares to be so arrogant. An old man slowly walked out of the room opposite. This person was the culprit who took Mr. Shen away that night. Junyao, it seems a little unexpected, but don't worry, I can solve it quickly. Please wait for me in the room for a while. Meng Song turned around and said proudly to Shen Junyao. She was stunned for a moment, then stood up and said, Since you're here to see me, let's go down and take a look together. Okay. Meng Song did not object. As long as Mr. Shen was in his hands, he would not worry about Shen Junyao playing tricks. The two of them walked down the stairs slowly, and the others followed behind. As soon as I came down the stairs, I heard a scream. Another person died at Qin Dong's hands. Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng, you are finally here. Wu Hai's men were so scared that they were sweating profusely. They felt relieved when they saw Meng Song appear. Otherwise, they didn't know who this madman would kill next. Qin Dong, why is it you? Shen Junyao shouted in surprise and looked at him in disbelief. Wasn't he in Nanchang taking care of Jiabao? Why did he suddenly appear in Jinling? Junyao, are you okay? Qin Dong said happily, did that bastard hurt you? Don't worry, since I'm here, I will definitely take you away safely. Who are you? Meng Song heard the conversation between the two and glanced at Wu Hai, who was lying in a pool of blood. You are Meng Song? Donald Qin did not answer, but asked back. Since you know me, why don't you kneel down and accept death? Meng Song said arrogantly, do you know what the consequences will be if you kill Wu Hai? Ha, who do you think you are? Are you worthy of asking me to kneel down? Donald Qin said disdainfully, I don't know what the consequences will be, but I know what the consequences will be if you don't let Junyao go. Hiss. The Wu family's men took a deep breath again. Who is this madman? How dare he ignore a figure like Meng Song? I have never seen anyone dare to be so arrogant in front of Meng Song. Ha, you are the first person who dares to threaten me, interesting. Meng Song turned his head and looked at Shen Junyao and said, Junyao, how about introducing yourself? Shen Junyao recovered and said at a loss, he is. I am the father of her child. Who do you think I am? Donald Qin interrupted, I heard that you threatened my woman to accompany you? Meng Song, I don't care who you are or what your identity is, but you have offended the wrong person this time. Ha ha. Meng Song laughed again and stared at him. So you are the father of that bastard. Great, then I don't have to look for you. Meng Song, he is a brainless person, please ask him to leave immediately. Shen Junyao said anxiously, Shen Dong, please leave quickly, you don't have to worry about my business. She knew that Donald Shen was an impulsive person, but the Meng family was not someone he could offend. If both of them died in Jinling, Jiabao would be left without any relatives. Why would this guy suddenly come to Jinling? Junyao, I'm here to take you away. Donald Shen said in a deep voice, with me here, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Chapter 37 Killing you is like killing a chicken. Ha, what a touching thing to say. But if you want to take her away, you have to have the ability to do so. Meng Song laughed wildly and said, you are so naive and cute to save a beautiful girl in front of me. Shen Junyao said angrily, Donald Shen, leave quickly, you don't have to worry about my business. Want to leave? Junyao, it's too late. Meng Song said proudly, since he is the father of that bastard, I can't let him go. Moreover, he killed Wu Hai, and I have to give an explanation to the Wu family. Okay, I don't plan to leave either. Shen Dong said disdainfully. Boy, you will pay the price for your ignorance. Meng Song's face suddenly darkened and he shouted, Big dog, kill him. Yes, master. A sturdy man walked out slowly from behind. He was about 1.9 meters tall and had a very intimidating effect. Big dog, a saint-level warrior, this guy is young Master Meng's favorite general, and he really has an extraordinary aura. Nonsense, this is a saint-level warrior. That fool will definitely die miserably. I heard that last time there was a rich young man who was killed beyond recognition by him just because he offended him for a few words. The method was extremely cruel. Ha, I suddenly feel a little sympathetic towards that guy. The people around couldn't help but look at Shen Dong with pity. This arrogant guy had no idea how terrifying Meng Song was. Just sending out to go, a saint-level strongman, was enough to kill several lives. What capital did he have to challenge Meng Song here? Hearing the words around her, Shen Junyao was secretly anxious. Why didn't this idiot leave when he asked him to? Did he really want to die? Even she didn't know whether she felt sorry for Jiabao or worried about Shen Dong. She didn't want to implicate anyone in this mess, but Donald Shen took the initiative to come to her. Boy, how do you want to die? The big dog stared at Donald Shen arrogantly and said, I have at least hundreds of ways to kill people. You can choose one. Oh, idiot. Donald Shen was amused and looked at him with contempt. What did you say? The big dog's eyes were as sharp as knives. He couldn't tolerate this guy daring to look down on him. He was as big as a mountain, but extremely fast. He rushed towards Shen Dong and punched him with a heavy punch. Donald Shen calmly reached out and accurately grasped his sandbag-sized fist, and the big dog could not move forward at all. This. Can you catch a punch from a big dog with one hand? Everyone was surprised, and Mu Lao, who was standing next to Meng Song, looked at him with a frown. How is this possible? Big Dog was also full of surprise. Before he could react, Donald Shen had already thrown a punch. Bang! A punch hit him in the face, and the big dog flew back more than 10 meters and fell heavily to the ground. Hiss! Everyone gasped and looked at the big dog whose head was deformed by the punch. It was already dead. A saint-level warrior. This is a saint-level warrior. He was actually killed with just one punch. How powerful is this guy? The way they looked at Donald Shen had completely changed. No wonder this guy dared to challenge young Master Meng so arrogantly and even beat Wu Hai to death. It turned out that he was the real master. A saint-level warrior could be killed with one punch. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Big dog. Meng Song's face changed slightly. Obviously, he did not expect this result and looked a little flustered. Big Dog was a strong man he discovered and cultivated, who had solved countless troubles for him, but he died just like that. Mu Lao, kill him, now. Meng Song got angry and yelled loudly. Mu Lao, who was standing next to him, walked out expressionlessly and squinted his eyes and said, Boy, you are very strong, but that's all. The Meng family is not someone you can offend. Master Mu, it is said that his Tai Chi has reached the highest level. I am afraid that there is no one in the world who is more proficient in Tai Chi than him. finally I get to see him take action. I wonder if he can handle this guy. Everyone recovered and turned their attention to Mu Lao. He was a well-known expert in Jiangnan, whose reputation and strength far surpassed that of De Go, and he might be able to punish Donald Sheen. If you hurt my woman and child, I don't care whether you are from the Meng early family, you will only die. Qin Dong said disdainfully. Mu Lao, don't waste your time talking to him, just kill him. Meng Song could no longer tolerate this. If he didn't get rid of him, wouldn't others laugh at the Meng family's incompetence in the future? Mu Lao stopped talking nonsense and attacked Qin Dong. His movements were graceful and looked real and fake. Fancy moves, useless stuff. Donald Sheen raised the corner of his mouth. He knew that if a few people didn't die tonight, he wouldn't be able to take Shen Junyao away. So he took the initiative and swept over like a gust of wind. What a strong force. As a warrior, when Mu Lao felt the power emanating from Qin Dong at close range, he realized how terrifying this man was. Bang bang bang. The two men fought quickly, but after only 3 rounds, Mu Lao was knocked out, fell to the ground in a mess, and vomited blood. No, that's impossible. Are you a heaven-level warrior? Absolutely impossible, you can't reach the heavenly level at your age. He lay on the ground, pointing at Donald Sheen in disbelief, but before he could finish his words, his neck twisted and he died. Mu Lao. Meng Song shouted, but this time his voice could hardly conceal his panic. Others were even more shocked, looking at Qin Dong like a devil. Is this guy still a human being? 2 saint-level warriors, De Go and Tai Chi master Mu Lao, both died in his hands. The scary thing was that De Go was killed in one encounter, and even someone as strong as Mu Lao only lasted a few more rounds. This level of strength is unheard of. Seeing Donald Sheen approaching step by step, everyone stepped back subconsciously, and Meng Song said in panic, Who are you? It's impossible, how could you kill De Go and Mu Lao at the same time? It seems like you need to sober up. Weren't you very crazy just now? Donald Sheen raised the corner of his mouth and said, Remember, I am the biological father of the bastard you mentioned. I will pay a heavy price for humiliating my women and children. I promise that you will die a horrible death at the hands of all of them, and even if Jesus comes tonight, he can't save you. Boom! Everyone in the audience was shocked, and Meng Song's body was shaking violently. Yes, this time he didn't dare to look down on Qin Dong anymore. Maybe he really had offended the wrong person. Don't come over here, what do you want to do? Stop, Shen Junyao, don't you want to save your grandfather? At the critical moment, Meng Song suddenly thought of Mr. Shen and hurriedly spoke loudly. Shen Junyao recovered and hurried over to stop Qin Dong, although she did not expect that Qin Dong was so strong that he could kill 2 strong men from the Meng family. The current situation seems to have become favorable because of his arrival, turning from passive to active. Qin Dong, you can't kill him. My grandfather is still in their hands. I must save him. Donald Sheen was stunned for a moment, nodded slightly, pulled her directly behind him, and said to Meng Song, Where is Grandpa Shen? Hand him over, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, I will kill you like a chicken. Chapter 38, So much nonsense. Meng Song is now out of confidence. The most reliable De Go and Mu Lao are both dead. He can only agree with him that it will not be too late to kill him once the Wu family arrives. Thinking of this, he raised his hands and said, Okay, I promise you. Meng Song, don't try to play tricks on me. Take me to see Grandpa now. Shen Junyao said anxiously. Okay, I'll take you there. He said with a pale face. My car is outside, you drive it and I'll control him. Qin Dong instructed. Shen Junyao stared at him with complicated eyes. She didn't expect that this man whom she looked down upon from the beginning would give her great help when she was most helpless. I don't know when it started, but I felt so safe around him. Okay, I'll go. Shen Junyao ran out quickly. Donald Sheen pointed at Meng Song and said, Do you want to come over here by yourself, or should I go over there? I'll go over there. Meng Song shuddered with fear, then turned to his men around him and said, I'll take them to see Elder Shen. You don't have to follow me. Just take care of the bodies of De Go and Mu Lao. The subordinate understood his look and immediately responded, Yes, master. Meng Song walked up to Qin Dong uneasily. Donald Sheen grabbed him and walked out without any hesitation. Shen Junyao had already started the car, and Donald Sheen directly stuffed him into the back. Quick, notify Patriarch Wu immediately. In the hotel, a leader quickly gave orders. Meng Song, where is my grandpa? On the way, Shen Junyao asked. Meng Song glanced at Qin Dong next to him and said calmly, Baiyuan Villa District, Villa number 1. You'd better not try to play any tricks. If you say one wrong word, it will be easy for me to kill you. Qin Dong stared at him and said in a deep voice. Don't worry, I won't lie to you, but are you really not afraid of the Meng family? Meng Song couldn't help but ask, what identity and background? In his opinion, Shen Junyao would definitely not give birth to an ordinary person. Besides, Donald Qin was so extraordinary that he was definitely not an ordinary person. He must be a rising star trained by a famous family, but I have never heard of any family or sect that has such a young and powerful person. So he was very curious, where did he come from? Donald Qin chuckled. Identity and background? Mr. Meng, don't think too much. I am just an ordinary citizen, a father who will do anything to protect his children. Only the Meng family. I'm sorry, I really don't know. Maybe your identity is very powerful, but as a father for his children, let alone the Meng family, even if it is hell, as long as my daughter is threatened, I will do everything I can, understand? Meng Song didn't know whether this was true or not, but he couldn't refute it, so he remained silent. On the contrary, Shen Junyao felt relieved for some reason when she heard this. At first, she was forced to go to Qin Dong in order to treat Jiabao's illness. Later, she gave him a sum of money, hoping that they would not owe each other and would not affect each other's lives. But for Jiabao, he still broke into her life. She admitted that she looked down on Qin Dong before and thought they were from two different worlds. But after seeing his various performances, Shen Junyao suddenly felt that he was a father worthy of pride and recognition. She was proud that Garbo had such a father. She calmed down and put all these messy thoughts out of her mind. The most important thing now was to rescue her grandfather. Half an hour later, they arrived at Baiyuan Villa number 1. This villa was built halfway up the mountain, and the scenery was much better than other villas at the foot of the mountain. After arriving, Qin Dong grabbed Meng Song by the collar to prevent him from escaping. After ringing the doorbell, the bodyguard asked, "Who is this?" "Open the door, it's me." Meng Song replied. "Yes, master." "Open the door quickly." After a while, the electronic door opened automatically and they walked in. "Master." In the spacious courtyard, the bodyguard Meng Song, who was on guard, was grabbed by Qin Dong by the collar. He realized something was wrong and stood up, staring at Qin Dong and Shen Junyao vigilantly. "Is there anything more I can say?" Donald Qin said in a deep voice. "Don't be impulsive, calm down." Meng Song said loudly, "Stand back, don't act rashly." The guards retreated one after another, not daring to act recklessly, and could only stare at Qin Dong. "Meng Song, where is my grandpa?" Shen Junyao asked anxiously. Meng Song was stunned for a moment, but still said, "Bring Mr. Shen out." After a while, two guards pushed out an old man in a wheelchair, but he was unconscious. "Grandfather." When Shen Junyao saw him, she ran over excitedly and called out twice, but the old man did not respond. "Meng Song, what happened to my grandpa?" She asked angrily, "What did you do to him?" "Don't worry, Mr. Shen won't die." Meng Song replied, "He was just seriously injured that night and smoked too many fireworks, so he hasn't woken up yet. But I've taken him to see a doctor, and he will wake up when he recovers." "Grandfather." Shen Junyao calmed down a little, squatted down to check on him, and his breathing was relatively stable. At this moment, there was a sudden roar of a car outside. Then, the electronic door opened again, and hundreds of men in black rushed in, holding guns and pointing them at Qin Dong. "I want to see who was brave enough to kill my son. I will make him pay with blood." An angry voice rang out from the crowd, and then a middle-aged man with a goatee walked to the front and glared at Donald Qin. "You are the one who killed my son Wu Hai?" "Qin Dong, he is Wu Hai's father, Wu Shicheng." "You killed his son, and it's none of my business," Meng Song said. "Oh, really?" Donald Qin sneered, "The Wu family, right? If you have the guts, just shoot. I will let Meng Song block the bullet for me immediately. If he dies in your hands, the Meng family will not let the Wu family go, right?" "You." Wu Shicheng said angrily, "Boy, you are a man and let young Master Meng go. If you dare to kill my son, you will have to pay the price. I tell you, don't even think about leaving here tonight." "Ha, if I want to leave, you can't stop me." Facing dozens of guns, Qin Dong was actually unsure, but he must not lose his aura. "Then you try one," Wu Shicheng said domineeringly. "Try calling again, believe it or not, I will let you reunite with your son right away." Donald Sheen narrowed his eyes and became more domineering. Madman, this guy is absolutely madman. Meng Song was terrified at this time. How could he be confident facing dozens of guns? Ah, kid, you are really arrogant. I will give you an order. So much nonsense. Shen Dong impatiently pulled out a silver needle, injected spiritual energy into it and threw it over. Call out. The silver needle was too thin, and the light was dim at night, making it difficult to detect with the naked eye. Before anyone could react, the silver needle had already pierced through Wu Ziqing's head. Before he could finish his words, he fell straight down with his eyes wide open. Before dying, I was still wondering, how could this happen? I am the head of the Wu family, how dare he kill me? Chapter 39 Trouble. Boom! Everyone in the audience was shocked. Seeing Wu Ziqing lying on the ground, the dozens of people immediately panicked and rushed forward to check. When they found that he had died, they said in panic, "He's dead, the master of the family is dead." The master is dead, do you still want to work for him? If you don't want to die, get out of here right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cold-blooded. Shen Dong growled, his aura fully open, completely using his momentum to overwhelm the other party's psychological defenses. Because he also knew that if dozens of opponents opened fire at the same time, it would cause him great trouble. With his current strength, he is not confident enough to deal with bullets. And even if he can handle it, what about Shen Junyao and Grandpa Shen? That's why he suddenly took action to kill that bastard Wu Ziqing just now, to give the other party a warning and to destroy their confidence. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the gunmen looked at each other and ran away. After all, the master is dead. If you fight for someone else, you might even lose your life. Seeing this scene, Meng Song was so angry that his face turned pale. I thought that if Wu Ziqing brought people here, they would be able to turn the situation around and kill Shen Dong. That was why he readily agreed to bring them to see Mr. Shen. In his plan, as long as Donald Sheen and Shen Junyao arrived here, they would not be able to leave alive. But the development of the matter was beyond imagination. Wu Ziqing was a big shot in Jinling after all, but he was killed mysteriously by Shen Dong before he could say a few words. Now the situation has become even worse. You can kill people invisibly? His voice was trembling as he stared at Donald Sheen in fear. How powerful was this guy? Shen Dong smiled. It seemed that no one had noticed the silver needle. Your subordinate just now said that there are 100 ways to kill people. I should have hundreds of them. Do you want to try them? Meng Song was completely panicked. Just now he felt that there was a chance to turn the situation around, but now he didn't know who to rely on. Mr. Shen has been handed over to you. Let me go. I promise I won't stop you from leaving. Seeing the fear in his eyes, Donald Sheen sneered, Are you scared? Isn't the Meng family very powerful? Do you still think I dare not kill you? You lunatic, can't I just let you go? Meng Song said anxiously. You don't have the final say now. Shen Dong shouted, Junyao, stop crying. Leave first and take your grandfather away. Shen Junyao wiped away her tears, gradually calmed down, and pushed Mr. Shen out. When she passed Shen Dong, she stopped suddenly, her expression became like a queen, and she stared at Meng Song coldly, her eyes full of hatred. Shen Dong, help me kill him. Shen Junyao, you. Meng Song was so scared that his legs went limp. Got it, get in the car first. Shen Junyao nodded slightly, and pushed Mr. Shen out quickly. As soon as she walked out of the door, Donald Sheen asked Meng Song, Do you have any last words? You can't kill me. I've already promised Elder Shen that I'll let you go. And if you kill me, there's no benefit. My dad and my eldest brother will never let you go. The Meng family will do whatever it takes to kill you. Meng Song tried to struggle and immediately analyzed the interests to Shen Dong. As long as you let me go, I promise not to cause you any more trouble. Isn't that better? Ha, do you think I will believe it? Donald Sheen sneered, The Meng family wants to seek revenge on me, I will kill them all, understand? You. Before he could finish his words, Donald Sheen had already taken action. He twisted his neck and kicked him into the crowd, hitting several people. Master! You dared to kill my young master. Meng Song's men were filled with shock and anger, staring at Shen Dong intently. He deserves to die. Shen Dong raised his head and said, Anyone who insults my wife and daughter must die. Since you are only working for others, I will not kill you. But if anyone wants to die, just try to stop me. After saying that, he turned and left. Meng Song's men were trembling with fear and no one dared to stop them. When Shen Junyao saw the scene in the car, her heartbeat obviously accelerated. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, how could she dare to believe that Donald Chin had this side? Think about when the two first met, he was just an unemployed vagrant who drove a motorcycle to pick up passengers. Who could have thought that such an extremely ordinary man would be like a god of war tonight, protecting her from the wind and rain, turning the tide and rescuing her grandfather? Even killed Meng Song, the culprit. At this time, Donald Chin opened the passenger door and got in. Seeing her staring at him, he urged, "What are you looking at? Why don't you leave?" Oh. She came to her senses, stepped on the accelerator and left. Tonight, the sky in Jinling changed. The famous Wu family father and son both died at the hands of Qin Dong. What is even more horrifying is that the high and mighty second son of the Meng family also met with the murder. The news spread quickly. When Qin Dong and his friends returned to Jiang Er's residence, almost all the noble families and celebrities in Jinling had received the news and were all stunned. Who on earth is so bold as to kill the Wu family father and son, as well as young Master Meng one after another? I heard that the eldest daughter of the Shen family has returned. Her man is very powerful. He killed 2 saint-level warriors in the hotel without any effort. How is it possible? 2 saint-level warriors are not his match? It's absolutely true. My staff just happened to check into a hotel room and saw Shen Juanyao's man with their own eyes. He killed them instantly with one move. This is too fierce, but this time it will definitely make the Meng family angry. No matter how powerful Shen Junyao is, she can't be a match for the Meng family, right? In a certain club, several big bosses gathered together to discuss enthusiastically after receiving the news. Donald Chin took a comfortable bath in the bathtub. After driving for a whole day and worrying about Shen Junyao, his tense nerves finally relaxed. His tiredness was gone, he got up, changed his clothes, and wanted to go out to see if there was any midnight snack. Seeing Shen Junyao and Jiang Er talking in the yard, he didn't want to disturb them, but Jiang Er saw him at a glance and greeted him with a smile. "Sister-in-law, you haven't rested yet? Uncle-in-law?" Hearing this address, Donald Chin was stunned, and it took him a while to react. Jiang Er had always called Shen Junyao miss, and calling him son-in-law was a kind of recognition. Incredibly, Shen Junyao didn't explain, let alone stop him. This made him overjoyed, and he responded with a smile, "I just took a shower and I'm a little hungry. I want to eat something." "No problem, I'll arrange whatever you want to eat right away," Jiang Er said enthusiastically. "Do you have skewers and beer?" Qin Dong was not polite. "Hee, we are from the same sect. This is the authentic one." Jiang Er said cheerfully, "Wait a moment. I will have someone prepare it. It's troublesome." Donald Chin nodded. Shen Junyao looked at him, pursed her lips, and then walked towards him. Chapter 40. I don't mind that you're older than me. Before Shen Junyao could speak, Donald Chin took the initiative to ask, "Do you want to ask me why I came?" "Okay, I'll tell you the truth. You said those inexplicable things to me today. I knew something must have happened to you, so I went to ask Secretary Li." "You don't have to blame her. If you're really angry, just scold me. I'm used to it anyway." Seeing his silly look, Shen Junyao suddenly wanted to laugh, but she felt it was inappropriate, so she held it back. "I don't want to know these, I just want to say thank you." Qin Dong was a little surprised. After all, he had known her for so long, but he had never heard her thank anyone, let alone apologize. She was the queen of the imperial capital. It was rare for her to thank him so sincerely. He felt uncomfortable for a moment and laughed dryly. "I thought you were blaming me again. But whoever called me brother-in-law just now was not saying anything nonsense." She rolled her eyes coquettishly, and her charming look made Qin Dong's heart beat faster. "There's no need to explain anymore. No matter how much I say, no one will believe me and it will only make me seem hypocritical. So you agree to our relationship?" Donald Chin couldn't help but get excited. This was a very good signal. "What's the relationship?" She frowned and said coldly, "Don't think too much. I'm just grateful for everything you did tonight. Especially Meng Song's death, it can be regarded as a comfort to the souls of dozens of people in the Shen family." Donald Chin said helplessly, "Okay, if I hadn't come, would you really plan to be with Meng Song?" "I have no choice. Grandpa is waiting for me to save him, and the ghosts of the Shen family are waiting for me to take revenge," Shen Junyao said earnestly. "How about this? He suddenly had an idea and suggested, "Why don't I help you get revenge, and you just be my wife, and we won't avoid each other anymore? Anyway, you've already agreed to sleep with me." "You shameless." Shen Junyao was filled with shame and anger. She had just changed her mind about this guy, but what was the difference between him and those stinky men? Was he greedy for her body? How can it be shameless? We are Jiabao's parents. If we can really be together, wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? Dong said sincerely, "Although you are several years older than me, I don't mind." You still want to mind?" Shen Junyao was instantly furious, and stared at him coldly and said, "That's right, I am 30 years older than you, little brat." "You are older than me. You get out of here." Why did this idiot always mention her age, as if to remind her that she was already 30 and no longer a young girl? Donald Chin scratched his head in frustration. Why did he get so angry for no reason? Women really change their attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. I risked my life to save her and Grandpa Shen tonight, but she has no mercy at all? Brother-in-law, the kebabs and beer are ready. At this time, Jiang Er shouted from not far away. Okay. Qin Dong ran over happily. The night was long and there was nothing better than beer and barbecue for a midnight snack. The next day, the news of Wu Jia and Meng Song's death had spread throughout Jinling, causing a sensation in the entire city and attracting discussion from all walks of life. The instigator, Don Qin, was still sleeping soundly on the bed, and was not woken up until noon when Shen Junyao came to wake him up for lunch. During the meal, watching Donald Qin eating heartlessly, she drank a few mouthfuls of rice porridge with a heavy heart, and then said, "Donald Qin, when you are full, go back to the capital. Take Garbo and fly away, to a place where no one knows you and live a good life." "Why?" Donald Qin asked in confusion, "Why are you saying these things again? Are you worried about their revenge?" Shen Junyao said solemnly, "Let's not talk about the Wu family for now. If you kill Meng Song, the Meng family will not let us go. Maybe they will send people to Jinling again soon. Maybe I won't be so lucky this time. I don't want to implicate you, and you have no obligation to avenge me. So you have made up your mind to die?" Donald Qin frowned and said, "Shen Junyao, I don't want my child to lose her mother. She can't live without her father's love, but she can't live without her mother's love either. I won't let anything happen to you. If they want to take revenge, they can come. If you want revenge in order to stop these dangerous actions, I can even do it for you." Shen Junyao trembled slightly. The feeling of being protected really made her feel safe. She thought she was strong enough and didn't need these at all, but Donald Qin seemed to break her thinking again and again. She realized that she also expected to be protected. "Donald Qin, thank you so much, but I know how dangerous it is, so I can't let you get involved." "I can go, but you have to go too," he said firmly. I can't leave. I have to wait until Grandpa wakes up before making any plans. You don't have to worry about me." At this point, she suddenly remembered something. "By the way, don't you know medical skills? Can you take a look at my grandfather?" Qin Dong nodded. He was so busy last night that he forgot to see Mr. Shen. So after eating, the two came to the room where Mr. Shen was. He was still in a coma, and Jiang Er had not returned yet after going out to ask for a doctor. Donald Qin sat down and took his pulse, checking his internal condition, and quickly came to a conclusion. What Meng Song said last night was correct. Grandpa Shen was seriously injured before he died, and then he absorbed a lot of poisonous smoke that damaged his lungs. Fortunately, he had received treatment before, so his condition has stabilized. Shen Junyao asked anxiously, "Why is Grandpa still unconscious?" "The injury hasn't healed yet. I'll treat him and help him up." Qin Dong took out a Peiyuan pill and gave it to him to eat, then took out the silver needle he carried with him. "Is this the elixir that was sold at the Duan family that night?" "That's right, my medicine can be used for any disease." Qin Dong nodded and started acupuncture. Shen Junyao opened her mouth, but finally took it back for fear of disturbing him. Seeing Qin Dong's serious look, I suddenly felt that he was very handsome and had an indescribable charm. After a while, she was shocked to see blood flowing from the corner of Mr. Shen's mouth. "Qin Dong, my grandpa is bleeding." "It's okay, it's poisonous blood." Qin Dong explained, "Just expel the poisonous blood from your body." Shen Junyao could only listen to him. About half an hour later, Mr. Shen coughed twice and slowly opened his eyes. "Grandpa, you're awake," she exclaimed in surprise. Junyao. The old man looked at him with a kind and surprised face. Am I dreaming? Has the king of hell allowed me to see my eldest granddaughter? Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? You are still alive. Shen Junyao cried with joy. I'm still alive? Elder Shen suddenly became more sober. Where are the others? Junyao, where are your parents and brother? Grandpa, everyone else is dead. Shen Junyao said sadly with tears in her eyes. Only you and Lily are still alive. That night, Lily happened to be stuck in traffic outside and couldn't make it back. Unexpectedly, she escaped. But don't worry, she is safe now. Dead, all dead. Chapter 41. I'll stop it. Dead, all dead. Elder Shen coughed violently twice, tears streaming down his face. What a sin! God, why did you let the Shen family suffer this disaster? What on earth did I do wrong? Although Donald Chin understood their feelings, he still reminded them, Old man, you just woke up and your body is still in need. Don't get too excited. Shen Junyao quickly wiped away her tears and comforted him. Grandpa, take care of yourself, Junyao is here for you. Elder Shen gradually calmed down, rubbing her face with tears in his eyes and said, My eldest granddaughter has really grown up. I haven't seen her for many years, but she is still so beautiful. It's a pity that what happened back then prevented you from returning home and your parents from reuniting. Your parents will never see you again, Meng family, it's all because of the Meng family. Hearing this, Shen Junyao felt a tearing pain, and tried to hold back her tears. Grandpa, I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Silly child, this has nothing to do with you. It's just that the Meng family is too bullying. You can only blame Grandpa for being useless and unable to protect the Meng family. Old Shen comforted. Feeling the heavy mood of the grandfather and grandson, Xin Dong was moved and immediately said, Grandpa Jiabao, don't worry, I will avenge the Shen family. Even if it's just for Jiabao, I have to avenge her grandma and grandpa and comfort the souls of the Shen family in heaven. After hearing this, Mr. Shen turned to look at Donald Chin and asked in confusion, Young man, who are you? I'm your grandson-in-law, Grandpa. Donald Chin didn't know how to explain, so he just replied. Shen Junyao rolled her eyes and continued, Grandpa, he is Jiabao's father. In fact, I lied to you back then. I got pregnant through a test tube in the hospital, not with anyone else. She didn't hide anything from her relatives. After listening to this, Mr. Shen couldn't help but smile with relief. My great-granddaughter is already 4 years old, but it's a pity that we haven't met yet. Young man, I'm very relieved that you can say this. Although you are not husband and wife, this fate is also a gift from God. Since you are the child's father, you are not an outsider. Unfortunately, the enemies of the Shen family are not something you can deal with, so you should protect Jiabao well and don't worry about the rest. Grandpa, why are you saying the same thing as her? Donald Chin said helplessly, Don't you guys believe me so much? Since I said it, I can definitely do it. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Shen Junyao was not a heartless person and was somewhat moved. Grandpa, Junyao can't make up her mind now, so she's waiting for you to wake up and make a decision. She repeated the current situation and listened to Mr. Shen's earnest words. The Meng family is not something you and I can shake now. As long as we are alive, we will have a chance to take revenge in the future. Jinling is not a place to stay for long. We have to leave quickly. Then let's go back to the imperial capital. Shen Junyao said, My granddaughter still has some connections in the imperial capital, and Grandpa Song is also there, so it's relatively safe. Elder Shen pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. The imperial capital is not a long-term solution, but there is no better place to go at the moment. I will find a way in the future. Okay, then I'll call Uncle John right away and we'll go back to the capital. Xin Dong heard what they said and had no objection. Although he has only been in the imperial capital for a short time, he at least has reliable friends to help him. Lin Tianxiong and the Duan family, if anything really happens, they can also take care of him, right? Although, he still didn't take the Meng family seriously, he would kill one if he came. The only thing that scares him is the gun. Fortunately, in modern society, they don't dare to use guns casually, right? In Beiyuan Villa No. 1, Meng Yun looked at the body of his younger brother, his handsome face filled with gloom. His aura of majesty without even being angry made it almost suffocating for the men around him. A song, is it worth it for a woman? How did my brother die? Meng Yun took a deep breath and glanced at everyone sharply. After receiving the news that Meng Song was in trouble last night, the family immediately sent him to come by helicopter overnight. It was Shen Juanyao's man. He killed young Master Wu first. The second young master wanted to lead them here and let Patriarch Wu take people to get rid of him. He never thought that the man was too strong. Patriarch Wu was killed by him before he could say a few words. The subordinate described what happened last night in detail. After hearing this, Meng Yun's face became even more gloomy. He clenched his fist and said, "Contact the Wu family and find their location immediately. We must not let them escape. Tonight, I want them to be buried with Ah Song." Yes. The men retreated one after another. Meng Yun turned his head to look at the two old men beside him and whispered, "Two masters, you heard it clearly just now. Big Dog and Mu Lao, two Saint-level warriors, are no match for him. Do you have the confidence to deal with him? It seems that the other party is quite powerful, he should be a heaven-level warrior. If the two of us join forces, we will definitely be able to kill him." "That's great, but I don't want to give him that chance." Meng Yun narrowed his eyes and turned to his confidant on the other side and said, "Contact Jinling's 3rd Squadron and tell them that the Meng family has issued an order to kill the remnants of the Shen family." "Yes." Zhang Er rushed back from outside and saw Mr. Shen waking up. He knelt in front of him excitedly and said that he failed to protect the Shen family that night. When he received the news and rushed over, it was already too late. Mr. Shen naturally would not blame him. Instead, he was pleased with his loyal performance afterwards. When Shen Junyao expressed her intention to return to the imperial capital, Zhang Er immediately made arrangements. Just as he gave the order, Zhang Er's cell phone rang again. After answering it, his face changed suddenly. "Mr. Shen, miss, something bad has happened. Someone outside just sent me a message that the Meng family is coming again, and this time the person coming is Meng Yun. They have gathered a large number of people and are rushing towards me." "So soon?" Shen Junyao trembled slightly, her face pale as she said, "There is no time to lose, Grandpa, let's go now." "I'm afraid it's too late to leave now." Elder Shen said in a deep voice, "They must have blocked all the exits from the city. After all, they are the Meng family. Even in Jinling, their influence is extremely terrifying." Donald Qin stood up silently and said, "Grandpa Shen, you and Junyao go first. Second Uncle Jiang, please take everyone to escort them away. With so many people, they will definitely be able to rush out. As for the people from the Meng family, aren't they here? I can stop them alone. You're staying here alone, don't you want to die?" Old Shen frowned and said, "Young man, I admire your courage, but now is not the time to be a hero." Donald Qin smiled bitterly and said, "Grandpa Shen, do you have any better ideas? If we delay any further, I'm afraid no one will be able to leave. Besides, don't worry. I won't fight them head on. I'll just hold them back. Mr. Shen, you don't know that my eldest brother-in-law is an extraordinary strong man. Zhang Er explained, he can kill 2 Saint-level warriors. As long as he can hold Meng Yun back, we can rush out." "What, he killed 2 Saint-level warriors?" Chapter 42 I have a big reward. "What, he killed 2 Saint-level warriors?" The old man was shocked, thinking that Qin Dong only knew some medical skills, but he didn't expect him to have such strength. "But the Big Dog and Mu Lao beside Meng Song, I was injured by them that night." "Yes, it's them too." Zhang Er nodded. "I can't believe it." The way Mr. Shen looked at him changed. "Mr. Shen, let's act quickly, otherwise it will be more difficult to move on." Qin Dong reminded with a smile. "Okay, we can only rely on you without further ado. Prepare the car." Mr. Shen said solemnly, "See you in the capital. I will have a good chat with you, my grandson-in-law, then." Hearing this title, Donald Qin nodded heavily. Getting the approval of Shen Junyao's relatives was a key breakthrough. Shen Junyao didn't even correct him, which showed that his performance was not in vain. Everyone began to prepare to evacuate. Before leaving, Shen Junyao walked up to Qin Dong with complicated thoughts. "If you really want to stay, I'll accompany you." "Why are you staying here? You'll only hold me back." Donald Qin said with a smile, "Let's go. Don't worry about me." "You don't regret it? What are you regretting?" Donald Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't make it like a life and death separation. Go quickly, or it will be too late." Shen Junyao pursed her lips, thinking that Donald Qin was pretending to be relaxed, but he was really responsible. The two are not husband and wife, but he is willing to risk his life to save her and grandfather. "Qin Dong, you must return to the imperial capital alive. I have a huge reward." After saying that, she looked at Qin Dong deeply and then got in the car. Watching their car drive away, Donald Sheen thought about her words and then shuddered. A huge reward, could it be a promise to consummate my marriage? Has she finally figured it out? Donald Sheen was extremely excited, as if he had been given a shot of chicken blood. Just for this reason, he had to complete the task and go home to consummate his marriage with Shen Junyao. Less than 10 minutes after they left, Donald Sheen stood on the roof, looking at the huge convoy approaching in front of him, squinting his eyes slightly. Damn, what a big scene! Soon, dozens of cars stopped outside the villa, and hundreds of people got out of the cars, surrounding the villa. When he saw some people holding guns, his heart tightened. It's over. I have to be extra careful this time. At this time, a middle-aged man jumped onto the roof of the car and shouted at the top of his voice. Billionaire, hand over the remnants of the Shen family and I will spare your life. Otherwise, we will rush in and leave no one alive. Meng Yun, the eldest son of the Meng family, is here in person. I advise you to surrender and not to dream of joining forces with the remnants of the Shen family, otherwise none of you will survive. Meng Yun sat in an RV, looking at the villa coldly like a king. The man shouted on the roof for a long time, but there was no response. He frowned slightly and shouted, "Stop shouting, rush in and take a look." After receiving the order, the two strong men in front threw a grenade each at the tempered door. With a loud bang, a big hole exploded at the door. Shen Dong, who was lying on the rooftop, was amazed when he saw this scene. Damn it, they even used grenades. Is the Meng family so lawless? Does it mean I really know nothing about the Meng family? Can you ignore the law just because you have power? I'm calling the police. Shen Dong immediately took out his cell phone, dialed 110 and explained the situation, but he didn't expect the other party to say there was no signal and hung up. Donald Sheen was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. Chapter 43 Fierce Battle. Master, there is no one in the villa. The men came out with guns in hand and reported. Young master, they probably received the news and ran away ahead of time, said Master Wang next to him. Meng Yun held a cigarette between his legs and said in a sinister voice, every exit from the city is guarded by people. Want to run? Absolutely impossible. Let's go and chase him immediately. Hundreds of people got on the bus again. Just as they were about to leave, Donald Sheen shouted from the rooftop, "Hey, you don't treat me as a human being. Don't search me carefully." Hearing this, everyone was stunned and looked over. Who are you? The middle-aged man who had just spoken questioned. Meng Yun also looked up and frowned slightly. Leave a few people to deal with him, and the rest will continue to chase him. We just want to delay time. Yes. Seeing that they were still leaving, Donald Sheen could only continue, "Hey, who is from the Meng family? Aren't you here to avenge Meng Song? I was the one who killed him." Boom. Everyone was shocked. Meng Yun raised his hand to ask them to stop, then he slowly walked down and stared at Donald Sheen. Did you kill Asong? Are you Shen Juanyao's man? Donald Sheen smiled lightly and suddenly jumped down from the 4-story rooftop. Oh. Everyone was shocked and thought he was going to jump off the building. Unexpectedly, he landed steadily on the courtyard wall, slowly approached and said, "Yes, I am Shen Juanyao's man, Shen Dong. You look somewhat similar to Meng Song. Are you his brother?" "Yes, I am Meng Song's elder brother, Meng Yun." Meng Yun was somewhat surprised by the strength he displayed, and continued, "Heaven-level warriors are rare, especially at your age. You can reach this level of strength. You really have a bright future. If you hadn't killed Asong, I would have really wanted to recruit you to work for the Meng family. Unfortunately, no matter how talented you are, you won't survive this day." "Oh, really?" Donald Sheen said as he stood on the courtyard wall. "Your brother said the same thing before, but unfortunately he failed to kill me and got himself into trouble instead. Mr. Meng, do you think your fate will be the same as his?" Presumptuous. Master Wang took a step forward, stared at Shen Dong and said, "Even if you are a rare Tianji warrior, you are not allowed to be arrogant in front of the young master. Boy, I guarantee that you will not die a good death." "Ha, I don't know anything about heaven-level warriors or saint-level warriors. I only know that killing you is as easy as killing a chicken," Donald Sheen said contemptuously, deliberately stalling for time. "Arrogant. Today I will let you know what it means that there is always someone better than you." Master Wang and Master Lu were about to take action, but were stopped by Meng Yun. It can be seen that Meng Yun is much more shrewd than Meng Song, and he is not someone who is controlled by emotions. Facing Shen Dong's provocation, he was very calm. "Masters, please wait a moment." He just wants to buy more time for Shen Junyao and the others to escape. Hearing this, Donald Chin's heart tightened. This guy didn't want to be as stupid as Meng Song. Qin Dong, right? Before we take action, I would like to know who your master is. Which master can train such a young Tianji warrior? Meng Yun asked. I have no school or sect. I am self-taught. Donald Chin said jokingly. Ha, you don't even dare to report your family's identity. You're nothing special. He sneered. I told you, but you don't believe me. Donald Chin challenged, Hey, those two old men, do you still want to fight? Little man, don't be so arrogant. The two men were highly respected top masters, and they were furious at being despised by Donald Chin. But Meng Yun didn't intend to give Donald Chin a chance at all, and immediately ordered, Don't bother the two masters, kill him. Bang bang bang. The gunman was ready and immediately shot at Qin Dong on the wall upon receiving the order. Countless bullets flew towards him, and Donald Chin jumped down directly. He picked up gravel from the grass and filled his two pockets. Go in. The third squadron was the strongest fighting force in Jinling. Dozens of people rushed into the villa with guns in hand. The formation was neat, but they still paid a heavy price once they entered. Donald Chin hid in the bunker and threw the gravel in his hand away. Ah! The pebbles infused with spiritual energy are no less powerful than bullets at such a close distance. Countless people screamed and fell to the ground. Meng Yun outside shouted angrily, Everyone rush in and kill him. Yes. Suddenly, hundreds of people rushed into the villa to support the third team. The villa is completely blocked and Donald Chin will have nowhere to hide. All of you are here, great. Junyao, I have stopped the main force for you. Whether we can return to the capital depends on you. Donald Chin ran back to the house, so that even if they had more people, it would be difficult for them to take advantage, and he could deal with them one by one. Obviously, this is a tough battle. For this, Don Chin was mentally prepared. In the villa, there were constant screams and intermittent gunshots. We must kill him, otherwise keeping him alive will be a huge hidden danger to the Meng family. Meng Yun suddenly changed his mind. Compared with Shen Junyao, it seemed that Donald Chin was a greater threat to the Meng family. Even if Shen Junyao ran away, he could still be found. But the chance to trap Qin Dong was rare. Yes. The two masters are guarding the gate. If the people inside cannot get rid of Qin Dong, they will take action. To be on the safe side, Meng Yun took out a sniper rifle from the RV and quickly climbed a big tree nearby to find the best shooting angle. But they were fighting in the house and he had no chance to shoot. Ah! Seeing the tragic scene inside through the sniper scope, Qin Dong, like a god of war, was crushing his men. Even Meng Yun, who had seen many big scenes, felt terrified. This person was too scary and must be eliminated. At this moment, Qin Dong was completely bloodthirsty. He had never been a bloodthirsty person. But he knew that if he wanted to go back alive and consummate his marriage with Shen Junyao, he had to kill the enemies in front of him one by one. It is no exaggeration to say that the villa was filled with blood. I don't know how many people were killed. The number of people was getting smaller and smaller, and the villa was full of corpses. In a blink of an eye, only a few dozen people were left. Looking at Qin Dong, who was covered in blood and looked like a devil, they dared not move forward even half a step. Come on, are you scared? Donald Chin panted slightly, holding the stolen knife in his hand, and yelled at them. This shout frightened them so much that they retreated even faster. Qin Dong approached step by step, and they retreated all the way to the outer yard. The two masters at the gate saw this and knew it was time for them to take action, so they shouted, Everyone retreat! The dozens of people hurriedly retreated to the gate as if relieved. The two masters walked towards Donald Chin and squinted their eyes and said, as expected of a heaven-level warrior, hundreds of people can't do anything to you. If it were in a war zone, it would definitely be a killer. Unfortunately, you don't have that chance. Chapter 44 Seriously Injured. Stop talking nonsense. Come on if you want to kill me. I have to go home and consummate my marriage with my wife. Donald Chin said with red eyes. Oh, you want to go home when you are about to die? Why don't you go down and wait for your wife first, and we will send her down to see you later? Master Lu sneered. Hearing this, Donald Chin became angry, because he could not accept them threatening his relatives, so he took the initiative to rush forward. The two masters knew his strength and did not dare to be careless. They attacked Qin Dong at the same time. Boom! However, after only 2 rounds of fighting, Master Wang was knocked several meters away, fell to the ground in a mess, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Donald Chen in disbelief, and said in a trembling voice, how is it possible, isn't it a heaven-level warrior, but... Master Lu's face suddenly changed, and just as he was feeling uneasy, Donald Chen had already attacked him. Goodbye. Meng Yun, who was sniping on the tree, seized the opportunity and pulled the trigger. Bang! His shooting skills were very accurate, but Donald Chen was too fast, and the shot that was originally intended for the head ended up hitting Donald Chen's shoulder. Ah! Chen Dong groaned in pain, and blood flowed out. It's easy to dodge an open attack but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark, you bastard, you're playing dirty tricks on me. He looked up and saw Meng Yun on the tree. He didn't dare to continue pestering him and ran into the house immediately. Hurry, he's injured, go in and kill him. Master Lu roared. Dozens of frightened people perked up upon hearing this and rushed into the house. But Donald Chen no longer wanted to fight, because he had already bought enough time for Shen Junyao and the others. If he didn't leave, he would really die here. So he jumped out of the back window and left quickly. After a tough battle, he was already running low on energy, and now he was shot and bleeding, so he didn't dare stop to treat his wound. Otherwise, in his current state, he would surely die if caught. So he could only keep running forward, running to more remote places with fewer people. He ran for an unknown amount of time, but his body became weaker and weaker, his head started to feel heavy, and he fell into the woods. He couldn't even get up and he closed his eyes and passed out. At this time, Shen Junyao, Jiang Er, and the others had already fought their way out of the encirclement and were on the highway to the imperial capital. Junyao, are you worried about Donald Chen? Old Shen watched his granddaughter staring out the window absent-mindedly, her face full of worry. Shen Junyao glanced at him and opened her mouth but didn't know how to answer. She was embarrassed to admit it, but she was indeed worried about Chen Dong's safety all the way. After all, this time it was Meng Yun, the heir of the Meng family, who came in person to seek revenge. He must be surrounded by many experts and had made sufficient preparations. Chen Dong was left alone to deal with it. No matter how powerful he was, could he escape unscathed? I'm afraid it would be difficult. From what you said, that kid is indeed a rare talent. Elder Shen sighed, I hope he can come back safely, and you don't have to worry too much. I think that kid is a lucky person, and he should be fine. Shen Junyao nodded slightly, but for some reason, she felt very panicked. She didn't know whether her worry about Donald Chen was out of gratitude or something else. At this time, Jiang Er's cell phone on the other side rang and he answered it immediately. Hey, Lao Lu, is there any news? What? Seeing Jiang Er's ugly face, Shen Junyao heart tightened. After he hung up, she immediately asked, Uncle Jiang Er, is there any news from Jiling? Well, my friend over there received news that a fierce battle took place where I live, with hundreds of casualties, and Meng Yun also invited the Jiling 3rd Squadron to go with him. Several hundred people? The 3rd team? Tianlang smacked his lips and said, Meng Yun is really serious. If it weren't for Chen Dong buying time for us, I'm afraid we would have to stay in Jiling. Shen Juanyao's face turned pale, and she asked in a trembling voice, Where's Donald Chen? My friend said he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. He was seriously injured and escaped. Meng Yunjing sent people to look for him everywhere. Jiang Er replied. This guy is truly a peerless warrior of our time. Tianlang exclaimed again, he was able to stop Meng Yun's main force, kill so many of them, and still leave alive. Tianlang, what are you talking about? Old Shen scolded. Tianlang then quickly explained, Mr. Shen, Miss Shen, I'm sorry, I just find it incredible, Donald Chen's strength is too unbelievable. Since he was able to escape, he should be fine, don't worry. Shen Junyao shivered slightly and said anxiously, but he is seriously injured. What's the use of being so powerful? Once Meng Yun finds him, he will definitely die. Yes, with the influence of the Meng family and the people of the Wu family who want revenge, they will definitely search the whole city. Chen Dong will be easily discovered, especially since he is unfamiliar with the place. Jiang Er gritted his teeth and said, How about I go back and save him? If I can find him one step ahead, maybe I can still survive. No, Uncle Jiang, it's too dangerous. Shen Junyao refused, we finally escaped, how can I let you go back and die? I believe Donald Chen won't die easily, just ask your friends for help. Jiang Er nodded. 3 days later, at night. Chapter 45, It's Still Safe in the Mountains. Chen Dong slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying in his simple bungalow. The chirping of insects could be heard outside. Where am I? He wanted to get up, but when he touched the wound on his shoulder, he grimaced in pain. Ah! He took a look at the wound and found that it had been bandaged. Although the treatment was a bit simple, herbal medicine was applied on it, which was quite effective. At this time, footsteps were heard and a girl about 20 years old pushed the door open. Hey, brother, are you awake? Don Chin looked up at her. The girl was pretty, but she was dressed a little shabbily, in a pair of old jeans and a red shirt, with a long ponytail. But her facial features are very delicate, and she would definitely be a little beauty if she dressed up. Well, did you save me? Donald Chin replied, where is this? That's right. Grandpa and I rescued you from the forest when we went to collect herbs. The girl smiled and said, you were seriously injured and bled a lot. If you weren't treated in time, you would have died. This is my home, just rest and recover. Donald Chin said gratefully, thank you. Just lie down. The chicken soup I cooked will be ready soon. I'll serve you a bowl later. Thank you, sister. He smiled touchily, I have been in a coma for a few days. 3 days. 3 days? Donald Chin didn't expect that so much time had passed, and he didn't know how Shen Junyao and the others were doing. He wanted to take out his cell phone, but found that it was not there. Even the clothes he was wearing were just old cloth, the same as the old man's. When the girl brought in the chicken soup, he quickly asked, girl, when you found me, did you see my phone? The girl shook her head and said, no, your clothes were all covered in blood at that time, and there was nothing on you. Maybe you fell off. All right. He sighed and could only calm himself down and heal his wounds first. I think it's relatively safe to live here for 3 days. After he had eaten, the girl's grandfather came to visit him. He was an old man in his 60s and looked very kind. After a conversation, Shin Dong learned their names. The girl was called Shioli and this was a farmhouse in the countryside. The grandfather and grandson depend on each other for a living and make a living by treating patients. In the old words, they are folk doctors. But since he was able to save my life, I guess the old man must have some medical skills. The next day, Shin Dong's injuries had recovered a lot. After drinking a few bowls of chicken soup, he was able to get out of bed and move around. It's a pity that his cell phone and all the pills on his body were lost, otherwise he could have recovered faster. Brother, you are in such good health. If someone else was injured this badly, they would need at least half a month to recover before they can get out of bed and walk. Xiaoli accompanied him and walked to the outer door. Ha, since you are young, you will recover faster. Shin Dong smiled. In fact, it was because of the spiritual energy in his body. Although the spiritual energy was affected by the injury, the speed of recovery was at least twice as fast as that of ordinary people. Did your grandfather go to collect herbs? Yes, we went into the mountains after breakfast. Xiaoli replied. He nodded slightly, looking at the rice in front of him, the stream flowing, and the few houses around him, and couldn't help wondering, why are there so few residents? This is the countryside. A few years ago, the village was demolished and those who had money moved out. We are outsiders who have settled down here, and we can't share the relocation money, so we stayed. These residents nearby also cannot get the demolition compensation, so they can only continue to live here. I see. Shin Dong asked in confusion, aren't you locals? Where are your parents? Xioli's expression immediately darkened and she shook her head, I don't know. I have been running around with my grandfather since I was a child, treating patients for a living. My grandfather brought me here to settle down and let me go to school until I was old enough to go to school. Unfortunately, I was not smart enough. After failing the college entrance examination, I returned home to accompany my grandfather to collect herbs. As for my parents, Grandpa never told me, but something must have happened and he was sad and didn't want to tell me. Hearing this, Donald Chin couldn't help but feel a little pity for the sensible girl in front of him. 20 years old is the best time of life. You should enjoy your youth. Even if you don't go to college, you should still enjoy the beauty of the world out there. But she stayed in this poor little place with her grandfather, going up the mountains and down the water all day long to collect herbs and treat people. It was such a pity. Xiaoli, do you want to go out? After collecting his thoughts, he continued to ask. She smiled bitterly, I don't have any education, what can I do when I go out? Besides washing dishes in a restaurant, or being a waiter? It's better to accompany Grandpa to collect herbs. Although the income is not much, it is enough for us to live. It's so good to be free. Ha, although you are free, you are also wasting your good time. Donald Sheen smiled bitterly and said, Xiaoli, if you want to go out, I can help you. Whatever career you want, I can help you arrange it. Brother Sheen, you are so amazing. She blinked her big innocent eyes and said, Yes, I haven't asked you who you are and why you are so badly injured. I am a good person. Donald Sheen smiled bitterly, I just happened to run into bad guys. I couldn't beat them so I ran away. Those bad guys are so abominable. Xiaoli pouted cutely and said, It's better to stay in the mountains. It's safer. Don Sheen was speechless. Chapter 46. Something might happen to him. Shen Dong was chatting with Xiaoli when he suddenly noticed 7 or 8 sturdy men in black clothes not far away. They walked to the door of a house and asked something from an old lady. Shen Dong's heart tightened. Could it be that this person was sent by Mang Yun to find him? Although his injuries had improved a little, Donald Sheen knew that if he was exposed, the situation would become very passive. This time he was only seriously injured, but next time he might die. Xiaoli, those bad guys seem to be looking for me. What? Xiaoli's face changed slightly. She followed his gaze and saw that the old lady was pointing towards Xiaoli's house. This action showed that they were here to look for someone. And they must be here to find him. I thought they wouldn't find this poor place, but I didn't expect them to come anyway. Brother, what should we do? Xiaoli said anxiously, They are coming to my house. Aunt must have told them that there are strangers in my house. Don't worry. Don Sheen calmed down and said, I'll hide first. You go back and be careful. Don't reveal any flaws. Xiaoli calmed herself down, remembered Shen Dong's words, and hurried home. She was drying medicine in the yard when the men in black pushed the door open and walked in. Leading them was a man with a scar on his face. He walked in with a swagger, and when he saw Xiaoli, he was stunned for a moment, then asked, Sister, are you alone at home? Xiaoli pretended to be calm and said, Yes, who are you and why did you break into my house? We are here to look for someone. We heard that there was a strange man in your house in recent days and he was seriously injured. Where is he? Scar stared at her and said in a deep voice. Xiaoli had never experienced such a thing before. She felt a little scared when she saw his appearance. She explained, He is my cousin. He was injured while collecting herbs with my grandfather a few days ago. He has returned home to recover today. Are you looking for my cousin? Who is looking for your cousin? Don't play dumb with me. Scar said angrily, Girl, if you don't tell the truth, don't blame me for being rude. I am telling the truth. What on earth do you want to do? If you don't leave, I will call the police. Xiaoli said nervously. Hee, you really don't want to drink when you are toast. Scar showed a lewd smile, I didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful and delicate girl in this poor place. It seems that she is still a virgin, right? I like young and innocent girls like you. You guys stay outside while I and my sister go into the house and chat. Scar was indeed aroused by lust, especially when he saw Xiaoli's delicate and voluptuous appearance. In a place like this, nothing would happen even if he had sex with Xiaoli. Hey, Scar brother starts again. Brother Scar, go quickly. When you are done, let the brothers enjoy it too. The others smirked. Don't worry, when have I ever treated my brothers unfairly? Just wait. After Scar finished speaking, he rushed over, grabbed Xiaoli, and pulled her into the house. You, what are you doing? Let me go. Help! Xiaoli was so frightened that her face turned pale and she screamed in panic. But Scar simply picked her up and strode into the house. What's the difference between these beasts and the Japanese invaders entering the village? Donald Sheen was hiding in the haystack outside, watching this with such rage that veins popped out and he could no longer contain himself. Although he didn't want to be exposed, how could he just sit there and watch Xiaoli being bullied? Let her go. He quickly rushed into the yard and shouted loudly. They all looked over, and a man in black shouted, Scar brother, it's Don Sheen. Before coming to look for him, they had all seen Shen Dong's photo and recognized him at a glance. This guy is a powerful killer. That day, even though Meng Xiao led hundreds of people, he was unable to get rid of him. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous at all. Scar's heart tightened, he stared at Donald Sheen and said, It's you. I'll say it again, let her go. Donald Sheen narrowed his eyes and said, Otherwise you will be the first to die. Hearing this, everyone took 2 steps back and stared at Shen Dong anxiously. Scar was also frightened by his stare, so he pretended to be calm and said, "Don't be afraid, brothers. He is seriously injured and can't stand any more attacks. If we work together, we will definitely be able to catch him and go back to claim the reward from Master Meng." When the others heard this, they immediately felt more confident. Yes, he was injured so badly that he couldn't perform at his best no matter how powerful he was. Call out. Just as they were about to take action, Don Qin threw a small stone at Scar. He groaned, then let go of Xiaoli and fell backwards straight away. Ah! Xiaoli saw that blood was flowing from his forehead and his eyes were as big as copper bells. She screamed in fear. The remaining men in black shuddered and trembled at the sight of this scene. Scar, brother. If you don't understand what people say, then be the first to die. Qin Dong said coldly. Aren't you injured? The others recovered and looked at him in disbelief. No matter how badly I'm injured, you losers can't deal with me. Qin Dong raised his head and said, "How dare you rob a woman in broad daylight? What's the difference between you and animals? Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Brother, please don't kill us. We are just following orders. Please be merciful and let us go. We promise not to say anything." They were so scared that they knelt down and begged for mercy. After seeing Qin Dong's methods with their own eyes, they realized how terrifying this man was. He could kill people with a wave of his hand. People of this level were definitely not something they could deal with. It's too late. If you had just left, nothing would have happened. Donald Qin swung his hands and countless stones flew towards them. Ah! There was a burst of shrill screams, but soon everything returned to silence as everyone fell in a pool of blood like dead dogs. This Xiaoli's scalp tingled as she looked at Donald Qin in disbelief. "Brother, you are so awesome." "Ah." Donald Qin smiled bitterly, "I'm sorry for scaring you." "Brother, I'm fine." Xiaoli reacted and said worriedly, "But they are all dead, you killed someone." "It's okay. They are all bad guys. It's not a pity for them to die. No one will hold them accountable." Donald Qin said solemnly, "If I let them leave alive, I will be exposed soon. If they die, I can at least delay my departure a little longer." Xiaoli nodded, "These people are really abominable. They actually want to do this to me. Xiaoli, we can't stay here for long. We must leave before night." Donald Qin said seriously, "Otherwise if they come looking for you, I will hurt you. Go and call Grandpa back." She realized the seriousness of the matter and ran out in a hurry. Imperial capital. Mr. Shen performed a set of boxing exercises in the yard. He looked energetic. His injuries had healed and he was even in better health than before. Jiang Er couldn't help but say, "Mr. Shen is indeed a martial artist." His body recovered very quickly. He is fine now. Chapter 47. Is there any money left? Shen Junyao also felt relieved. At least her grandfather was still alive, and she still had a family. This is all thanks to Donald Qin. What kind of medicine did that kid give me? My body is stronger than before I was injured. I feel at least 10 years younger. That kid is really not simple. Elder Shen said earnestly, "I just don't know how he is now. If such an outstanding young man is implicated because of the Shen family, I will really feel guilty." Hearing this, Shen Juanyao's expression became gloomy. These past few days, she had been worrying about Donald Qin's safety all the time, and was looking forward to hearing news from Jiling. But 4 days have passed and there is still no news. When Qin Dong first came to this family, her original life was disrupted. She found him really annoying and didn't like anything about him. But every time something happens, this inconspicuous man always stands up. Especially in Jiling, he saved the day and protected her and her grandfather to leave safely, even at the cost of his own life. She realized that Donald Qin was not annoying at all. He is even a very important member of this family. Every time Garbo asked her father why he hadn't come back yet, tears would well up in the eyes of this cold-blooded queen of the imperial capital. Noticing Shen Juanyao's depressed mood, Elder Shen stepped forward to comfort her. "Junyao, things have come to this point, you still have to be strong. Such a big change has happened to the Shen family. Now only our grandfather and grandson are left. You must not give up, otherwise when will you be able to avenge this blood feud?" She nodded heavily, "Grandpa, I understand. Don't worry, I just feel sorry for him." Jiang Er sighed, "Alas, Mississippi. There has been no news for so many days. I think Qin Dong has met with an accident. He is so seriously injured that he can't hold on for much longer. If he had gone to the hospital for treatment, he would have been discovered long ago, which means he might not have made it to the hospital at all. You should be more positive. Shen Junyao was shocked. Although the words were unpleasant to hear, she knew it was the truth. Her heart was instantly filled with guilt. It was she who had implicated Donald Shen. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Xiaoli called the old man back. When he entered the house and saw the body in the yard, Shen Dong thought he would be panicked, but unexpectedly he was very calm and just sighed lightly. Donald Shen put down the hookah, stepped forward and said guiltily, "I'm sorry, uncle, you were kind enough to save me, but I got you into trouble." "Grandpa, you can't blame Brother Shen. These are all bad people. If they didn't want to bully his granddaughter, Brother Shen wouldn't have been exposed." Xiaoli explained for him. The old man sat aside and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. It's already happened. There's no point in saying more. Boy, tell me the truth. Who are they and why are they chasing you?" Donald Shen hesitated and said truthfully, "They were sent by the Meng family, and perhaps the Wu family. Because those people killed dozens of people including my wife, I had no choice but to." After hearing his words, the old man looked a little surprised, staring straight at him and asked, "Is your wife the eldest daughter of the Shen family?" "Uncle, how did you know?" Shen Dong asked in surprise. Dozens of members of the Shen family were accidentally burned to death in a fire, and the news spread all over the city. Although our place is remote, we can still watch the news on TV. He smiled meaningfully. Don Shen was speechless. Xiaoli, he is right. We should not stay here for long. They will come looking for us again soon, so you should go with him. The old man lit up his hookah and smoked it. Donald Shen and Xiaoli were both stunned. "Grandpa, do you think we should go with Brother Shen?" Xiaoli asked. "You are the one who went with him. Grandpa doesn't need you to worry about him." He replied, "Boy, at least I saved your life. I will leave my precious granddaughter to you. You must treat her well. I will come to find you in the future." "Grandpa, what are you doing?" Without waiting for Donald Shen to answer, Xiaoli said anxiously, "I won't go with Brother Shen. I'll go wherever you go." "Silly girl." The old man stood up and looked at her lovingly, "You have grown up. You can't follow your grandfather to collect herbs and treat illnesses for a living. That would be a waste of your life. This guy is a reliable person. You can go with him to a big city and live a good life. Grandpa will come back to find you." "Grandpa, I..." Xiaoli's eyes were red and she was naturally reluctant to leave. "Okay." The old man interrupted, "Boy, come in with me, I need to tell you something." The corners of Donald Shen's mouth twitched twice. Why was he entrusted with the task for no reason? But he was his savior after all, how could he refuse? In the room, the old man was extremely serious and explained some things to Donald Shen seriously. After hearing this, Donald Shen's face changed slightly, and he nodded solemnly, "Master, don't worry, Xiaoli will be my biological sister from now on. I will definitely let her live a good life and not be bullied by others. Also, I will definitely keep in mind what you told me, and I will tell her when the time is right." "Well, that's good. It's worth my saving your life." The old man said meaningfully, "Do you have money to go back?" Chapter 48 I want 1 million. I don't have any. Donald Shen said helplessly, "I don't know where my phone and wallet fell." "How can you go out without money?" The old man glared at him, then fiddled in the cabinet for a long time and took out a stack of crumpled money, which totaled about 500 yuan. "I haven't made much money during this period, so take it." "Uncle, you gave me everything, what are you going to do?" Donald Shen was so moved that he almost knelt down. "There are still many good people in the world. Don't worry, I'm a craftsman and I'm not going to starve to death." After bidding farewell to the old man, Shen Dong left the remote village with Xiaoli, who was reluctant to leave. The old man watched them go away, a smile gradually appearing on his lips. "Brother, I have done what you asked me to do. You don't have to worry, the child has met her benefactor, it's time." His cloudy eyes gradually filled with tears as he looked at the sky. To be able to escape alive from the encirclement of several saint-level warriors and hundreds of people, this kid will definitely be a dragon among men. Because he had no ID, Shen Dong could only take a black car with Xiaoli to leave the dangerous place of Jinling. At 9 o'clock in the evening, they arrived at a small county town. Because it was an illegal taxi, the fare was very expensive. I only had over 500 yuan on me that the old man gave me, and the bus fare cost me over 300 yuan. Xiaoli, do you have any money? After paying the fare, Donald Sheen said with a bitter face. She shook her head. I don't usually carry money with me, Grandpa takes care of it. Okay, where's the phone? Yes, I have a cell phone. Xiaoli hurriedly took out an old-fashioned mobile phone from her backpack. Donald Sheen was speechless again. Was this girl still alive 20 years ago? Could this kind of mobile phone still make calls? Originally, he wanted to call Tao Feiping and ask him to transfer some money from the company first, then ask his parents to get a new ID in his hometown, and then go to the bank to report the loss and apply for a new card. But this phone doesn't even have WeChat, let alone the money transfer function. Brother Qin, what's wrong? Xiaoli, we have to find a mobile phone that can make money, otherwise the money we have left will not be enough for the fare to the capital. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What should we do then? She said, pursing her lips. It's okay, let's think of another way. Don Qin knew that even a penny could stump a hero, but this was too damn hard. By the way, Brother Qin, I have a classmate here. How about I ask him for help? Xiaoli suddenly remembered something. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Xiaoli immediately called her classmate, and fortunately her classmate agreed to help. So they went straight to the bank. After waiting for about half an hour, her classmate came with two friends, all girls, all dressed very fashionably, like they were streetwalkers. Xiaoli, it's been such a long time, why haven't you sent me any news? I thought you had forgotten me. Sunmei walked up to them, looked at Xiaoli and said with a smile, how come you haven't changed at all? You still dress so rustically. I'm embarrassed to tell my friends that we're classmates. Girls, you still need to know how to dress yourself. If you still act like a country girl at your age, it will be hard for you to find a boyfriend. Nini, don't say that. Can't you see that she has a boyfriend next to her? Her friend was standing nearby, staring at Donald Qin and jokingly saying so, but with a look of disdain in her eyes. Sunmei even laughed out loud, looking at Donald Qin who was dressed as an old man and said, You two are really a perfect match. Donald Qin couldn't help but frown. Even if they were classmates or friends, they couldn't be so excessive when joking, right? Xiaoli lowered her head in a somewhat inferior manner and explained, Nini, I don't know how to dress up. Okay, I'm used to it. Sunmei shook her head and said, You just said on the phone that you wanted to borrow my smartphone? Yes, I want to borrow your WeChat and ask a friend to transfer some money to me. Donald Qin said first, Is it convenient? It's a small matter. It's not inconvenient. Sunmei glanced at the bank and said with a smile, But if I borrow a few $100s from a friend, I don't need to go to the bank, right? Not a few hundred yuan, I want cash. Donald Qin replied, and 1 million yuan. Several people were stunned, and Sunmei even laughed while holding her stomach. Her two friends couldn't help but laugh out loud. Donald Qin said unhappily, What are you laughing at? No, brother, are you kidding me? Sunmei joked, 1 million, do you know how much 1 million is? Really, big brother, we are all college students. You should know who you are bragging to, okay? Her friend continued, Brother, please stop teasing us. We are laughing so hard that our stomach hurts. I'm not kidding. Donald Qin said helplessly, Can you stop wasting time? The bank will be closed soon. Okay, let me see what 1 million looks like. Sunmei took out her cell phone and handed it to him, trying not to laugh. This farmer brother was so funny. No wonder he and Xiao Mei were together. The two country bumpkins were a perfect match. Xin Don looked at their superior faces and was too lazy to explain. He took the phone and called Tao Feiping, then added him using Sun Mei's WeChat. After some operations, Tao Feiping immediately transferred 1 million yuan to him from his personal account. Okay, I'll transfer the money to your card and I'll pay the handling fee. Donald Qin returned the phone to Sun Mei. Chapter 49 Mr. Qin is back. Looking at the phone that Donald Qin handed over, the three girls were stunned at the same time. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, Sun Mei hurriedly took the phone. When she saw that there was really 1 million transferred in, she was so surprised that her mouth opened wide. Her friend also came over curiously and said in disbelief, It's really 1 million. It's already in the account, how can it be fake? Transfer it to your card quickly. I have already discussed it with the bank manager. Please process it quickly. He is waiting for the end of the get-off workday. Donald Qin said impatiently that when they arrived just now, they happened to see the bank manager preparing to lock the door, and he had persuaded him to wait. Oh. Sun Mei came to her senses and quickly transferred the money to her bank card. They were all college students from ordinary families and had never seen so much money. I thought Qin Dong was just like Shelley, a country bumpkin from a poor place, but he could get 1 million with just one phone call. Who is he? Rich? He doesn't look like one, and he doesn't even have a cell phone. So when she went in to withdraw money, Sun Mei couldn't help but pull Xiaoli aside to ask. Xiaoli, who exactly is your boyfriend? Where does he get so much money? He's not my boyfriend. Xiaoli explained honestly, he's just my unrelated older brother. As for who he is, I have no idea. When I saw him, he was seriously injured and his wallet and cell phone were all gone, so I'm asking for your help. I see. I was wondering why he was wearing old people's clothes. Sun Mei's eyes lit up, and the look she gave Qin Dong couldn't help but change. In fact, if you look closely at this brother, his figure and facial features are quite handsome. If he changes into this outfit, he will definitely be an excellent boyfriend. The key is that he is rich. Not to mention Sun Mei, her two friends' eyes also lit up. After all, such a handsome and wealthy young man is hard to come by. As college students come into contact with more people, their horizons are broadened and they are influenced by the surrounding environment. Girls like them are actually very vain. Thank you, manager. I'll treat you to some tea. Donald Qin generously handed a stack of cash to the manager as a tip for his service. After all, he delayed the manager from getting off work for half a day. Seeing this, Sun Mei and others' pupils dilated again. This guy must be a rich man. He is so generous. Even Xiaoli frowned. She was used to being frugal and didn't understand why Qin Dong would give tens of thousands of yuan to a stranger. She thought Qin Dong was wasting money. But after all, it wasn't her money, so she didn't dare say anything. Xiaoli, let's go. Qin Dong specifically asked the manager to bring him a suitcase filled with cash, and left with a smile. Just after coming out of the bank, Donald Qin handed the 50,000 yuan he had prepared to Sun Mei and said, "Keep your word, this is for your hard work." How can this be so embarrassing? Sun Mei lifted her hair and pretended to be reserved. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I can't let you make a wasted trip. Just accept it. Donald Qin said calmly. In that case, I won't be polite. When Sun Mei took the money, she deliberately touched his hand and then gave him a wink. Donald Qin noticed the change in her attitude and laughed to himself. Xiaoli, we haven't gotten together for a long time. I'll treat you to a meal. I have money now. Sun Mei became particularly enthusiastic. She said it was a party, but what she was really thinking about was Qin Dong. How could he not see the other party's cleverness? Without waiting for Xiaoli to speak, he directly refused. Forget it, Xiaoli and I have other things to do, you go eat by yourselves. Xiaoli, let's go. After saying that, Donald Qin took Xiaoli and left without looking back. Sun Mei and her friends were stunned. They didn't expect Qin Dong to not give them any chance at all. What a shame. We were so rude just now. Why did we say those things? Yeah, we'll never meet such a handsome and rich man again. Sun Mei, it was you who started it all. Several people were regretting their decision so much. Sun Mei looked so unhappy that she couldn't speak. Xiaoli followed Donald Qin closely and couldn't help but ask, Brother Qin, Sun Mei just helped us. Isn't it inappropriate for her to not even have a meal? Silly girl, stay away from classmates like this and it's best not to contact them again. Qin Dong said earnestly. Why? Didn't she help? Xiaoli was puzzled. Look at their faces, do they look like decent people? They just went to college, why do they feel so superior in front of you? Qin Dong said, you are not the same kind of people as them, how did you get along with them in the first place? Xiaoli pursed her lips and said, when we were in high school, Sun Mei was not like this. She studied very well and often guided me with my homework. I didn't expect that she would change so much after entering college. Alas, she is right. A girl like me can never compare with them. Seeing her inferiority complex, Donald Qin comforted and encouraged her, Xiaoli, if you dress up, you will be 100 times prettier than them. Let's go buy clothes first and then eat. I will make you reborn later. With money, Donald Qin is full of confidence. First, he bought 2 mobile phones, one for each of him, and then went to the mall to replace his clothes. After having dinner directly, I took Xiaoli to the beauty salon and gave her a beauty treatment and hairstyle. After the operation, she underwent a drastic change. Standing in front of the mirror, she looked like a real beauty. Is this still me? Xiaoli looked at the exquisite beauty in the mirror and couldn't help talking to herself. Qin Dong was amused by her innocent and cute appearance, and walked up to her and said, "You are very beautiful." She felt a little embarrassed by the compliments. After all, she had always been called a country girl in school. "Brother, but I spent too much money on you." She blushed and said, "When can I pay you back?" "Silly girl, from today on you are my sister." Donald Sheen said with a smile, "Brother is not short of money, I will spend money on you happily." After buying everything, the two of them checked directly into a star-rated hotel and planned to find a ride to the capital tomorrow. These days, Shen Junyao has not been to the company and has no intention of working. Still unable to get any news from Don Sheen, she gradually accepted the fact that he had met with an accident. She sat in front of the French window in a depressed mood, looking at the scenery outside. At this time, Elder Shen came over slowly and sighed, "Junyao, the Meng family will come to us sooner or later. Even in the imperial capital, it will be difficult for us to compete with them. I contacted an old friend. Shall we take Jiabao to Fancheng?" "Fancheng?" She recovered and nodded. "Grandpa's decision is well thought out. I have no objection. I have already arranged the company's affairs here. When are we leaving?" "Maybe tomorrow." "You can tell her when the child comes back later." At this time, the bodyguard came in quickly from outside and said happily, "Boss, Mr. Qin is back?" "Who?" Shen Junyao thought she had heard it wrong. "Mr. Qin, the young lady's father, Qin Dong." The bodyguard replied. Chapter 50. What are you doing? "What, he's back." Shen Junyao was overjoyed and immediately stood up to greet him. Mr. Shen was stunned for a moment, then followed behind unexpectedly. "As soon as I came out of the villa, I saw Qin Dong slowly walking in from the gate, followed by a young girl." "Qin Dong, it's really you, you're still alive." She walked forward happily. "What are you talking about? Are you cursing me to death?" Qin Dong said dissatisfiedly. "Boy, Junyao doesn't mean that." Elder Shen said with relief, "You haven't given her any news for so many days, and she is so worried that she can't eat or drink. If you don't come back today, everyone will think you are dead." Hearing this, Donald Sheen couldn't help but smile. "So you care about me so much? Okay, it's worth my serious injury." Shen Juanyao's pretty face turned red, and she glared at him fiercely. "Don't let your imagination run wild. After all, you stayed here for us. If something happens, I won't be able to explain to Jiabao." Old Shen shook his head and smiled bitterly. He naturally understood that his granddaughter was saying one thing and thinking another. Judging from her performance in the past few days, this girl might have already fallen in love with Qin Dong without realizing it. But he didn't say it out loud. After all, it was a matter for young people. That's not the case. Qin Dong glanced at old lady Shen, but didn't dare to say it out loud. She had promised him that she could consummate the marriage when she came back. Shen Junyao regained her old cold attitude and said unhappily, "If everything is fine, why didn't you call and make everyone so worried?" "It's not that I don't want to call, I just lost my phone and I don't remember your number." Donald Sheen said helplessly, "Besides, I have been in a coma for the past few days." "Yes, I can testify." Xiaoli helped from the side. Shen Junyao knew that he was seriously injured and was lucky to be able to come back, so she naturally didn't really blame him. Turning to look at Xiaoli, she asked in confusion, "Who is this girl?" "My savior, Xiaoli." He gave a brief introduction and said that Xiaoli had nothing to do at home and couldn't find a job, so he brought her out and also recognized her as his godsister. "Hello sister-in-law, hello grandpa." Xiaoli was very reserved and nervous. It was her first time to visit such a luxurious manor. No wonder Donald Sheen is so rich, it turns out his sister-in-law is a millionaire. "Hello, the little girl looks very energetic and a sensible child," Old Shen said with a kind smile. Shen Junyao still felt a little awkward when she heard this address, but out of politeness, she still greeted him. "Since you are Donald Sheen's sister and your savior, then you should live at home from now on. Don't treat yourself as an outsider." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Xiaoli bowed to express her gratitude. "You're welcome. Be more casual at home from now on. There won't be so many rules." Seeing that she was nervous, Shen Junyao thought that maybe she was too cold, so she smiled. From Shelley's clear eyes, she could tell that she was a simple girl, not very cunning, and she liked him from the bottom of her heart. That's not right. I remember there were quite a lot of rules. Donald Sheen asked doubtfully. That's just for you. Shen Junyao turned around and stared at him coldly. The group entered the house. After a day and night of ride, Shen Dong and Shelley were already exhausted. So they said hello and went back to their rooms to take a shower and change into clean clothes. Shelley was not as physically fit as him, so she fell asleep right in the room. After Shen Dong finished washing, he was full of energy. Although he was injured, he thought about how Shen Junyao had thought it through and agreed to him in Jiling before, so he couldn't wait to go to her room. Come in. After getting her response, Donald Sheen pushed the door open and walked in. Why is it you? Shen Junyao was packing her things. When she saw him, she frowned. She thought he was the nanny. Why can't it be me? Donald Sheen walked over and asked with a half smile, what are you packing for? The Meng family will definitely not let us go. Grandpa has made arrangements in Fancheng. We will go there tomorrow. She explained, I didn't have time to tell you just now. Donald Sheen frowned and said, don't take it. We don't have to leave. Even if the Meng family comes, I will stop them and will never let anyone hurt you. Shen Junyao looked at his resolute eyes and replied, I know you are not afraid, but you almost died in Jiling. Don't you know their strength? Junyao, the capital is different. I have helpers. Donald Sheen replied, you know my relationship with the Duan family. As long as I ask, even the Meng family will help me. And there are Uncle Lin and his men. Although they are not that simple, they are not that simple either. You don't know who Lin Tianxiong is? Shen Junyao said speechlessly, the four great families in the imperial capital, the Lin family is one of them. Really? That sounds impressive. Donald Sheen said with a smile, look, we have two powerful helpers. What are we afraid of? Shen Junyao hesitated. Judging from their attitude towards Donald Sheen that night at the Duan family, they were indeed a reliable relationship. But facing a force like the Meng family, are they still willing to help Donald Sheen? Don't think about it, it's settled. If it doesn't work out, it won't be too late to leave then. Donald Sheen continued, your career is all here, Jiabao grew up here too, everyone should be reluctant to leave, right? Shen Junyao was silent. Indeed, when she left Jiling, she went to the imperial capital alone to work hard. It was not easy to achieve what she has today. If she could, she would never want to give up. Okay, cheer up, let's get down to business. Donald Sheen took 2 steps forward and stared at her beautiful face, his eyes gradually becoming hotter. At home, Shen Junyao always wore home clothes, but her perfect figure was still difficult to hide, especially her raised buttocks. The more Shen Dong looked at it, the hotter his nose became. Why are you looking at me like that? Stay away from me. What's the matter? She pushed Shen Dong away with a red face. This guy was inexplicable. In the eyes of outsiders, she was the powerful queen of the imperial capital who had the final say. But because she hated men, she had hardly ever been alone with the opposite sex. Facing Shen Dong's attack, she really couldn't resist. Hey, although I'm a man, I'm embarrassed to say this kind of thing. Shen Dong said embarrassedly, you have already thought it through, and I'm ready. Let's just get started. After saying that, he took the initiative to hug Shen Junyao and pretended to fall onto the Simmons mattress. What are you doing? Bang! Shen Junyao was so scared that she pushed him away, and then slapped him hard in the face. Shen Dong, are you crazy? Don't think you can get away with it just because you saved me and Grandpa. This is my home. If you continue like this, get out and don't come back. She glared at Shen Dong angrily. This guy was good in every way except that he was too shameless, especially in this aspect. I just had a good impression of him, but what's the difference between him and those people who approached me with bad intentions? Chapter 51 Very tired. Donald Sheen sat on the bed in pain, holding his shoulder and grimacing, and said to her in dissatisfaction, I think you are crazy, are you playing tricks on me again? Shen Junyao, don't go too far. It was alright last time. But this time I almost lost my life, and you still want to cheat. Who do you think I am? Why are you pretending? I hit you in the face, why are you covering your shoulder? Nonsense, there was a gunshot in my shoulder, and you pushed so hard just now, the wound might have split open. Shen Dong said angrily, don't change the subject, what exactly do you mean? I was just about to ask you what you meant. Shen Junyao stared at him coldly. Are you really going to cheat? He asked unhappily, did you tell me in person in Jinling that you wanted to consummate our marriage by offering me a huge reward? Now you're back in the capital and you don't admit it? Shen Junyao, you're really good at destroying bridges, twice. Do you think I'm a fool? You're still a bit of a temper-tactile person. If you keep doing this, don't blame me for forcing myself on you. Shen Junyao was stunned for a moment, then she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She pointed at him and couldn't help laughing. What sweet dream are you having? I mean, there's a major reward, but who told you that you were going to consummate your marriage? Did I? Isn't that what you mean? Donald Chin said, it's just hard to say it directly, but I have had a girlfriend after all, so I understand. I don't know anything about you. Shen Junyao didn't know whether to be angry or amused, and couldn't help but go over and poke him on the forehead. Who told you to imagine that? I meant it literally. It's not as dirty as you think. Oh my god, men really think with their lower body. If I were an employee with this level of comprehension, I would just quit and leave. After saying that, she slapped her forehead helplessly. Donald Chin had a puzzled look on his face and frowned. What do you mean? What exactly is the great reward you mentioned? Shen Junyao said unhappily, what I mean is that you can live here for a long time in the future and don't have to move out anymore. Isn't this reward big enough? Qin Dong was completely speechless. It turned out that he was excited for nothing. If it weren't for her words about the huge reward, he wouldn't have had such strong motivation to face hundreds of people that day. He might have confessed. What's wrong? Are you still not satisfied? Then I'll take it back. Seeing his distraught look, Shen Junyao suppressed her smile and said. She swore that Donald Chin was definitely the person who had seen her smile the most. Can you please explain clearly next time? It's so embarrassing and it's a waste of my brain cells. It's so tiring. Donald Chin said angrily, let's play. And then walked out depressed. This huge gap made him feel very uncomfortable. Ha, idiot, stinky brother. After he left, Shen Junyao couldn't hold back any longer and laughed while holding her stomach. Afternoon. When Jiabao came back from school, she saw Qin Dong and screamed with joy and threw herself into his arms. Dad, why did you just come back? Jiabao, I'm sorry, did I make you miss your daddy? Seeing his daughter's smiling face, Qin Dong's depression was swept away. Lily and Xiaoli both got up. Zhang Er came back from outside and was very happy to see him. The villa suddenly became very lively with a sumptuous dinner being held. After Shen Junyao left the table, she sat on the sofa with Xiaoli and Lily, watching TV and chatting. Watching Qin Dong and his grandfather, Uncle Jiang, talking and laughing while drinking, she suddenly felt a sense of happiness. Chapter 52, Shen Junyao's Changes. This happy atmosphere made her feel the long-lost family warmth. Adong, we are not strangers anymore. Can you tell me who your master is? He has trained you to be so outstanding. I really want to meet him. After half a round of drinks, Mr. Shen asked directly. Zhang Er was also full of curiosity. How powerful must his master be to be able to train the young Qin Dong into such an extraordinary and powerful person? Donald Chin smiled bitterly and said, Grandpa Shen, I have always told the truth. I don't have a master. My abilities are all inherited from my ancestors. It sounds a bit complicated, but I didn't lie to you. Inherited from ancestors? Then your ancestors are not simple. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Mr. Shen smiled and said, It is a great fortune for the Shen family to have a grandson-in-law like you. Thank you for the compliment, Grandpa. You should tell Junyao more about this in the future. Donald Chin toasted him. Shen Junyao, who was sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but feel her cheeks getting hot when she heard this. Grandpa has recognized him as his grandson-in-law? I have never acknowledged it. But now that things have come to this, so many people think that Qin Dong is his man, and she is no longer able to explain. After having a good meal and a good drink, Donald Chin also persuaded the old man to stay in the imperial capital and not leave in a hurry. If the Meng family really dares to come, they will take the opportunity to avenge the Shen family. Jiangnan, Meng family. Grandpa, I received news that Donald Chin is not dead and has returned to the capital to find Shen Junyao. Meng Yun, who had just returned from Jinling, lowered his head helplessly and said, I failed to avenge Asung because of my poor performance. Please punish me, Grandpa and Father. Asen, my poor son. Meng Son's mother cried sadly. Meng Yangshuo gnashed his teeth and said, I didn't expect there would be such a strong man. Lien Yuner and the two masters went there but couldn't kill him to avenge Songer. Dad, do you need his help? The old man sitting on the armchair glanced at him and scolded him, he is just an arrogant kid. Do you need to alarm him for such a small matter? My Meng family is the king of Jiangnan after all. If we can't even deal with Qin Dong, won't we be laughed at? Dad is right. Meng Yangshuo lowered his head and said to Meng Yuner, you must go to the imperial capital in person again and use any force to get rid of Qin Dong and the remnants of the Shen family, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Yes, I understand. Meng Yun had a gloomy expression and murderous intent in his eyes. The fact that Donald Qin was able to return to the imperial capital alive despite his encirclement was not only a shame for the Meng family, but also a stain on him. This time, he must avenge his previous shame in the imperial capital. In the next few days, Xiaoli was accompanied by Lily. They were of similar age, and Lily helped her integrate into this society. Shen Junyao also promised to arrange a job for Xiaoli in the group after a while. Qin Dong had nothing to worry about. Except at night, he spent most of his time refining medicine in his rented apartment. With the help of the elixir, his injuries recovered quickly and he was almost fully recovered. That day, when he was concentrating on practicing, his cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Shen Juanyao's call, he answered, What's wrong? What are you busy doing outside? I don't see anyone all day. She scolded, Something happened here. Something happened? Has the Meng family come? Qin Dong's heart tightened. I came to work in the group. Chairman Zhong of the Dragon Tiger Club personally brought people to the company. Now I can't get out at all. Shen Junyao had no choice but to call him. She felt quite ashamed to say that, because she had looked down on Donald Qin before, but now whenever she encountered a difficult problem, the first person she thought of was Donald Qin. Oh, Dragon Tiger Club, I would have forgotten about it if you hadn't mentioned it. Don't be afraid, I'll be there now. After hanging up the phone, Donald Qin shook his head helplessly. There were always some self-righteous people who wanted to challenge him. Chapter 53 Shock. Go tell Shen Junyao, don't think you can get away with hiding. If you don't come out to see me, I'll have someone rush in. Zhong Cohen sat in a wheelchair, roaring with red eyes. More than 20 bodyguards were trembling as they stood guard at the gate, looking anxiously at the hundreds of people in front of them, filling the square. This is the strength of the Dragon and Tiger Society. Looking at their ferocious appearances makes one's scalp tingle. Isn't that President Zhong? He personally brought so many people to see Mr. Shen. What on earth does he want to do? Are they going to come in and beat us? What should we do? The employees in the company all leaned against the windows to look out, becoming nervous and frightened. Shen Junyao knew she couldn't hide anymore, so she could only walk out accompanied by her secretary. Shen Junyao is here. When the dragons and tigers see her appear, they become restless and the scene is quite intimidating. Zhong Cohen stared at him. Although his legs could still heal, the doctor made it clear that even if he could stand up and walk, he would still be a cripple. This dealt him a heavy blow, and he hated Shen Junyao and Qin Dong to the core. Shen Junyao, you finally came out. He showed a bloodthirsty smile. Shen Junyao glanced at him, then turned to Zhong Yingguang and said, President Zhong, it's inappropriate to bring so many people to my company, right? Zhong Yingguang snorted coldly, there is no way. Although Miss Shen is a businessman, I heard that your man is a master. If you don't bring so many people, I'm afraid that my fate will be the same as my son's. Shen Junyao knew that the other party would definitely not give up, and just as she was about to reply, a frivolous voice suddenly came from the crowd. Even if you bring so many people with you, you'll end up like him. Boom! These words were clearly heard by everyone, and many people were shocked and looked around. Who? Who dares to say such a thing? Are you tired of living? Everyone in the Dragon and Tiger Club was furious. They saw Donald Qin slowly walk to Shen Junyao, then pointed at him and shouted. Were you the one who spoke just now? Boy, if you dare to disrespect the president again, I will chop you off. The henchmen of the Dragon and Tiger Society relied on their numbers to show off in front of the boss. They all jumped out and pointed at Qin Dong and cursed. Now that you're here, I'm going to look for them one by one. Dad, he is Shen Juanyao's man. You must avenge me and my master. When Zhong Cohen saw Qin Dong appear, his eyes turned red. Zhong Yingguang and a tall and strong man next to him looked at him carefully. You're the one who broke my son's leg? Yes, you're indeed young and full of energy, and you don't know your place. It's me. Donald Sheen looked up at him and said, "You are the president of the Dragon Tiger Society? You are nothing special. If you want revenge, you should come to me. Bringing so many people to scare a woman, what kind of ability is that? Ah, you have guts." Zhou Mingguang laughed angrily. "Boy, you really don't take my thousands of brothers in the Dragon Tiger Club seriously. First you killed my second master, and then you broke my son's legs. If there is no explanation for this matter, won't the entire imperial capital laugh at the Dragon Tiger Society's incompetence? You want an explanation?" Donald Sheen nodded. "Of course I should, but I gave your second master and son a chance beforehand, but they didn't cherish it, so I can't do anything about it. For example, right now, I want to give you a chance. Either take your people away, or die. What do you choose? You bastard, do you really think you are invincible? How dare you be so arrogant? I will kill you first." The burly man next to Zhou Mingguang walked out with an angry shout, pointing at Qin Dong. "I want. Call out." Before he could finish his harsh words, a silver needle pierced his head and his voice stopped abruptly. Before anyone could react, the sturdy man fell to the ground with a thud, dead. "Aaron. Brother Long." Zhou Mingguang was horrified and cried out in disbelief. Aaron is a strong man he specially borrowed from the Sky Eagle Society. He was born as a killer and has mastered Muay Thai and is invincible. He has defeated countless warriors and is the ace fighter of the Sky Eagle Society. Who would have thought that he would die without even saying a word? We don't even know how he died. I hated most when people pointed at me and talked to me. Qin Dong played with the silver needle with his fingers, which gave off a sense of oppression and was frightening. Shen Junyao trembled slightly. Even though she knew that Donald Sheen had extraordinary abilities, she still felt shocked every time. He is completely different now than usual. Zhou Mingguang and his son turned to look at Donald Sheen. Their confidence was completely different. Those people who were shouting just now became even quieter and stared at Qin Dong in fear. I knew this guy was good, but I didn't expect him to be this good. You killed Aaron with this needle? President Zhong, do you want to give it a try? Donald Sheen said jokingly, "What's the point of bringing so many people? Not to mention whether they can kill me for revenge, but if I kill you and your son, no one can stop me." President Zhong, I still say the same thing. Do you want to be given a chance or not? Looking at the smile on his lips, Zhou Mingguang felt creepy for a moment. The hatred in Zhong Kuan's eyes gradually turned into fear. This was completely different from what they had imagined before they came. Last time, he didn't bring enough people, so Qin Dong broke his legs. But this time, they have made sufficient preparations. Isn't this scene alone spectacular enough? But as soon as Qin Dong appeared, these hundreds of people seemed to become a joke. There was no fear on his face, as if he regarded them as pigs and dogs. Zhou Mingguang swallowed nervously and opened his mouth, but no words came out. If they leave like this, the Dragon Tiger Club will become a complete joke. But if he didn't leave, this person's methods were too terrible. Even a strong master like Aaron died before he could say a few words. Wouldn't it be easier if it were him? Let's go. After some struggle and hesitation, he gritted his teeth and shouted, but still did not dare to take the risk. It's better to be laughed at than to die. Stop. However, just as he turned around, Donald Sheen shouted suddenly. He was so frightened that his whole body was shaking, and thought that Donald Sheen had changed his mind, so he turned his head away with a grim expression. What do you want to do? Donald Sheen changed his expression, with a hint of murderous intent. You can go, but I need to make something clear. What? I, Qin Dong, am a reasonable person and will never kill innocent people for no reason. I hope President Zhong can understand that we are not easy to bully. If you dare to bring so many people to find my family next time, you will threaten their safety. I don't care who is in the Dragon Tiger Society, they all have to die, understand? Facing Qin Dong's cold and sharp eyes, Zhou Mingguang felt unprecedented fear, as if he would die in the next second. He nodded, said nothing, and left. Zhong Kuan, who was filled with hatred, could not utter a word and was pushed away. Hundreds of people came in grand style and left in disgrace. Chapter 54. Woling is still suitable for you. So handsome, is that my brother-in-law? That's not right. Isn't Ms. Shen a single mother? The employees in the company waited until the crowd dispersed before they saw Donald Sheen and their eyes lit up. Shen Junyao looked at him with complicated eyes. Qin Dong just said that he called her family. I don't know why, but I feel inexplicably sweet in my heart. It's okay, let's go. After she recovered, she gave instructions to the sweaty security guards, and then said to the secretary, tell everyone to go back to work and stop watching. The secretary nodded, then smiled, and gave Donald Qin a thumbs up, saying, well done, you really impressed me. Donald Qin smiled, and then said to Shen Junyao, are you okay? Are you scared? Am I that weak? She pretended to be cool and said, it can be seen that the Zhong family father and son seem to be scared. They will not come to cause trouble again in the short term. You should go back too. Since I'm here, why don't you invite me to visit the company? Qin Dong said with interest, let me see how luxurious the office of the Queen of the Capital, who is worth hundreds of billions, is. The company is a place for work, not a place for you to visit. Don't disturb my work. Go away. She didn't want to be talked about by her employees anymore. Fuck, you're really good at destroying bridges after crossing them. Donald Qin said unhappily, forget it, I won't go next time even if I beg you to. Looking at his depressed back, Shen Junyao couldn't help but smile. Qin Dong looked at the time and it was still early for Jiabao to finish school, so he went to the car dealership. Now that I am financially free, it's time to fulfill my old dreams. So he took a taxi to the Ferrari dealership. Sir, would you like to buy a car? Which model do you want to see? As soon as he entered the store, a salesgirl came up to him enthusiastically. After all, Donald Qin was wearing all branded clothes. I've looked it up online. Take me directly to C296. Is there any car in stock? I want to pick it up today. Qin Dong replied. Yes, sir, you came at the right time. We just received a 296 in our store last week. As long as your funds are in place, you can drive it away today. The girl said happily. Well, show me. Qin Dong nodded with satisfaction and went with her to see the car. There is no man who doesn't like sports cars, and Qin Dong is no exception. Looking at the streamlined exterior, he just took a look around and immediately decided to buy it. When paying the full bill, Qin Dong couldn't help but sigh. More than a month ago, he was still a motorcycle taxi driver. Such a perfect sports car could only be seen on mobile phones, but now it is easy to get it. Life is like a drama. When the formalities were almost completed, Donald Qin skipped the dignified car handover ceremony and was about to drive away with the car keys when suddenly a surprised voice was heard. Hey, Qin Dong. He turned around and saw Duan Ichio and two fashionably dressed girls approaching. How rude. Kuxian calls me Brother Qin, how can you just call me by my full name? Donald Qin pretended to be angry. Duan Ichio pouted and said, you can't be so stingy, right? I've only said that to you twice, and now you're saying I'm impolite. You're not 2 years older than me, why are you taking it so seriously? Donald Qin smiled and said, just kidding. How is Mr. Duan's health recently? Grandpa has been getting better and better since he took your medicine and followed your prescription every day. Qin Dong is the benefactor of the Duan family, and Duan Ichio is quite grateful to him. That's good. Wow, is this the new car you just bought? Duan Ichio's eyes lit up, and then the three girls surrounded his new car, exclaiming in amazement. 296 Hey, I want this car too, but my parents won't buy it for me. So cool. Qin Dong couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that girls also like sports cars. Donald Qin, can you lend it to me for a while? Let me think about it. After all, I haven't opened it yet. Qin Dong said unhappily. This girl really dared to speak. After they finished reading, Nana stared at Donald Qin with shining eyes and said, Ichao, who is this handsome guy you haven't introduced to us yet? Duan Ichao glanced at her and said unhappily, Nana, take away your flirting eyes. I'm married. Ah, you're married? What a pity. Nana pouted in disappointment, and Donald Qin could only smile bitterly. Don Qin, I didn't expect Shen Junyao to be willing to spend money on you. She bought such an expensive car just like that. How about I recognize her as my sister and buy me one too? Duan Ichio said enviously. He said angrily, do you know how to talk? Who asked her to buy it? It's like I'm a gigolo. No matter how expensive this car is, can it be more expensive than my medicine? Duan Ichio just remembered the scene that night when his pills were snatched away by the rich people at the Duan family, and he felt envious and jealous again. Oh my, how come you guys are so good at making money? Donald Sheen was amused by her. Don't cry, poor Miss Duan, I have to go test drive the new car. Bye. Hey, wait, let's go for a ride together. Yeah, let's go to Wuming Mountain and run a few laps. It must be really cool. Nana and Xiaoman were also excited. Seeing their expectant faces, Donald Sheen was not a stingy person and immediately let them get in the car. Although it is a bit crowded to sit 4 people in the sports car, fortunately there is enough space. The car made a beautiful roar, and Donald Sheen stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Wuming Mountain is a series of high mountains in the suburbs. Because they are under development, there are no vehicles passing through them, but the roads have been built, so they are very suitable for sports cars. Don Sheen, you are too slow, can you drive faster? Hey, there's no one here, what are you afraid of? Shit, it's already 120 yards, isn't it fast enough? Shen Dong can only be said to be a qualified driver, but his driving skills are not particularly good, so Duan Yiqiao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, despises him very much. He also didn't expect that the girls were so bold and actually liked fast cars. Boom boom. Suddenly, 2 Lamborghinis appeared from behind and passed his Ferrari directly. Seeing this, Duan Yiqiao became even more anxious and urged, see? They've already surpassed you, and you're still so slow. Don Sheen, can you do it? If not, let me drive it. Shut up, this is a mountain road with so many bends. What if something happens? I'm driving safely. Shen Dong said unhappily. The 3 of them rolled their eyes. After about 10 minutes, we finally reached the top of the mountain. The 2 Lamborghinis that had just overtaken him were parked on the side of the road. Several young men and women dressed in unique styles were leaning against the cars and posing coolly. Seeing Donald Sheen stop talking, a man with dyed red hair couldn't help but sneer and said, "Dude, you are too lame. We have been waiting for 10 minutes. It's a nice car, but it's a waste to let you drive it. With your skills, why would you drive a sports car? Wuling is more suitable for you." Donald Sheen frowned and turned to look at him. Unexpectedly, Duan Yiqiao became even angrier and yelled, "What are you talking about?" Chapter 55 Thrilling. Asshole, what are you talking about? Are you a good driver? Duan Yiqiao said angrily, do you dare to compete? Why, you're too weak to let your girlfriend take the lead. Another man sneered, the car is nice, and the girl is nice too. We can compete, but it would be boring without some stakes. What are you showing off for? What do you want to bet on? Do you think we are afraid of you? Nana said unhappily. Shen Dong had no right to interrupt at all. The girls were even angrier than him, as if they were the ones being despised. Seeing that Donald Sheen hadn't said anything, Zhou Mingxian thought that he was a coward. He thought that he was just a rich second generation who bought a sports car to pick up these girls, so he joked. We are not short of money, how about we make a bet that if you lose, you 3 girls will accompany us for dinner and have some fun? How about that? It's okay if you're scared, just let this kid call me Big Brother. I'm scared. Seeing their provocative faces, how could Donald Sheen bear it? He was about to agree, but Duan Yiqiao took the lead. Who's afraid? I'll compete with you. If you lose, you have to call me aunt and apologize. Oh, you're a woman and you want to compete? Zhou Mingxian sneered, are you sure? Don't say we won unfairly. Stop talking nonsense and get started. Duan Yiqiao asked Shen Dong to change his position. Hey, are you sure you want to drive it yourself? Shen Dong was a little worried. This was no joke. As we all know, female drivers are commonly known as road killers. Moreover, this mountain road has so many bends that it is too dangerous. How dare he let Duan Yiqiao take the steering wheel? If anything happens, he, as the car owner, will bear the main responsibility. Stop talking nonsense and sit tight. Duan Yiqiao said disdainfully, with your snail-like pace, just surrender. We are not going to play with those idiots. Don Sheen was speechless. After a while, the competition officially began. Their Lamborghini must have been modified, and they started very quickly. The distance between them was nearly 100 meters in a flash. Fortunately, all the configurations of Shen Dong's new 296 car were top-notch. Duan Yiqiao stepped on the accelerator hard, and a pleasant roar sounded. The feeling of being pushed on the back made Shen Dong break out in a cold sweat. Yiqiao, it's too fast. I don't want to die with you. I have a child. Shut up. Duan Yiqiao seemed like a different person. At this moment, he was extremely focused and operated skillfully. The speed was very fast. Although Qin Dong was frightened, he gradually relaxed because she was very steady every time she turned a corner. This girl is great. I didn't expect her driving skills to be so good. He looked at Duan Yiqiao with some surprise. Her focused expression even had a unique charm. This is it. Duan Yiqiao suddenly smiled, switched from automatic to manual, and changed 2 gears in a row. The car accelerated suddenly, perfectly bringing out the advantages of this car. Squeak! Call! At a bend, he did a beautiful drift, overtaking their Lamborghini and sped away. Fuck, they actually overtook us. This woman is quite capable. I miscalculated. His car should be the latest model 296. Although it doesn't start as fast as ours, it accelerates much faster than us. Once she catches up with me, I'm afraid I'll lose. Zhou Mingxuan's eyes turned cold. How could he, the new generation racing king of Shecheng, lose to a woman? If this got out, he would be ridiculed. If they are within 10 meters, I will be able to deal with them. After saying that, he sped up suddenly. There happened to be a straight road ahead, and Zhou Mingxian stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car was almost at its limit. After approaching the Ferrari, he winked at his companion in the passenger seat, who nodded, sneered, took out a handful of sharp nails, and threw them forward fiercely. Bang! The sound of a Ferrari tire bursting. At such a fast speed, a tire burst is very dangerous. The car suddenly lost control and started to tilt from side to side. Nana and the others screamed in fright. Qin Dong was also very nervous. He suddenly reached out to help Duan Yiqiao hold the steering wheel to prevent her from losing control due to lack of strength. The car turned a circle and finally slowed down. Zhou Mingxian and his team quickly overtook the car from behind, and the people in the car cheered and shouted. After a while, another car passed by. Duan Yiqiao was so angry that she stopped the car and took a few deep breaths before calming down. It's so scary, Yiqiao, are you okay? Nana said with lingering fear. It's okay. The car has a flat tire. They must have tampered with it. Duan Yiqiao got out of the car angrily, walked to the back to check, and indeed found black nails on the road. These bastards dared to play such a big game. If it wasn't for Donald Qin helping me hold the steering wheel, we would have fallen off the cliff. Duan Yiqiao picked up the nail and cursed angrily. That's too much. He clearly wants to kill us. Nana and the others were very angry. Qin Dong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He would compete, but if he won by using such tricks, or even almost killed them, it would be unforgivable. Are we not far from the bottom of the mountain? Well, there are still nearly 2 kilometers to go. Duan Yiqiao apologized. Qin Dong, I'm sorry, you won't blame me for damaging your new car, right? How could I blame you? Donald Qin shook his head and said, it's all their fault. Don't be angry. Leave the rest to me. Ah, you're not going to fight with them, are you? Nana said worriedly, but there are several men among them, and we will be at a disadvantage if they fight. You can't expect the 3 of us women to fight with you, right? Duan Yiqiao only knew that Qin Dong was an excellent doctor, but she didn't know his strength. She gritted her teeth and said, I'll call home and ask someone to come to support me. Don't bother with that. I can handle it. Trust me. Qin Dong said, I'll call the car shop and ask them to come and change the tire for us. Let's go down first. They left the car where it was and walked down the mountain. Fortunately, the road was not far, and 10 minutes later, they reached the foot of the mountain. Zhou Mingxian and his men were smoking cigarettes, celebrating with smug looks on their faces, and shouted, Why did you come down on foot? Where's the car? Oh, I forgot, I almost flipped over just now, right, huh? Hey, 3 beauties, please get in our car. I'll take you to some fun places, hee hee. Duan Yiqiao was so angry when she saw their expressions that she was about to retort, but was stopped by Donald Qin. He stepped forward with a serious face and asked, Who threw the nail that blew out our tire just now? What nails? Boy, can't you afford to lose? You were the ones who drove without looking at the road. Why does a flat tire have anything to do with us? How could they admit it? Instead, they ridiculed it. Donald Qin raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. You dare to do it but not to take responsibility, right? Fine, then I will take care of it together. After saying that, Donald Qin rushed over and grabbed the most arrogant Zhou Mingxian. Chapter 56 Mr. Shen, isn't that Mr. Qin? You, what are you doing? Zhou Mingxian was so scared that he didn't know what to do. You dare to touch me, do you know who I am? I am. Before he could finish, Donald Chin slapped him hard. Pa pa. After being slapped in the face several times in succession, Zhou Mingxian screamed in pain and vomited blood. Master Zhou, damn, you are looking for death. The two male companions cursed angrily and rushed towards Qin Dong. Boom! Boom! Donald Chin kicked each of them, and they flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Qin Dong let go of the dizzy Zhou Mingxian, then rushed forward to grab the other yellow-haired man and beat him up again. Puff! He suffered the same fate as Zhou Mingxian. After 2 slaps, blood spurted out of his mouth. You! Their female companions were stunned, but they didn't dare to step forward to stop him, for fear of being slapped by Qin Dong. Donald Chin slapped the 3 men more than a dozen times before he stopped. He shook his numb hands, slowly took out a cigarette and lit it. He's so handsome. Ichiao, are you sure Donald Chin is married? Nana and Xiao Man were stunned, their eyes sparkling with stars. They were mesmerized by the powerful Qin Dong, and their expressions gradually became those of infatuation. Duan Ichiao was also amazed. Wasn't this guy a doctor who saved the dying and the wounded? How could he have such a cruel side? Fighting the 3 opponents is like playing a game. Boy, you are brave enough to hit me. My Zhou family will never let you go. Wait for death. Zhou Mingxian covered his face, which was swollen like a pig's head, and glared at Donald Chin while gritting his teeth. He. Donald Chin smiled, walked over and started beating him again, asking questions while beating him. Are you so awesome? If you don't call me grandpa and keep talking nonsense, I'll slap you for every word you say. I'll slap you until you keep calling me grandpa. Pa. Pa. Each slap was so loud. At first Zhou Mingxian was still stubborn, but he vomited blood again. He felt that Qin Dong really dared to kill him, and then he felt scared. This shouldn't be the case. In the past, no matter how serious the crime he committed, as long as he revealed his identity, the other party would kneel down and beg for mercy. But I didn't expect that this madman would not play by the rules at all. The more he talked, the harder he got beaten. His face was almost broken. Grandpa, stop. Please stop hitting me. Are you scared? Donald Chin pressed the cigarette but directly into his face. Ah, Grandpa, I'm scared. He was burned so much that he screamed and tears streamed down his face. What about you two? We are scared, Grandpa. We are scared too. The 2 men were trembling with fear, and they no longer had the arrogance they had just now. It's good that you're scared. Donald Chin stood up, looked down at Zhou Mingxian and said, my new car hasn't even warmed up yet, and you guys gave it a flat tire. How do I settle this account? Compensation, I will compensate you. Zhou Mingxian didn't dare to say a word, for fear that he would slap him again. You are quite self-aware. Donald Chin said with satisfaction, 10 million. What, 10 million? Not to mention Zhou Mingxian, even Duan Ichiao, who was standing behind him, opened her mouth in shock when she heard the number. This guy is really bold. 10 million is more than enough to buy another 296. Grandpa, 2 tires cost 10 million. This is blackmail. Don't blame me if you keep using the wrong adjectives. Donald Chin said angrily, 4 people in our car almost lost their lives. I'm lucky I didn't ask you for 100 million. My friend has been so frightened, don't you want compensation for mental damages? Zhou Mingxian was speechless. If you don't have money, I'll use your 2 cars as compensation. Donald Chin said in a deep voice, is there a problem? No. No problem. How could he refuse? He trembled as he took out a bank card from his pocket. This card happens to have 10 million. I'll pay you back. Password. 666,666. Okay, get lost. Zhou Mingxian felt relieved, but still felt a pang of pain. He had spent a lot of time and effort to ask his parents for the 10 million. If I had known that this madman was so fearless of death, I would have blew up their tires just now. I regret it so much. But one thing is for sure. Qin Dong beat them so badly and still asked for a huge sum of money. Sooner or later, he will settle the score. Fortunately, their female companion knew how to drive. She helped the 3 men into the car and drove straight to the hospital. Duan Ichiao and the others came to their senses and rushed forward. Dong, you're so handsome, you were so hot just now. Yes, I am about to fall in love with you, brother Dong. Nana and Xiaoman are both lively girls. They speak without any respect and flatter Dong. Duan Yiqiao stood by with her lips pursed. Even though she also thought Dong was very handsome just now, she was embarrassed to express it as bluntly as Nana and the others. She even developed some feelings for Donald Sheen. Okay, I'm thirsty, go get me some water. After taking 2 sips of water, Donald Sheen handed the bank card to Duan Yiqiao. You also want a car, so go ahead and buy it. Otherwise, it will be troublesome for that grandson to report it lost when he goes back. Ah, you want to give me this 10 million? Duan Yiqiao was a little bit surprised. It's originally compensation for our mental damage. My car is insured, so it's fine. Donald Sheen said generously, just consider it as compensation for the shock. Oh my god, Brother Sheen, you are so generous. That's right, sister-in-law is the queen of the imperial capital, with assets worth hundreds of billions. This 10 million is nothing to you. We want it too. We are also frightened. Nana and Xiaoman acted coquettishly with envy. Donald Sheen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and waved his hand and said, okay, I'll say it one last time. My money has nothing to do with Shen Junyao. I earned it all by myself. Stop calling me a gigolo. If you want a car, then the 3 of you can share it. We are good friends after all. Okay, we all have a share in the car, Donald Sheen, then we won't be polite. Duan Yiqiao happily accepted it. Even though her family was wealthy, 10 million was a lot of money for them. If it wasn't a big deal, her parents would never give them so much money. But she knew that for Donald Sheen, it was just the money for a pill. By the time the rescue team arrived to change the tire, it was almost dark and Donald Sheen had already missed the time to pick up Garbo from school. On the way back, they were very happy thinking that they would be able to pick up a new car soon. Nana even offered to treat Dong to a big meal. He felt that he would have to trouble the nanny to heat up the food when he got home, so he readily agreed. After returning to the city, Donald Sheen and the 3 beauties went to a high-end restaurant and had a big meal. Xiao Zhao, please take me straight home. Outside the restaurant, Shen Junyao had just finished her meal and said goodbye to a client. She returned to the car and rubbed her temples tiredly. Okay, Mr. Shen. Xiao Zhao started the car and suddenly saw a familiar figure in front of him. He was surprised and said, Hey, Mr. Shen, isn't that Mr. Sheen? Chapter 57 I don't accept it. Shen Junyao looked up and saw Dong, Duan Yiqiao and 3 other beauties coming out of the restaurant. They were talking and laughing, and they looked very happy. Nana even held his hand, as if she was acting coquettishly towards him. Seeing this scene, her brows knitted together involuntarily. For some reason, she felt particularly uncomfortable. What made him even more uncomfortable was that Donald Sheen actually opened the door of a red sports car, let the 3 girls get in, and drove away. No wonder this guy is often not at home and is never seen. It turns out he is out picking up girls, and there are 3 of them. Men are really not good people. Mr. Shen, are you okay? The bodyguard beside her saw that she looked unhappy and couldn't help but express his concern. It's okay, go home. She said with a sullen face and a cold voice, and Xiao Zhao was so scared that he drove away in a hurry. Donald Sheen sent the 3 girls directly back to the Duan family, and then said to Duan Yiqiao, please take good care of your family for me, especially Elder Duan. If there is any problem with his health, please feel free to contact me. Well, we're already at the door, why don't you go in? Duan Yiqiao invited. Forget it, let's do it another day. The kids won't go to bed until I get home and tell them a story. Dong said with a smile. The 3 of them were speechless. After he turned around and left, Nana couldn't help but sighed, what a great man he is. Shen Junyao is worthy of her name. No wonder she gave birth to a child for him. He's talented, handsome, loyal, and family-oriented. Where can I find a man like him? Hearing what her 2 best friends said, Duan Yiqiao pursed her lips and said unhappily, okay, let's go back. She suddenly found that she seemed to like Dong a little, even though she knew he was married, which made her seem a little annoyed. Donald Sheen drove the car directly back to the manor. He got out of the car humming a song, and when he turned around, he saw Shen Junyao standing at the door of the house, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Aren't you going to sleep yet? Are you looking at the scenery here? Shen Junyao walked over coldly and said strangely, it's a nice car, whose car is it? Mine, I just bought it today. Donald Sheen said proudly, "How is it, handsome, right?" She snorted, "You're so rich that you show off. You don't know how to be low-key. You bought such a flashy car to pick up girls, right? I advise you to keep a low profile, lest people say you look like a nouveau riche." Donald Sheen said disdainfully, "Low-key? How am I not low-key? Ask any man who doesn't like sports cars. Besides, I bought it with my own money. I didn't steal or rob. So what's wrong with being a nouveau riche? I've been poor for so many years and suffered so much, can't I just enjoy myself? What's the point of making money?" Shen Junyao was speechless, it seemed to make sense. "Do you like the car, or do you like this car for picking up girls? How many vain girls do you plan to cheat with this car?" Donald Sheen was amused. "Who said I bought a car to pick up girls? Can't I just enjoy it? Come on, you're enjoying going for a drive-in dinner with those 3 girls in your new car tonight, right?" She sneered. "How do you know?" Shin Dong said this and then realized that it was no wonder that she had been sarcastic and mocking him as soon as she came back. "So you saw it, Junyao, you won't be jealous, right?" Why should I be jealous? Don't call me Junyao. I'm not familiar with you." She was so angry that she realized that she seemed to be really jealous. Otherwise, why would her mind be filled with Shin Dong talking and laughing with the 3 girls after she got home, with one of the girls even holding his arm intimately? Chapter 58, Sneak Attack. "Oh, in that case, I don't think I need to explain anything to you." Donald Sheen shook his head helplessly. He thought she was jealous and a little excited, but it seemed she was being too smart again. After all, Shen Junyao was completely different from the girls he had met before. Who knows what the queen of the imperial capital is thinking? Because of the embarrassing misunderstanding in Jinling last time, he doesn't want to waste brain cells guessing again. "You." Seeing that Donald Sheen had left like this, Shen Junyao was so angry that she stamped her feet and glared at his back. "This bastard is really rich, he actually dares to talk to me like this." Shen Junyao was really angry because she still wanted to hear Donald Sheen's explanation. She didn't know how long it took before she calmed down and couldn't help asking herself, "What's wrong with me? Why am I so angry? I wasn't like this before." At the same time, in a villa, Song Baoi, the head of the Song family, one of the 4 major families in the imperial capital, was looking at the young man in front of him with full respect. "Mr. Meng, everything I said just now is true. Although I have never met Donald Sheen, he has done a lot of sensational things since he appeared. Especially since the Dragon and Tiger Society was scared by him, the Zhong family father and son tremble when they mention his name. He must be living with Shen Junyao." Meng Yun put out his cigarette and said with satisfaction, "I see. Thank you for the hard work of Patriarch Song, who made the trip in person. Mr. Meng, you are too kind. It is an honor for the Song family to work for you, let alone such a small matter." Song Baoi flattered him, thinking to himself that Shen Junyao was really ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. He knew that he was arrogant, but he dared to be so arrogant as to offend the Meng family. "Meng Yun came personally, he must be here to take his life, right?" Meng Yun waved his hand to let him leave, then turned to the 10 warriors standing beside him and said, "We've got the address, now it's up to you. Especially you, Master Du." The poison master he mentioned was a thin old man in his 50s. He looked frail, but no one in the world dared to look down on him. Because he has another title, the Poison King. Not only is he extremely powerful, he is also proficient in all kinds of poisons. Almost no one he targets can survive. "Don't worry, Master Meng. You are willing to use the kindness the Meng family showed me to deal with this arrogant guy. I will not let you down. Moreover, we have these 10 warriors to help us. No matter how powerful he is, as long as he is poisoned by my poison, he will definitely die." Du Ye's face was full of confidence. "Thank you. We will wait for your good news. As long as Qin Dong is controlled, we will rush in and eliminate the remnants of the Shen family." Meng Yun smiled with satisfaction. This time he was really serious about it, and he did not hesitate to invite 10 top martial arts masters from his sect, as well as the Poison King of Jianghu. If Donald Sheen can still survive this time, he can only ask that person to take action. Of course, he believed that Donald Sheen would not be so lucky this time and would not be able to escape from him again. Late at night. Except for the patrolling bodyguards, everyone else in the manor slept soundly, including Donald Sheen. Suddenly, a strange smell drifted into the room on the wind, and he opened his eyes instantly. "Poisonous." The spiritual energy in Qin Dong's body was extremely sensitive to anything poisonous. He immediately took the detoxification pill, then got up, put on his clothes, quietly walked to the window, opened the curtains and looked out. When he saw 10 men in black standing downstairs, his face immediately darkened. There's nothing else to do. Use poison to launch a sneak attack, right? There are many ways to do it. Donald Qin raised the corner of his mouth, then walked back to the bed and lay down. After a while, there was a noise outside the balcony, as if someone was coming up. Sure enough, the sound of light footsteps reached my ears, and it seemed that there were quite a few people there. They deliberately made their footsteps louder, and when they saw that Donald Qin on the bed did not respond, they turned on the light. It looks like he's been poisoned and can't even wake up. Lord Poison, you are worthy of being called the Poison King. What kind of poison is this that works so quickly? One of the warriors couldn't help but admire him. Dee sneered and said arrogantly, "It's just a little trick. Stop talking nonsense and kill him. Don't keep young Master Meng waiting for too long." Chapter 59. You know nothing about strength. Poison King? Qin Dong, who was lying on the bed, couldn't help but laugh secretly when he heard the other party's words. This poison technique was indeed quite advanced. But if he wanted to do it, it would be easy. Let me. A warrior stood up. After all, Qin Dong was also a top-level warrior, causing the Meng family such a headache. If he could kill such a person with his own hands, he would be able to quickly establish prestige in the martial arts world. Now that Donald Qin has been poisoned, killing him is a piece of cake. However, when he walked to Qin Dong's side and just raised the knife, his eyes suddenly opened sharply and he was startled. You. He was about to speak in fear, but just as he opened his mouth, Donald Qin suddenly sat up and punched him. With a bang, he hit the wall heavily, his internal organs were ruptured by the punch, blood was vomited, and he collapsed to the ground and died on the spot. Before he died, his eyes were still as big as bells. I couldn't understand why he was poisoned. How could he suddenly wake up and burst out with such strong power? You're actually okay? The rest of the people in the room stared at him in disbelief. Donald Qin stood up slowly, stared at them and said, "There are quite a few people here. Do you think you can punish me with such a despicable trick?" "No, how is that possible?" Dee said in a trembling voice, "You were poisoned by me and there is no antidote. How come you are not hurt at all? Could it be that you have already prepared and taken the antidote?" I only need a small detoxification pill to be immune to your poison gas." "You still want to kill me here?" Qin Dong said disdainfully, "Tell me, who sent you here, how many people are there outside? I'll spare your lives. If you want to know, maybe in the next life, we can definitely defeat him together." The poison master was furious. As the king of poison, few people could cure his poison. However, he could not accept that Donald Qin despised the thing he was so proud of. The remaining 9 warriors attacked Qin Dong at the same time. Boom! Donald Qin suddenly released a burst of energy, quickly forcing them back several steps. Before he could react, Donald Qin had already rushed towards Du Yi. Not good. Seeing Qin Dong running towards him, Du Yi showed a trace of panic in his eyes, then he resisted with all his strength and attacked Qin Dong's neck fiercely. Donald Qin raised the corner of his mouth and grabbed his wrist head-on, but the other party's strength was not enough to pose a threat to him. How is it possible? After all, my cultivation is close to that of a grandmaster. Du Yi was horrified, and when he wanted to withdraw his hand, it was too late. Donald Qin punched him directly in the face. Bang! Du Yi hit the wall so hard that his head was deformed and he died a miserable death. Hiss! When the rest of the people saw this scene, they gasped in shock and broke out in cold sweat. They knew he was powerful, but only after fighting him in person did they realize how terrifying this man was. It was completely beyond their imagination. Du Yi is not only the Poison King, but also a martial artist whose cultivation is close to that of a grandmaster. Yet, he was killed with just one punch. How much higher is his cultivation than that of a grandmaster? It's so scary. Everyone just broke out in cold sweats and stared at Donald Qin anxiously. Let me ask again, who sent you here, and how many people are still outside? Donald Qin said in a deep voice. Qin Dong, you may be very strong, but we are not cowards who sell out our masters for glory. Let's fight him. A man with a crew cut roared and attacked Qin Dong. You don't know your own limits. Qin Dong didn't expect that they were so loyal and no longer showed mercy. Although the 10 warriors combined were powerful, they were still vulnerable in the face of absolute strength. Bang bang. Shen Dong used a series of quick punches and kicks, and in an instant only one person was left alive. He held the knife in his hand, retreated to the corner tremblingly, and stared at Shen Dong in panic. You are not human. Don't kill me, I don't want to die yet. Donald Shen sneered. Oh, you don't want to die, then can you tell me? Tell me, I'll tell you everything. He had already collapsed in his heart, and nodded without hesitation, saying, Mr. Meng sent us here, and also invited Master Du, the old man you just killed. Our plan is. He told everything he knew, then knelt on the ground and said, Don Shen, we are just following orders. Please let me live. Knowing that Meng Yun was outside at the moment, if he died, they would rush into the villa and kill everyone in it. So cruel. Thinking that besides Mr. Shen Junyao, and his daughter, Shen Dong could no longer tolerate it. He would never allow Jiabao to be threatened by anyone. Thank you for telling me this, but I'm sorry, the mistake you made is unforgivable. I can only give you a quick death. No, you don't keep your word. Before he could finish his words, Donald Shen's silver needle had already pierced his head. The room suddenly became quiet, with only a cold corpse left. Shen Dong looked outside with sharp eyes. He knew that Meng Yun and the others must be watching the movements in the room, waiting for the signal. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. He left the room and went directly to the rooftop. Sure enough, I saw several cars parked outside, and there was someone in one of the RVs. Swish. Donald Shen didn't want to give them a chance to react. After all, the other party might have a gun, so he had to fight quickly. Under the soft moonlight, he jumped directly from the fourth-floor rooftop. Bang! A shallow pit was created on the lawn, but Donald Shen landed steadily without being affected at all. He ran straight towards the car in front. Bang bang! He first used 2 stones to blow up the tire of the RV. Hearing the noise, the people in the car immediately perked up and came out to check. Ah! Before he could see what was happening, a quick figure from Meng Yun's men slashed his throat and he fell in a pool of blood. Quick, protect the young master. The 2 masters, Lu and Wang, were horrified and rushed to protect the car door. Young master, hurry up and leave. The operation has failed. Let's stop him together. Master Wang said. Meng Yun sat in the car with a pale face. He didn't expect that with such a thorough action plan, Shen Dong could still be safe and sound. No wonder there has been no news after being inside for such a long time. I'm afraid that Du Yi and his gang are no longer alive. What are you standing there for? Drive. Meng Yun was a little panicked at this moment and hurriedly yelled at the driver in front. Oh, it's too late to leave. Seeing the car start, Donald Shen quickly picked up a fist-sized stone on the ground. When the car drove out more than 20 meters, Shen Dong suddenly threw the stone out. Boom! The stone was like a bomb, smashing a big hole in the car, and then the car lost control and overturned. When the 2 masters saw the scene, they opened their mouths in shock. How on earth did you do that? Donald Shen looked at the 2 of them coldly and said in a deep voice, You are still called masters, but you really don't know anything about strength. Chapter 60. Someone else. After that, he stopped talking nonsense and took the initiative. The 2 masters had fought with him last time and knew they were no match for him, but in order to protect Meng Yun, they had no choice but to go forward. Boom! After just a few rounds, Donald Shen knocked the 2 men to the ground, leaving them dying. The power emanating from his body at this moment was frightening. The second volume of Wuji Kung Fu has such power. Shen Dong was amazed even by himself. If all 12 volumes could be used, how powerful would they be? You're not using internal energy, what kind of monster are you? Master Wang stared at Donald Shen unwillingly, then he tilted his head and died. Before he died, he realized an incredible fact, that is, the power Shen Dong possessed was completely different from the internal force they practiced. His power is extremely fierce and masculine, far more powerful than his internal strength. Master Lu twitched a few times and then died. Donald Shen looked at the overturned RV and walked over. The driver in front was dead, but Meng Yun in the back was not dead. He was just injured and was bleeding. He was trying hard to climb out. Mr. Meng, we meet again so soon. Let me help you. Donald Shen looked at him playfully, then opened the car door and reached out to pull him out. Ah! Meng Yun groaned in pain. Donald Shen threw him to the ground, then took out a cigarette and lit it. Looking at him covered in wounds, he slowly said, "Mr. Meng, do you have any last words to say?" In this desperate situation, even the heir of the Meng family was completely panicked. "Don Qin, you want to kill me?" "No, you can't kill me. I am the heir of the Meng family. My Meng family can mobilize tens of thousands of soldiers to be the king of Jiangnan. If you kill me, then you, Shen Junyao and the others, including your relatives in your hometown, will not die well. If you let me go, I am willing to settle the feud between you and the Meng family, and we can negotiate peace. It would have been great if you had thought of this earlier." Donald Qin sneered as he exhaled smoke. "I, Donald Qin, would never bully others, let alone take the initiative to cause trouble. You have repeatedly tried to kill me, and even plotted against me tonight, Master Meng. I really want to let you go, but I really can't. If you don't have any last words, then let's go. No matter how powerful the Meng family is, you killed so many people from the Shen family. We are doomed to fight to the death. There is no way to negotiate peace." Ha ha. He suddenly laughed out loud. "Donald Qin, I know there is no point in saying anything more, but I promise that you and the remnants of the Shen family will not live long. In that case, I will go and destroy the Meng family first." Qin Dong said domineeringly. "Let's not talk about whether you can destroy the Meng family. Even if you can, you will die a more miserable death." Meng Yun said with a grim face, "Because the people who want to destroy the Shen family are not our Meng family at all. If it was really because Xiaosong and Shen Juanyao's marriage failed, the Meng family would have taken action that year. Why would they have waited so long?" "What did you say?" Donald Qin said in shock. "Bullshit. Mr. Shen clearly saw someone from your Meng family that night. Do you want to shirk responsibility before you die? It's true that we were the ones who destroyed the Shen family, but the ones who really wanted to destroy them were not the Meng family. We are just a knife." He snorted coldly. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Donald Qin grabbed him by the collar and said angrily, "Who on earth wants to kill dozens of men, women, and children in the Shen family? Who is so cruel?" "Ha, I can't possibly tell you." He sneered, "But I swear, that person will find you sooner or later, because you have been helping the Shen family and are the son-in-law of the Shen family. Besides, no matter how powerful you are, you can't survive from his hands. Stop talking nonsense and tell me, who is it?" Qin Dong said impatiently. "Okay, come closer and I'll tell you." He waved, but quietly put his other hand on his waist, ready to draw his gun. Qin Dong came up to him. He opened his mouth, but suddenly pulled out a gun. But before he could raise his hand, Donald Qin grabbed his wrist. "At this time, you are still trying to be clever. Do you look down on me or yourself? Qin Dong, kill me, I'm waiting for you downstairs." He cursed ferociously. "If you can't wait to get going, I'll give you a ride." Qin Dong knew that he would not reveal the real murderer, so there was no need to waste time and just broke his neck. The heir of the Meng family, the eldest son of the Meng family who was admired by countless people, died. Donald Qin let him go, then went back to the villa and saw that everyone had been poisoned and was unconscious. Although he felt a little distressed, he still took out all the detoxification pills he had and gave them to them to take, then woke everyone up. "Donald Qin, what do you want to do? Who allowed you to enter my room?" When she woke up Shen Junyao, she thought Donald Qin was going to take advantage of her, and she raised her hand in anger again. Donald Qin, however, firmly grasped her wrist and said unhappily, "Calm down. Whoever took advantage of you would have died without me tonight. Go out and see for yourself." After saying that, he left. Shen Junyao recovered and quickly put on her clothes. The bodyguards had already moved all the bodies outside in. Seeing this scene, she was horrified. "Grandpa, Qin Dong, what exactly happened?" "Meng family, this is Meng Yun's body. This man is the famous poison king in the martial arts world." Mr. Shen pointed at the corpse on the ground with a heavy face. Donald Qin continued to recount what happened tonight. After listening to it, Shen Junyao turned pale and the others also felt a little scared. After being poisoned by the gas, they fell into a deep sleep and had no idea what kind of crisis they were experiencing. "Brother, are they the people who chased you in Jiling last time? Wouldn't our home be unsafe again from now on?" Xiaoli asked worriedly. "Don't worry, you'll be safe with me at home." Qin Dong comforted. "Send the body to the morgue first and let the Meng family send someone to claim it." Mr. Shen instructed the bodyguard, and then said to Lily, "Girl, you go to sleep with Xiaoli first, don't worry, nothing will happen." "Yes, Grandpa." Lily pulled Xiaoli upstairs. Shen Junyao also asked the nannies to go and rest, and then sat down on the sofa with Zhang Er and Mr. Shen. Both of Meng Yanshuo's sons died at the hands of Qin Dong. Now we should prepare for the Meng family's crazy revenge. Elder Shen said solemnly, Adon, why don't we move to Fancheng? My old friends are there. They can at least protect us in Fancheng without any worries. Grandpa, whether we kill Meng Yun tonight or not, the Meng family will not let us go. Besides, the blood feud of the Shen family is so deep that we can't avenge it by hiding. In my opinion, we should just go to their house and settle the grudge once and for all. Shen Junyao said angrily, You are crazy. You still want to go to Jiangnan to find the Meng family. I can tell you now that you will definitely die. The Meng family is powerful in the area and can mobilize tens of thousands of well-trained warriors. Even if you are a god, you will have no chance of survival there.